It is doing something. We're live.
Hey.
All
We
right.
are live. What's going on?
We're on time. I mean, that's pretty good. We're getting good at this.
Early today.
You were. That's
early. I didn't know
amazing. Well, it's another Tuesday, and we're here together. They come by so quickly. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not used to this early thing. So
well,
I actually got a little panicked and didn't know what to do with my time. So
I think we have to.
Everything's out. It's set. This is odd to me. So, but I'm okay with it. I'm all right with it. I'm learning.
Well, I think we have some things that can ease your anxiety. We got a blind taste test. We got beers. I think we'll be okay with that. By the end of this, there you go.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, tonight's going to be fun. Well, and why not? We just had a long weekend. Happy,
Memorial
Day weekend, everyone. Yeah, what better way as we're coming into a shortened work week?
Yeah,
to hang out with 21090 doing our top 10 week 3 of our series.
Let's do it,
which is also fun. So this is going to be a good time tonight. I'm quite excited about all this.
So we did the 80s. I didn't think there was the biggest thing that came from that was me saying those weren't comedies. I guess that was the biggest takeaway from that, right?
Yes, definitely.
But we had a lot of similar, I guess, videos or movies. I guess 90s were a little bit. We had a little bit deviation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if today, though, because again, we're all like best friends, we're gonna have the same ones again. I wonder because I feel like when I was going through this list, I'm like, oh, I know Tony and Andy are gonna have this. I know they're gonna have this one. I know they're gonna have this one. So I'm wondering. I'm hoping we're different at least, but I don't know.
Well, Todd, in the 2000s, we actually saw many of these movies together in theaters. So clearly that was a part of it.
Right. So
I think
that's okay.
Some staples that we're definitely going to have.
There's a ton of movies.
We know right away what we're definitely going to have, and then I think it's going to get interesting as to what some of the other ones where we aren't so close is going to be.
I agree. Can I give a shout out to last week's stream, which I think was our best one, for a number of reasons. But Steve Jones, the head brewmaster from Oliver Brewing, coming on for the basically 2.5 hours with us.
Yeah,
going over his favorite movies, drinking beer with us, talking about brewing. I mean, awesome time.
I thought he was great. We hadn't seen Steve in, by the way, I don't know what you guys are sipping. I'm going to start the night with a little Sobo action.
Well, that's good. And I haven't seen a chat yet. Tell us you're here. There's 10 people. Say hi. Welcome. Settle in. We're here for a long time tonight, I think.
Look at that.
I guess I should go get. Should I go get that? Because I have it. But
what's going to happen is your camera's going to fall out. You'll be gone for about 10 minutes. We already know how this works. Tonight we're going to see if we can get through without that happening.
Well, that Sobo from Monument is, I think, their best beer.
It's so good.
It's so good. I'm going to be drinking, guys, from our most recent video, a little Pooch Power. I'm taking it easy right now. This is the video we just put out for Heavy Seas that the proceeds go to the Barks Animal Shelter. So it's a nice crisp Pilsner. So I'm going to 5%. I'm easing in tonight because I know it's coming.
I like it.
That's a good call.
You're going to need to ease in a little bit. Todd went solo on this one. And,
I know.
And so COVID has forced us to do a couple. We're probably going to do a couple solo videos. So
it's weird.
There's all the chat, Andy.
I know. What happened? I was like, oh, there it is.
It was a little delayed response. So here's everybody coming up. So first of all, we're going to say hi to Scott. Scott, what's going on, man? You're going to hear a lot more from Scott later, and we'll explain why in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to have a pretty prominent role in tonight's live stream, and you'll find out why. Pretty awesome. But yeah, John Hill, hello.
Hey, there he is.
What's going on?
I got a package going out to John Hill in Idaho as soon as I get my hands on those dreams that are down the beach right now. So awesome. They'll be coming out.
Todd, Andy, I just got to say, I think this is either 3 or 4 weeks in a row that my mother-in-law has jumped on.
She's like our number one fan.
This is pretty impressive. So, Miss Marsha, thank you again.
It is awesome.
That's awesome.
Cheers to Miss Marsha.
It'll be fun. Yeah, big cheer.
I just sent her an awesome mug she got today for Mother's Day. It's pretty awesome.
Was it a 21090
No,
mug?
they were all sold out. They've been sold out everywhere for years.
Back order.
So 1070, what's going on, man?
Oh, there he is.
Always a pleasure.
I'm sure he'll be on later on.
Dicky Dad,
man, Dick, what's up, buddy?
He's always fun to have. We're gonna get him on live one of these days.
I know, Dickie. Come on, man. He was with us like the entire 3.5 hours last week, which was awesome. I'd love to have him come on though. Later on when we get to everybody's top 10 list, or 2 minutes with 210, as you call it, Andy.
I like it. 2 minutes with 210. We'll see.
It doesn't. It turns into like 5-10 minutes with 210.
Very catchy.
It depends on if it's your first time.
Yeah.
We give you a little leeway. So, but all right. So let's set tonight up, shall we?
Sure.
All right. So we've done 3 weeks in a row. You guys who have been here, you know that we did the 80s, we did the 90s. Today we're going to go 2 decades. We're going 2000s and 2010. So anything from the year 2000 all the way till yesterday, if a movie came out and it cracks your top 10.
All right.
So lots to choose from. Now, I don't know about you two, but I found out that even though I had choose from, the second part of the decade, I really did not have a ton of movies that I gravitated more towards. I think the earlier part of 2000s. So, but it'll be cool to see.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, we were originally going to do what 10 to 19 and then 20. Or no, 0 to 10 and then 11 to, or what have you. 10.
I'm kind of glad we didn't.
We would have been able to do it, but I think we were.
Well, we've had 3 weeks of doing this. Now next week we can do
something new, something new,
different, something like Zima, something different. We'll do next week. So that'll be fun. The fishing trucker, what's up?
Cheers, buddy. What's going on? Hopefully he's out there fishing. I know they're starting to catch him out in the Chesapeake Bay. I've got some reports of some rockfish being caught. So and then our John Hill, our hookup with Andy. Do you see what he just put there? Highlight that comment.
I'm excited about that.
Oh yeah, we can't get Bottle Logic out here, and the only Bottle Logic we had was Fundamental Observation that he sent out to us that blew our minds. One of the best beers I've ever had. So
actually, without a doubt, that was one of the best beers I've ever had. So, and quite frankly, we loved that 2018 BCS Vanilla.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought the Bottle Logic was better.
I don't know. I'd have to do them fresh. See, that's the thing. Well, it's tough. We didn't get that Bottle Logic fresh.
Close. I just thought. I know it still is better. Well, but fresh is always better with barrel age. You know that. Sometimes
that's true.
Age is what kind of.
I like that vanilla though. Anyway, they both were amazing. Just amazing.
So another good segue, Todd, because we're talking about barrel aged beers. So at the end of or the conclusion of tonight, when we wrap up our movies. Because we are a beer and whiskey and channel, and we like to review our good spirits. Friend of ours, Roat Scott, he's on every week. He is a whiskey guru.
Put it mildly.
He knows his stuff. Taryn, thank you by the way so much. We appreciate it.
Taryn. Cheers to you, buddy.
So he actually hooked us up. I mean, I'm just going to give a little bit away here, but
this is awesome.
So we're going to be doing a blind bourbon taste test tonight. Each of us got one of these boxes. Now, how legit is it? Let's just look at this. He made these, by the way. Okay, Scott made these. I asked him. I said, Scott, can you tell me where you got these? Because I want one. He's like,
I made them.
I'm like,
I will.
Well,
he's like the bourbon MacGyver. I'm like, wow. I mean, this is amazing. This is so cool. So he hooked us up. He has exactly what we're drinking, but we don't know what we're going to be sampling tonight.
No idea.
So we're going to go blind. Tonight's category, we're going to do this 2 weeks in a row. Tonight's category is going to be barrel proof. So Todd, put a little hair on your chest, buddy.
Oh, it's all barrel proof. Oh, that's okay.
All barrel proof tonight.
That's legit.
And then next week or the week after, we've got flights to do all rock.
Andy, explain what barrel proof means to the layman out there.
Basically, this is it comes out of the barrel as is. You're getting all the flavors. It's not watered down at all. This hasn't been cut. This is straight from the barrel.
Straight from the barrel, as it says.
So you're gonna like this. This is gonna be good.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. He might be throwing us some curveballs in there. I got to make sure my palate's on. He might be giving us some, wild turkey that I, say I love.
Hey, and it's a wild turkey rare breed.
That's true. That's true.
Fantastic. Then I will be a happy man with that too. That might be in there.
I don't know.
Don't drink any of your sours before you have this.
Now this is it. I'm going to sip on this Pilsner. That's it. My palate's going to be clean.
All right. So Todd, speaking of sours,
yes.
Before we jump into the movies,
yes,
you got a release today. An alert. You told us Tony and I weren't exactly. Oh, you seemed excited. You want to talk about the new beer coming out?
Yeah. So I don't think have we reviewed it, Dead Rise?
We have meant to for years.
We just haven't got to
alongside with doing
with crabs and stuff.
Crabs. So
maybe this year will be a year.
We'll figure it out.
So Flying Dog Brewery, the biggest brewery in Maryland, production-wise, they're putting out their annual Dead Rise. And for the last 4 years, it's been just a summer ale with the Old Bay, which is very refreshing. And you can really taste it. If you don't know what Old Bay is, if you live in Maryland, that's what we throw on crabs, any type of seafood, but mainly crabs.
We put it on anything.
Put it on potato chips, put on potatoes, whatever. You put on fruit, not fruit. Well, I guess you could, but put it on like vegetables, broccoli, whatever. Anyway, they're now doing it. Evidently, I read this, Andy. The first year they did this, it was a goza, a sour beer. I didn't know that. The first year they did this, it was a goza. They turned it over to I guess somewhere to make it just easy to drink for everybody, but they're going back to the original. It's a sour ale, a goza, a German style sour ale, and it's got the Old Bay in it. And I love sours and I love Old Bay. I'm not sure how they go together, but I'm certainly going to try it.
Well, I can't say I'm as excited as you are, but I think it'll be fun to.
It's gonna be fun. It might surprise you. I mean, obviously, it has to. It can't be bad, right? It's Flying Dog, right? No. I'm hoping it can't be bad, but we'll see. So we have to do a video of that. That's got to be done this year, Andy.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We procrastinated. Even if we don't have the crabs, we've got to get the beer. The crabs, really, we should do it. But anyway, all right. So tonight.
All right. So first and foremost, Todd, you reminded me, if you are enjoying this, hit that like button.
Hit the thumbs up. We get like 20 thumbs up, and we have 160 people watching, and we don't get any thumbs up.
I was going to remind you every Todd. See, he's getting angry already. You don't want angry Todd. You want happy Todd.
Tell us you like it, or thumbs down if you don't like it. I don't care.
He hasn't even had bourbon yet. This is dangerous. So
Todd needs encouragement. Make him feel better.
Encouragement.
Yes, encourage. Oh, there's one that I didn't put on my list that could have been on my list.
No, I didn't either.
Couples Retreat. That could make. I love Couples Retreat.
That was a good movie.
It was.
All right,
the circle of life is circling me.
Shall we start there? I tell you what, Tone, can I ask you a favor? While we're going, I'm going to ask you anyway. While we're going through this, can you just kind of be in charge of spotlighting some of the highlights that come through?
I'm great at spotlighting.
Yeah, that's it's fantastic.
John Hill just sent me a text real quick and a picture of the Biologic, Andy. I'm watering now. So we'll have this. I think we should probably save this. We might be able to shoot it now, but save it for our Bourbon Barrel Age month in November because this is such a nice beer. Anyway, sorry. Didn't mean to get in there.
No. I think it's gonna be fun. Every November is fun because we dive into barrel aged beers it seems like winter. That's what we drink. So,
and then before we start, let us know what you're drinking in the chat. It can be Coke for crying out loud. I don't care. I'm drinking the Paw Power Pilsner from Heavy Seas. Andy and Tony have Sobo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sobo, yep.
Which is an amazing New England style IPA from Monument Brewing. But tell us what you're drinking in the chat. We'd love to hear what that is, and let's go.
All right, let's do this. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So this is our top
10
comedies from 2000 and on.
That was a great intro, guys. You nailed it.
Hey,
the people are so excited. No one said anything for the past.
Get on the dang list.
All right,
let's get on the list.
Let's get rolling here. All right. Okay, let's share.
Andy, tell me you don't have any video on this. I hope.
I don't.
Good. We've learned our lesson.
I don't feel like getting hit with any copyright.
Oh my God! Or shut down. We've learned. See, we've grown, Andy. That's the good thing.
This is episode 8.
That first night. This is episode 8.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, Scott's drinking Be More Hazy. Now they're starting to come through again, which is
there.
Good.
It is, Scott. Oh,
I love that one.
Hey, my mom. She's down the beach. She's in the beach in Ocean City drinking all the beer that was left. You better not be, Mom. That's my dreams right there. Oh, man, that would be bad.
That's awesome.
That's funny, Mom.
You take what you want. You drink that. That's
I'm a big Burley Oak. Their dreams are amazing, and I scored their May Camberley. So next week or this weekend, my dad's bringing it back, and I'll be in my glory, Andy.
Yeah, he's a bit of a junkie.
And look what Robot Scott is drinking after last week.
I've gotten it's funny after we had that on, I'd never had that beer. And not only did I start seeing it on social media more, like people saying, oh, Be More Hazy, it's great. Because I had never had it before. And it is fantastic. And I've seen it, but I've always looked past it.
That's awesome.
Our friend Danny, who hopefully will be on, he's like, I got some Be More Hazy. It's so good. Like people, I think, saw our locally and went out and got it because it is that good. So
it's fantastic.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no two ways about it.
I think it's underrated.
In fact, it's funny. Well, I think it's lost in a crowded sea of hazies. I mean, I think that's kind of what it is,
Yeah.
But for me, this is funny. My wife and actually Tony's wife. So we got together this weekend. Social distance, applied. but they were going through the Be More Hazies, and they're not beer drinkers.
Really?
They absolutely love Be More Hazy.
There it is, right
so
there.
It's really fun. Mm-hmm.
All right, that's cool. I can't wait.
So yeah, they loved it. So there's a testament. Two non-beer drinkers who absolutely love it. So you made a good one there, Steve. So, and if you missed last week's episode with Steve, go back and rewatch it if you want. It was really he's a
great dude.
We're gonna visit him soon.
Fun guy.
But all right, Todd, drum roll, please. You ready, buddy?
Yeah, I got Arizona Time of Tourist.
All right,
Arizona saying hello.
So, number 10 of the top 10.
Stacy Morgan.
Okay. Just Friends.
Oh, that is a good movie.
I
forgot about that one.
This is a great one.
This is good. Does anybody in the chat know of this movie? Because it's not that well known as some of the others we're going to talk about. I mean, but
they did have this list of like the top, I don't know, 500, and this thing was somewhere in the threes. I mean, it was so far down. Really? I was just kind of looking at all the comedies released, and I was like, but I've seen this thing a billion times.
The premise
Brian
of the story.
I think he's funny, but well, yeah. So he was this chubby kid, well, beyond that, in high school, who befriended his best friend was Amy Smart,
right.
And anyway, he loses his weight. He becomes the new Chris. What is it, Brenner? What is it? Not Brenner. I can't remember. It's Chris somebody.
Anyway,
and he tries to be cool and win her back over, and it's like a comedy of errors, but it's absolutely hysterical.
It is good.
If you have not seen this, it's an underrated movie from.
Let us know. Never heard of it.
It's super funny.
Yeah, 2005.
It's really good.
Amy Smart. Really good. Really good.
I'm glad this is in here because most of the movies up here, I'm pretty sure you guys are going to have heard of before. So right. There you go. 1070. This is you're a little young. You should like this. You'll go back and watch that.
Yeah,
one. You'll like it. Totally. All right, Todd, you're up.
Yeah, my number 10. So
yes,
this is my number 9. Your number 10.
I love this movie. I don't know if it's because of Jack Black or what's the other guy's name? I don't know his name. Not
Cowboy Wayne.
Yeah, well, I forget his name
because he's hilarious in a lot of other movies. But I love Jack. You'll see him.
Steve Zahn. It says it right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. Right. It's just there's a ton of quotes that I would butcher, but Tony, you can do them if you want. I mean, the whole premise is Jason. What's the guy's name?
Darren Silverman. Darren Silverman, right?
Yeah. Meets this, Judith.
Before Judith, our fun level was an all-time high.
Exactly. I mean, tell me the chat you've seen Saving Summer. Please, somebody say you liked it. I mean, it's a stupid comedy. I get you, but I mean, anything with Jack Black in it to me is awesome. So,
they were all good in this. I mean, from Amanda Peet to Jason. I mean, Neil Diamond's in it.
That's right.
I mean, he's come to America. I mean, this was just a great movie. So you go back. There's about 10,000 quotes you can pull out of this movie. But I absolutely love it. This is a good pick. So,
well, Jen Rat, she's getting ready for bed, but she's going to pop in and say hello. So, thank you for doing that, Jen Rat. I appreciate it. Anyway, the premise of the story is Jason Biggs get engaged to Amanda Peet, who basically controls him and takes him away from his two best friends, who are in a cover band of Neil Diamond. And the whole premise is Jack Black and what's his name, Steve Zahn, basically try to get him engaged to Amanda Peet and kidnap her. To basically rip them apart.
It's so ridiculous, but it's just hysterical. So
it is.
So 1070, go check that one out too if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, he probably has.
Drop a few of these on you.
Let us know what you think. Have you seen it? I mean, come on.
But good stuff.
It's not. Anyway, go ahead, Andy.
Let's see what do we have next.
You?
Okay, Todd, it's you.
Hey, he's backing it right up. I mean, I just talked about him. I mean, again, here's something, Andy, though. Every time I watch this movie, every time I say to my wife, I say, that's how Andy teaches class. That's how I envisioned when you were in academia and you did teach for a while. That's how I envisioned your classes going. Not that you were, I'm sure, I know you weren't like that, but you embodied, I think, everything that Jack Black is about with rock and roll. Like, it's just the best thing ever. And maybe not that extreme, but you know what I mean? Like, I envisioned, because you were a teacher.
I did bring my guitar in and play for my kids every now and then. And they may have learned some Def Leppard back in their day, which is pretty funny.
It's just the best. Jack Black is just genius. And this is, I think, one of my favorite movies that he's been in. He's been in a lot. But I love this movie. I love the story behind it. and it reminds me of Andy when he was teaching it, so that's why I love it so much. I'm surprised it didn't make your list, Andy. I guess you didn't like it as much.
I loved it. This was a hard one because there were so many different. It was so hard to narrow this down to 10. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. And the problem is, there's a couple standouts you almost knew had to make everyone's list. So it's almost like narrowing it down to 5.
Right, that's true.
We'll kind of figure that out next. But this is a great movie. I mean,
1070 said seen it great. I don't know if he's talking about Sarah and Saving Silverman or School of Rock, but he's seen one of the two.
Both of them could be good.
Yes. And Rat is drinking a Wild Little Sour thing from Sierra Nevada. That sounds good. I gotta try that.
So good.
Jen Rat loves black. And guess what, Andy? Yeah, I know you can't see this, but OGN Arts, who always comes in at the end of our streams.
Yeah, what's up? He's
here early. Welcome, buddy.
Good.
You made the list. It's really early for him. Anyway, go ahead, Andy. That's the chat.
All right, let's see what's next. I forget what we have up here. Okay, number 7 is Anchorman, Legend of Ron Burgundy. Todd, this one I couldn't believe didn't make yours.
Didn't make my list.
That could have even been higher.
I was blown away that this didn't. Yeah, and Tony, I'm with you. This could have gotten higher too, but there was just so many good ones. There's only a handful of movies. I mean, and comedies are comedies, but for us, it was almost like if you can quote it, it's a good movie. There's like 10,000. But I'm not a big like bust out belly laughing in a movie theater kind of guy.
It's true.
This movie changed that for me. When Jack Black punted Baxter over the bridge, every part of me
Jack Black, he's in this movie too. There you go.
Jack Black's kind of making his rounds. But this was just so funny. Will Ferrell was great, and this Champ was great.
Every single one.
Every one of them was fantastic. And Christina Applegate, this kind of was her resurgence into, kind of getting into the movie scenes again and being like moving back up in a A-lister. So
I got to stop you 1 second. Robot Scott, first of all, said, "How was this 7?" I think he implies it should be much higher.
I agree.
I know.
But Andy, Jen Rat, who I think is from across the pond because she's getting ready for bed. Andy, I was rocking to some Def Leppard today, rock horns and a smiley face. So she wants to say shout out to Def Leppard.
You are awesome. Right back at you.
They just become best friends, I think.
We just bonded, Jen. So that's awesome.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
If I'm not mistaken, Jen, but if I'm not mistaken, it's a sidebar. Jen, you did find us from our Def Leppard video, if I'm not mistaken. You can comment and let me know, but I think she saw our Hysteria review, and that's one of the first times that she commented. I had some comments with her. So, yeah, she's a Lep fan. That's awesome.
Oh, Andy, we're getting some comments on Anchorman. I think you could.
See, now the quotes are starting to come in even. Come on.
This didn't even crack your top 10. I was surprised. So
there are several that could have made. I think. Well, we'll go over it. There are several that I could have had another top 10. It's hard, man. There were so many movies. Anyway, I love
Jen just said she did, and she's from Georgia, so she's not too far. So
Georgia. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's awesome.
All right.
But yeah, so we share that love of Def Leppard. You have good taste.
OGN Arts. I think this was Farrell's peak. Well, that's.
I have a feeling he's going to make the list once or twice.
He might make the list a couple
of times. Once or twice more. I think like we started talking about all these generational actors.
He's all over this.
Bill Murray and Chevy Chase and Farley and these guys. And Will Ferrell was 2000s. I think he was kind of he and Steve Carell and the crew. They were.
I mean, the quotes are coming in, Andy. I love Lamp. This one really escalated quickly.
I love that.
That really. It's
Spanish language news. I mean, even I forgot Ben Stiller.
What do you want me to do? Cut it off?
Vince Vaughn. Even the guy who can't speak said something.
I mean, there's a lot of things we can't talk about on this. I mean, but there's so many instances that are funny in this video this movie.
It's funny. Brian, I'm not gonna lie to you. That smells like pure gasoline.
Brian Pantana.
They've done studies, 60% of the time it works every time. That's the best.
I have that shirt.
Great.
God, that's
great.
Actually, I also have a shirt that says "This squirrel can water ski." I should have worn those today.
Yeah. So, truth be told, maybe this was low. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe
I think it was.
Well, from the sheer comments that we're getting, we definitely. I wasn't on my list, and it was too low. Yeah, I messed up on this one.
Todd, by the way, this is.
I would have tried it. Yeah, this is the good stuff.
This beer, this brewery, and is it new? Checker Spot.
Relatively, yeah.
Checker.
They've got some good IPAs.
They're only about I think 2 years old, and they opened up over by Raven Stadium off Austin Street. So they're pretty new to the scene.
Did you?
I put something on Tapped, and they're really good.
I'm trapped in a glass box of emotion. See, look at this.
Batman punching Baxter.
We should just stay with this. Quotes from Anchorman. Top 10 quotes from Anchorman.
Keep them coming. This is what makes this fun. So when we go to the next movie, it won't be Anchorman, but I have a feeling there's plenty more quotable movies coming up.
I hope so.
So that's awesome. So all right, well I don't even know what's next, but that was
a
success. Way to go there, Ron.
That was good.
You stay classy, Sandy.
That's right. Whalen. This is on all the time now, though. By the way, it's on like Freeform or like E or whatever. It's on all the time, and I will watch it from even if it's on. It's not as good when it's not on, like where they can cuss. But even when they can't cuss, it's still amazing. There's so many good actors, and I mean, like look at the lineup there: Bill Hader, Jonah Hill, Seth Rogen. I don't know all the guys' names, but McLovin is. I heard they added some hops to it. It's the best. It's so good. Oh my god!
The girl that's starring that, this was her first movie.
Oh yeah, she's a star now. What's her name? Oh god,
I don't know, but she turned into a big star after this movie.
Yeah. That's right.
I mean, does anybody else? I mean, we love it, but in the chat, Superbad. Tell me you like this movie. Maybe not. I hope not. But I love Superbad. I will watch it anytime it comes on.
McLovin, you have one name?
Yeah.
You seal? What does he say? Something like, it's so funny. He's like, you look like a pedophile. What is this? Oh god, you picked 21. You couldn't pick 21.
Yeah. Well, so 1070. He's right. Emma Stone. That's the
That's it. There you go. Yes.
And this kind of launched her too. She started doing a whole lot.
She never watched this. Oh gosh, Ocean Arts. You got to watch Superbad if you like dumb comedies. This is like
it's worth it.
You Anchorman, you'll enjoy Superbad. It is funny.
There we go. We got some people. Eclipse. A good. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Andy. I'm sorry.
No problem.
No. Keep going.
No, he said he loves it. So one of his great cast and Eclipse. By the way, when are you brewing next, man? And when I got to send you out some of this coconut brown ale that's almost ready to go. So anyway, side note.
Kobe ale. I like it.
Yeah.
No, Superbad's fantastic. That's a good choice. That also almost cracked my top 10.
I'm surprised that one didn't either. Okay, so you said we had some. So I don't know your list. You know mine because I send it to you like this.
Yes.
We had a few that were over.
And it's a good list, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Maybe rethink some of mine, but yeah, Ocean Arts. Yeah, he says I love this kind of movie. I don't know how it got past, but do yourself a favor, rent this. We'll do the version that's.
It's got to be. It'll be just wait. It'll be
TV because it's worth every. It's funny. I mean, it's dumb like a lot of these, but it's funny dumb. Like I just it's good humor. So
would you? Who do you think the best character in this movie is? That's the question. It's definitely McLovin or.
No, I don't. Well, actually, in this movie, probably yes, but
the two cops.
Yeah, but the two cops, Seth Rogen and that other guy, I forget his name.
Jonah Hill's funny in this too. Though.
Jonah Hill's funny.
They were all good in this. I mean, this was a great movie. Jonah Hill was crude, but he was funny in this because he's your typical uncool guy trying to be cool, and his level of self confidence is. Far exceeds what it should, which added to making it funny too. I just thought they did a good. And these movies are different, I think, than back in the day when we were talking about 70s and 80s and even 90s. Some of those comedies, I feel like these guys are all ad libbing. Like everything they do, it's just like here's a premise for the movie. I don't really care what you say, just make it funny. And they say, all right, this scene, you're underage drinking in the liquor store. Go at it.
Go at it.
I heard they recently added more hops to it. Like just goes in, just does stuff. It was fun.
So good. Yeah, Eclipse is sending us beer, and I think we'll have to review that on next week's live stream. Maybe.
Yeah, we can do that.
That sounds fantastic. Awesome. He makes evidently some great.
It was Bill Hader. That's it. Thank you, Bill Hader. Yeah.
Yep, Bill Hader. So
I mean, the whole thing is just great. Oh gosh. When he's in bed with that one girl, and I don't want to, but it's hilarious, absolutely hilarious. At the very end, where it gets busted by the cops, but the lead up to that is so fun.
It was definitely good. Real quick to answer your question, Jen said, Andy, look in the background. How many axes do you have? I think I have. Let me see.
All right, good.
Four electric, and I have 3 acoustics. One's a 12-string.
Yeah, Andy, when are you going to play for the crowd?
We'll see after a blind whiskey taste. Maybe I will taste test. But Jen, this one is an actual Def Leppard guitar. If you see the top of it, it's actually the Lep logo is at the top.
Oh god!
I found that guy sitting in a Guitar Center one day. And I was like, that cannot be just actually sitting there.
Yeah.
And there was a chip at the bottom, so I knew that it had to be in return because it was underpriced, and I said, I really don't care how much that is. I'm taking it home with me. So just go ahead and pack it up. I'm leaving.
I'm taking it.
So that's promptly on my wall. I have actually yet to play that one yet, but the other ones, I've got, and I got my Hellraiser behind me, my Schecter Hellraiser, which is cool. So there's some of my axes for you.
She sees that with lovey eyes, Andy. She loves your guitars.
I'm kind of a big deal. He also has many leather-bound books, and his office smells of rich mahogany.
And now
we're back to Anchorman. Back to Anchorman.
All right, let's see what's next.
What do we got next, Andy? I've lost completely where we're at in this. Oh, yeah.
Virgin.
Didn't make my list either. But
I could not believe this didn't make your list, Todd. This was
it's up there. I don't know.
I'm actually surprised at how this one is.
It's great. I love the movie.
Again, I think looking back at some of the quotes that came out of this, honestly, I don't know how this wasn't higher for me either. I mean, this movie was this by far is my all-time favorite Steve Carell movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well,
by far.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I guess so. That's probably true. Yeah.
Actually, Seth Rogen made this list quite a bit.
He did. You know what? You're right.
Yeah.
He did. What's his face was very underrated in this too. What's his name? Who plays Brian Fantana?
Put my bike in your
Oh yeah.
Hey!
Oh yeah, Paul Rudd. Paul Rudd.
Oh, Paul Rudd. Yeah,
Paul Rudd's fantastic.
Because they did the quote unquote sequel to this one, right? With oh no, that was Knocked Up. Never mind.
No, not yeah. No,
yeah,
good too. That's another one that Knocked Up. This is 40. I didn't make the list, but
all those people. Yeah.
Oh,
John.
Your friend is shiny.
There's John. I've been wondering where he's been at all night because this is, I think, right up his alley. I can't wait to hear his list.
And if you want quotes, John can do them. He knows.
Yes. If you don't want quotes, I'm the man for you.
So, yeah, Todd will mess them up. John will get them right.
I hope you got a big trunk because I'm putting my bike in it. Hey.
This is such a good movie.
Jonah Hill's in this movie too.
Yeah,
he's the guy in the eBay store with the boots.
I just want to make these boots home and wear them. You're making it very difficult for me.
I want you to sell them. I just want to take these boots home and wear them.
Dude, you look like a man. Oh, that's the scene, the Man o' Lantern scene, where that's a classic scene too, where he gets manscaped on his chest.
Oh, my hand, man! This movie is absolutely. And you know what? I don't know what her name is. The older lady with the short hair.
The boss in the
oh my gosh! When she sings in the Guatemalan love song.
Yamo be there.
Hey, Virgin, check out your friends. Such a good movie.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So, all right, this is fun, and we're only at 6. I'm not gonna. This is good. So, all right, let's see what's next. Oh, Todd, I'll let you take this one away. This is one of the few that cracked after 2010.
So yeah, this would have totally been one of my best of that. I love this. First of all, I love Jason Sudeikis. I don't know what's the guy in the middle. I don't know his name. It's probably I can't see it. It's Charlie Day.
Charlie Day. I don't. Yeah, he's funny
too. So the three of them. Now the second one. Did you see the second one? That was pretty good too. Actually,
yeah, it was funny.
Funny sequel too. Oh, it's really good. This is certainly better, but hopefully other people have seen it. I absolutely love this movie. It's a great concept of your life just sucks because your boss sucks, right? And so, they come up with this plan to, have each other kill their bosses to get rid of them, and they go to what's his name? The motherfucker Jones. What is his name in real life?
Jamie Foxx.
Jamie Foxx. That's a great sequence there. I think Jason Sudeikis and Charlie Day make this movie. They're both great, and I don't know. I love this movie. The whole premise of it, and it's funny as all get out. So
you almost can't quote anything because it's nothing but swear words.
It is
so bloody funny. The quotes on this were just great.
I don't think Jason Bateman gets enough credit for how funny his comedy is so
dry.
Is great. He's really good.
If you watch Ozark, so you guys,
he's so awesome in Ozarks.
He is so amazing in Ozark. I mean, if you don't watch it on Netflix, go binge watch it right now because you're going to take the next 2 weeks of your life and that's all you're going to watch, and you'll get through it. But it's amazing. So, that's a total Dugdale there. But anyway, great movie. I love it. I like the second one too. So,
and not to go back, but John said Jane Lynch was the old lady from.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah,
Day Football
in the movie. Day Football. So, all right, let's see. Number 5 for you, Todd. This is
God, I forgot about this movie.
How did you forget about this movie?
I don't know.
Oh my God! No, that's Jason Sudeikis.
I got a hall pass.
Fake Chow. I mean, that's like the best scene ever. When
oh, yeah, this is 2011. See, what
this is 2011. These are the only two I think that cracked past 2011. I gotta tell you, when Owen Wilson gets the hall pass, and
no,
Jason Sudeikis doesn't get it. He didn't get it.
How he gets it?
He was the second one to get it, and he was in his car. And taking care of business, and that cop, that cop,
and she looks
cop comes to the window and starts laughing. And then the next thing he runs in, he's like, I got a hall pass.
One thing, Dickie's dad brings up something horrible bosses, which is a great scene, the cocaine scene where they're breaking in the house and like they spill the cocaine on the place.
Charlie Day when he was
Jason Bateman. They're like, I feel really good. I've never done this before. Look, like I'm great at sifting cocaine. Look at me. And like they're like the funniest thing. Anyway, go ahead.
That was a fantastic movie.
And Todd, thanks for giving me something to explain the kids about after this.
Oh, they're watching? All right. I'll be quiet. Sorry.
I'm kidding.
Really quick.
Yeah.
That's right. Anyway, hall pass. Yes,
hall pass, fantastic.
Good. So good.
The whole group that they go out that watches them, like when they're on the golf course and they eat the brownie, the marijuana brownie, and they eat way too much of it.
Yes.
And one guy like hits the leg. He's like, no, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about him. And he's taking a crap in the sand bunker, And then like the old ladies hit up on him, and Jason Sudeikis is like, "What's with this crap?" Because they're not doing anything. And then so they run away from the marshal in the golf cart, and next thing you see them in town on the golf cart, like they're like driving through town on the golf cart.
I mean, honestly, that scene, the beginning when they were going through the house, was still the best scene of I think the whole movie because they got lost and they were talking where the video camera was on them.
Oh yeah, that's good too.
Yes. It was Alyssa Milano and Christina the wives and how mortified they were.
John, you're so right, by the way.
Oh, that's that's true. Yes. Okay, we're getting some thumbs up with Hall Pass. So
Tony, start spotlighting so I can read them up on the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Take that back off the screen. I just
everybody.
Yeah, that's why I just verbally said it, Andy.
That's fine by me. All right. No, that's a great choice, Todd. All right, let's see what we got next. All right, so this is my number 8. This is your number 4, Todd.
8 for you, Andy. I can't.
How is this number 8?
I know. There's so many good ones. I mean, but it's definitely up there. Walking off, Wincy. I mean, this is a classic.
I gotta go home and poo. Why can't you go there? I'm pretty sure I'm going to need a bath after. That was Hall Pass, where they were in the I think Denny's, not Denny's, Applebee's or whatever. Anyway, go ahead.
You're not going to go anywhere but
here in Applebee's. That's a good point. Anyway, old school.
Honestly, if our friend, I don't want to embarrass him, but if Danny comes on tonight, no one has ever reminded me of Will Ferrell more than, and he comes on every week, and he's our own personal Will Ferrell because he's so funny and just the weird things he gets himself into. It reminds me of Will Ferrell. So Dan, if you're on, you gotta.
Oh my gosh! I mean, where do you start with this movie?
So I'll tell you where you start. You start at the Wedding Singer when no one is expecting it, and they're playing Soul Eclipse of the Heart. And when I talked about laughing out loud at Ron Burgundy, this is the first time I remember busting out laughing because they're just sitting there slow dancing, turning around every now and then he just
drops the F-bomb.
Tonight, bam, just goes right into it.
And then you see him again in another movie that we'll be talking about because he's on my list. That band is in another movie.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway,
and I'm going to agree with John. I just saw one
John, you're right.
This probably was the most I've laughed out loud at a movie.
I mean, what's the best?
It was just so it was so different.
That's so true, John.
When they all had the cinder blocks tied on to
I don't know who grew up after the 6 margaritas. That's what I want to know. Somebody had to.
And then who was that?
Somebody had to.
But when they all had the cinder blocks tied to their
Oh
boys,
God!
and
Sorry.
Wincy goes.
What's supposed to happen?
Walk it off, Wincy.
Wasn't supposed to be like that, Wincy. Oh my goodness! That movie.
What's
was
the
Don't
best?
forget
What do you
Blue.
think? I mean, is there? Can you think? Well, I mean, there's so many, but what would you say is the funniest spot in this movie? I mean, is it him streaking and getting pulled over by Marissa and saying "Cold night out, huh?" You know, he gets in naked.
Is KFC still open?
Is he still open?
I that's got to be up there. I do think The Wedding Singer was just because it was totally unexpected.
Yeah.
I mean,
God, I don't know. And truth be told, I mean, what's his name from the Entourage? He was fantastic as the Dean.
Yeah.
oh
Dean Pritchard.
yeah, Jeremy
Yeah,
Piven.
didn't we
Yeah.
used to we like you in the dumpster once? Cheese.
You got out, man. Good for you. Jeez. Earmuffs, yeah, earmuffs. I think his dad says earmuffs. Oh, here they come. You're my boy, Blue. Here we go. Oh, the wrestling scene where Blue keels over. That's, I mean, gosh, there's so many. Just so many.
Well, what was good is oftentimes movies like have like the first half is just really funny and then it tails off, or the second half is great, but the first part is a little start to finish. This movie was funny, like it all the way through. Even when they're doing the competition, he blacks out. He wins the debate, and I mean everything. He catches and fires a mascot. This was Will Ferrell at his dumbest too, which was the best. He was brilliant in this movie.
Luke Wilson was awesome in this too, and he was in the office and he told his boss he was awesome. Oh yeah, I forgot
boss's wife. That did not happen.
I forgot about the what's his face that got the dart that had the track. What's his name?
Gosh.
No, what is his name?
Stifler.
Yeah.
Although that's not his name, but yeah.
No.
Yeah, I love you, man, but you're
You're crazy.
Bring your green hat, Snoop, Noop, Noop. Bring your green hat.
Even what's his face? ESPN was in this movie. What was who was the guy from ESPN who was in this movie? He was
Craig Kilborn.
Craig Kilborn.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, this was.
Yeah.
Is his name like Shawn Michael Scott or something like that? Isn't that his name?
Chaz Michael Michaels? I don't know.
Vince Vaughn though is another one. I mean, think about. I mean,
great.
His humor as well. You'll see him. Because I know he's in my list, but again, fantastic comedian actor. I mean, just awesome. Actually, a great actor. He's a great actor.
Again, Andy, number 8. That's pretty high. So I got that's impressive.
That's the only complaint there, Andy.
Look, all right, I know, but it's on there and fantastic. So, all right, so that's your number 4. So I'm almost forgetting like what all these other ones are. All right, let's see.
I'm totally lost.
All right, Todd, number 3 for you. This is a good one. There's Vince Vaughn.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, is anybody that does not? How can you not like this movie? Right? I mean, there's no way. There's absolutely no way you cannot like this movie.
Crab cakes and football. That's what Maryland does.
Yeah, I mean, Will Ferrell and Bradley Cooper.
Yes, that's right.
And then who's more Cowbell was in it too. He was hysterical.
Oh, that's right. Because Mom, the meatloaf.
I was totally blanking on what do you mean Will Ferrell's in this? You're right. He was the funeral crasher.
Yeah.
What was his name? Chaz. His name's Chaz.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Chaz.
That's great. Oh my gosh. I mean, so many quotes in this.
You know what? John's making fun of me. I had to make room for my big fat Greek wedding. I forgot about that, but I love that movie. So I love that movie. I did. I love that movie.
Ocean Arch brings up the dinner table hand jammer scene. Almost killed me. That is
Andy Jammer.
That is a great scene.
Oh, holy shirts and pants.
It feels so good when she's getting around.
The painting was a gift, Todd. That's the best line. Let's play tummy sticks. No, tummy sticks. I don't want tummy sticks.
How much do you think that Vince Vaughn like ad libs? He cannot be on script, right? I mean, it's got to be. And
that's what I mean, Todd. I think so many of these were just ad libbed, and that's what made them so bloody funny. They didn't feel scripted at all. It's just like, here's a premise, go at it. You know.
Christopher Walken's in this as well.
He was hysterical.
Walken too. My gosh, I feel like I gotta go back and rewatch my list just to make sure that I've got them all right.
No doubt.
I mean, good choice, Todd. Good choice.
I mean, great. Andy, this wasn't in your at all. What on?
No, this did not.
Wedding Crashers did not make your list at all.
It was close. but it didn't make it.
I love this quote.
What's that?
Deutsch Time goes.
Very property.
Yeah.
Make me a bicycle. Good
When they're-
choice.
Rick,
Well
when they're
done.
thinking of Ricky O'Shea and it's my brother, it's like I love how the premise of the beginning where they show them going to all these previous like weddings before they go to the one that starts the movie off. That's the best thing too. Like just how they
Stage 5 player here.
Stage 5 player.
Rule number 132: never leave a fellow crusher behind. It's great. It's just so good. Man, I need to rewatch all these. That's it. Yes, I mean I think we all do. I mean, these are movies that anytime they're on.
Kemosabe's gonna he's gonna eat over here by himself. This one's great. I'm gonna go upstairs and ice my spit up blood. That's it.
I think we all watched this together too at John and Todd. We all watched this together.
Yeah,
it's a great movie.
Yeah.
You motorboating. Oh my goodness. Lots of people. All right, Todd. Good job.
Here we go.
All right, let's see. All right, we're moving up. All right, so this was my number 3. Todd, your number 9.
Yes. I mean,
all right.
I think we're gonna get flack. We're probably gonna get flack for this. I guarantee you.
We might get flack for it. Let me tell you something. Here's one thing that impressed me about this movie. There's not a single swear word in the whole movie. They didn't need to curse to be funny. They didn't need to do anything ridiculously outrageous to be funny. And yet I managed to watch this thing a million times and laugh every time. I mean, this was such a good movie.
I mean, Jen Rat likes it. She's got the thing. Jen Rat.
We have similar taste, but
I think so.
I'm telling you, this movie was fantastic.
Who's the best character?
Actually,
Uncle Rico.
Well, you know what? The flat round steaks. That was my favorite part when Pedro and Napoleon are on the bike, and he goes, "Watch this." He takes the steak in his hands. He throws so terrible. You can
the most non-athletic throw,
right? And he hits Napoleon square in the face with it.
Eat your food, Tina.
Because Kip was great.
Kip is the best. I think Kip when he puts on that time thing on his head, turn it off, Kip, Kip kills Kip they're looking at him like laughing at him a little bit, and the fact that they thought that they had to put the crystals in the thing, because that was going to do it. Like, I mean, come on, I mean, who thought of that?
32-piece set.
Where I mean, just an amazing.
Well, you're out there playing pickup sticks with your friend Pedro. I'm out here making $125.
This was like an independent film too. This was not a.
It cost nothing to make.
Right. I mean, it was a complete independent. It was the guy.
Don't be jealous because I'm at home.
A little teed off. Haven't a full body shot yet.
I'm eating a Scooby snack. Why am I typing? Oh God, Tot.
That is such a.
Give me some of your tots, Napoleon. No, he kicks them. It's so funny. Oh
it's
God.
Another one. Start to finish, that whole movie was funny. I mean, it didn't. And the opening scene, I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, he ties a rope around an action figure and sticks it out the window. I'm like, this is going to be dumb. Like, I can do dumb, but this is going to be really dumb. And then after that, it was almost like instantaneously I was hooked. I was like, this is the funniest thing I've seen in a long time.
The dance in front of it. I mean, that's just like class. I mean, how he did. I don't have that dance.
I know it didn't make your list, but the next movie he did was pretty funny with Will Ferrell.
It was.
Blaze of Glory.
Yes.
That was good too.
A very famous quote came out of that one, Tony.
Yes.
Look at that quote. Don't be jealous. I'm chatting with Williams all day. I'm training to be a cage fighter. Oh my God.
We want guys with great skills, bow hunting skills, nunchuck skills, computer hacking skills. Such a good movie.
Such a good movie.
I unabashedly stand by number 3 right on this. This is a fantastic.
That's really high, but Andy, I agree. It's a great movie.
It is as we get closer to number 1, I'm going to tick more people off, but that's okay. So this one though, I think Todd is pretty. This most people probably have this up there. Oh no, this is my number 2. I forgot we haven't gotten there yet to the number 1. Okay, so my number 2,
very close to my
Sarah Marshall.
Great.
Oh God!
If you haven't seen this movie, this is absolutely hysterical. I have watched this a billion times.
Hi, I'm Miranda. I like
Everybody. this is such a good movie. Mila Kunis is in it. Who's the guy that plays
Albus Snow. I don't know
Aldous
what his
Snow?
name
What's
is.
his name?
Oh,
He was
it's,
hysterical in this movie.
Great. Oh, why am I? What is it?
Yes. I'm Aldous Snow and very
Yeah.
famous.
And
Somebody's
Jonah
gonna-
Hill.
Jonah
Jonah Hill is hysterical.
Oh yeah, it's true.
You don't
Okay.
want to be that guy. Like,
yeah.
oh, I feel absolutely terrible. I didn't get that horrible British accent. Is that supposed to be me?
When he
Unfortunately,
spills the wine on, he's like, I actually think I improved it.
Take my eyes, but not the shirt.
this movie, and honestly, you gotta watch it. But if you've ever watched this with your significant other, the funniest scene in the movie really is
Russell Brand.
when
How do we,
Russell Brand. Well, speaking of the missus, the funniest thing is watching this for the first time with your missus, and he does I this for you. And if you remember the opening scene,
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, it's funny because it's just unexpected. And
Shake. It's like, I got.
it's just really this
What'd you put
movie, start to finish, was just
Oh,
absolutely.
because they're Costco brand, not right.
they're not Sean John.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go. It's Tony. Come on, take over.
This is a great
This
movie.
is awesome.
Todd,
It's
I
just-
thought you might have this in your top.
It was in my list at first at like 10, and then as I was going through, it got bumped off. But this is 11 or 12 for me. Yeah, you're right on. Anchorman and this one are the two that barely missed mine.
Yeah, I was surprised that those two didn't make it, but this movie is so close to my number one. But
Love it. Love it.
now, Todd, you and I, we were pretty close to just having this really far up. This was your number one. I think everyone expects this one. So it was my number 4. Your number 2.
Yes. I mean,
so
Yeah,
let's talk about this for a
of
second.
course.
yeah,
So some people, I mean, this is the first one is, of course, what we're talking about is a classic. I actually don't mind 2 and 3. People say, "Oh, they were awful."
I
I
didn't
didn't
like
think-
3 that much. To be
I
honest
thought
with
2
you,
was actually really, really good.
2 was good.
3 did jump the shark a little bit. I mean, basically, was all over the place, and they finished in Vegas. But I thought 2 was really good, actually, and I thought people didn't like it as much. I mean, obviously, it's not as good as the first one, but it was
that's just
terrible.
it, Todd. The first one was so good, and it was so unique. I think that comedies had almost gotten stereotypically. You go through a phase where everything feels the same again. So like Billy Madison was Happy Gilmore was, they all kind of Mr. Deeds, like they're all the same. Like you start to feel like there's this redundancy, and The Hangover completely flipped that. It was a breath of fresh air for comedy. It was so bloody funny.
There's a jungle cat. He ain't lying. There's a tiger. I mean,
I keep forgetting about the tiger.
Maybe
When
Carl-
Mike
maybe Carl-
Tyson punches him in the face during the Phil Collins song, it was just there's so many.
Pizza. Are you eating sofa pizza?
Do you want me to wait outside? I think that'd be a good idea, Alan.
Phil, can I bunk with you? You got a problem with that? Yeah, I got a problem with that. Is this actually where Caesar? Is this where Caesar lived?
Actually, the 2 cops
Keep your friend.
were hysterical.
Yeah.
When they
Woo!
used to, like, you guys want to have a little fun? All right, come over here, pretty boy. Not you, fat Jesus. And he
Right here. You bet.
oh, sometimes the big ones need the second shot, and the kids are all.
Oh, there's just, the story. I think Todd Phillips directed this. I think that, it just amazing. Just if
And-
somebody says in the chat they don't like this movie, I don't know what to say.
Todd,
how do
then they won't give you your thumbs up, and you're going to be upset. So
yeah,
don't
well,
get
how many thumbs up do we have? Probably not a lot, but hopefully we have some thumbs up.
Thumbs ups.
We need some. I think it's showing me 12 thumbs up. Come on, guys, we need more thumbs up than that.
I will say this: there has not been a movie yet that got
Yep.
the response that Anchorman got. I mean, people were
That's
all
true.
over.
That is true.
That's because Will Ferrell is the most quotable person there is.
You know what? Actually, for this movie though, the very end when they show the pictures, that may be one of the best parts of the movie. Like when they actually show it, if you watch it, like not on regular TV, but the actual movie. I mean, they're grotesque, but they are funny as all, and they give so much backstory to what happened.
Everyone's leaving out Mr. Chow. Don't forget.
that's true.
Oh, you want to on me? I can really He's so good.
John does a good Mr. Chow.
And not that it wasn't in this one, but in 2 when he found the shiitake mushroom. That was
That's funny too. That's right. That is hilarious. 2 was good too, man. There's a lot of stuff in 2. I mean, we're not. That's not.
that made him a lot of money. He did a stand-up show on Netflix.
Yeah.
And basically was like, that role made me so much money.
Madness with Mr. Chow. That's funny. Yeah.
He made they were all good in that movie. Actually, the one who really wasn't
in 2 though
was the guy they were trying to find. He was the only one who didn't really have anything
like the
funny.
Well, yeah, I mean, why he wasn't in most of the movie.
Right. Yeah,
those 3 made it. I mean, Bradley Cooper's a great. I mean, he's fantastic as well.
I'll be your Doug. I mean, they were all good.
Oh god. In the second one, when they go back to try to find out what they're doing in that strip club, and it's and she pulls off, and it's a he, and Alan's like, "I'm so confused. Is this a magic show?" It's like so funny. Number 2, I'm telling you, is quietly really good. Number 2.
I got a demon inside me. Actually, stop it, Alan. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Well, Ed Helms, that kind of broke him out too. He was on The Office.
Oh,
This
yeah.
got him out there.
Totally.
And he was perfect for this role.
Perfect. Paging doctor, say it, but
that's somebody's daughter up there.
And actually, Bradley Cooper wasn't. He wasn't much for the comedy in this part either. I mean, it was Alan and Ed Helms who kind of really Zach Galifianakis who carried.
No,
I think
he played that character like
he played it well.
It's so well.
The rest of the cast were the ones that carried this from a comedic standpoint, and they were really, really.
Is that a baby? No, it's a baby goat. When he's there in the back of the seat and like they're shooting at him, he's like, "Is that a kid crying? That's a baby goat. We're getting on a tractor ride." What was that? It backfired.
He's such a stereotypical whipped husband too, because it's so funny. She calls back and he goes, "You don't have to answer." And he goes, "Ha ha ha! Hello."
Yeah. Don't call it thank God for nothing. And so anyway, 1, 2 were good. 3, it wasn't as bad, but I know. I mean, the first
I didn't like 3, but I thought 1 and 2 were good. 2 was still a few notches below 1, which is why 3 didn't have much of a chance, if you ask me. But 1 was one of those forever changing the game again, like kind of for comedy. That was
correct.
Awesome.
Yep.
All right, let's see. So what do we have? Okay.
There it is. Yes.
This is 5 for you? I'm shocked.
My number 5, your number 1. I probably could have moved this up closer too.
I mean, this to me, I can't quote it because I'll screw up. But Tony, come on, this has to be high on your list too, right?
Oh my goodness, it would have been.
This would have been.
It would have been 2 or probably 3, 2 or 1. Yeah.
Begging for them to make a remake of this. I'm just begging for a remake. Like
they keep saying they're not going to do it.
Hi, it'd be perfect.
Because I don't know. You can't. What are you going to do? It's like when they made another Friday. You can't make it.
Something. I mean, who cares?
Those two together are. It doesn't matter what they do. They're hysterical.
Exactly. I mean,
but
just
the magic from this one was just so good. The guy who played his brother.
Doucher.
My name is Darren, and hi.
It's the Catalina winemaker.
Are you saying pow? Pow pow.
The interview scene when they're both in matching tuxedos. I think I can figure out this Pan thing.
It's great. You guys are saying this to me. You came to a movie that required. A job interview that
who also
required you to clean toilets in a tuxedo. God, this is such a good movie.
Your father heard about the fart. Could you not hold it?
Seth Rogen's also in this. I mean, a small play, but he's in it.
Yeah.
That's onions and ketchup. I can taste that.
And actually, his dad, when he's dreaming about being a velociraptor.
Yeah.
I will kiss you on the mouth, Kenny Rogers. What do you dream about?
Aside from the boat.
I forgot the Nina, the Pinta. I gotta tell you, that is such a
good movie. I got a mouthful of white dog. You can't quote them all because we cuss every second. But there's so many in this. It's just I love this movie. When I'll even watch it when it's on regular TV, which takes something away, but I still will watch it.
Tony, what did he say? When he went upstairs? What year was it? This house was built in.
I forget what year. He
This house
said
was built in
by General
1972 by
Custer.
General Custer.
This here's my beat laboratory.
Yeah. Here's my piece.
What happens if she sees the young buck and she's like, "I've had the old bull. Now I want to get with the young buck."
That's great. Underwear. Tell you what, he's saying that. It's the funniest thing ever. Oh God.
Some called me the songbird of my generation. They say I'm a mixture of Fergie and Jesus.
Really heard. my saint. Oh, there's so many. You can't say it all because there's so many cuss words. But
we won't need clips to get.
No power tools. There's so much more room for activities now. Oh my God, there's so much.
Goodness.
You let us do this. That's a great. God, it's a great scene too.
Yeah.
Oh man, when they jump on that bed and it collapses, I about lost it. It was the funniest thing ever. So I mean, there's so many. When he hits him over the head and he's shoveling this, he's like, "Yeah, just let it roll over." And then he comes out and he's like, "Zombie!" He's like hitting him again. It's so funny. Oh, gotta love it.
I'm burying you.
I'm burying you.
That movie is it's a
5
good choice.
for you. Wow, we have to go through this. What was 1, 2, 3, and 4 for you that were above Step Brothers?
I'm almost now. I can't pull it up because my number 1 is next, and it is going to completely watch the crowd turn, having fun the entire night.
Oh no, Andy.
But my number 1, and my brother is on here as my witness. This is my real number 1. It is my number 1 favorite movie.
Oh,
it's Paul Blart, Mall Cop.
Oh my God!
I love Kevin James.
Chat. Let him have it. Let him have it. Just let him have it.
Light me up. But there is something about Kevin James with a mustache and a Segway that I could not stop watching.
Andy, I think this might be a drama because there were people that were overtaking that mall, and there was a lot of fighting scenes.
Does this count as a comedy?
It's an action thriller.
Action thriller.
Hey, you notice today I didn't have any issues with our selections. Not one. I didn't think you would. I mean, there wasn't much up for debate on any of these. Come on, chat. What do you think about Andy?
The chat's gone completely dry. In fact, we've had now 12 people, 13, 14, 15 people all drop off. No, I'm kidding. So, but that's my wife's favorite. Laugh out loud. Oh, good. She has good taste.
There you go.
I love this movie. He has a great sense of humor. I mean,
I'll give you that. But number 1, whoa.
Well, so here's a funny story. Tony and I are on a plane. We were coming back from Vegas, right, Tone?
Yes, we were from Def Leppard.
Yeah, that's right. We went to see Jen, if you're still on, we went to see Def Leppard in Vegas, which was just awesome.
Yep.
And anyway, I was like, Tony, have you ever seen Paul Blart Mall Cop before? He goes, I really haven't actually watched it. And I said, well, you got to see this. So we pulled it up on the tablet. And Scott said I'm disqualified for number 1.
There you go.
But Tony's laughing the whole movie. I mean, literally belly laughing on the plane. So, and I couldn't have, you know.
Here. So just let you know, she's still here. She was going to bed, but she's listening. So that's great.
Good. But this guy, Tony's belly laughing, and after the movie is over, we're getting ready to land. This old guy behind us goes, what were you guys watching? I was laughing the whole time. He's looking in between our seats and watching.
He can't even hear it.
He can barely hear it, but he's dying laughing watching Kevin James in this movie. But start to finish, man, I absolutely love this movie. And
what Arts just said, and I think he's got a point there. Read that comment.
If this movie had come out in the 80s, it would have made $1 billion. I think so too. Sometimes timing is everything. Because I mean, you know, and you're right. Picture this. Instead of it's 2009, it's 1989, and it's John Candy instead of
right.
Kevin.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. It's a classic. Yeah. You're right. Good point.
Just like if Firehouse came out in 1986 instead of 1991.
That's too funny.
I knew he was going to say that.
Yeah.
TVs. Physical comedy. Right. So I didn't get too as bad of a. I got more flack, Todd and Tony, for having Jake the Snake Roberts as my number 1.
So hey, that's okay.
So,
it's all good. I mean, I think our list hit it. Now the question is, what did we miss? And I know.
All right, so I'm gonna hop off.
There you go. Well done.
Back to normal. I thought that was fun, guys. We
went from 80s, 90s, and So for the last 40 years, we gave our top 30 comedies, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta go back that list. The question is, should we? Yeah.
Well done. That was great. That was
We
fun.
do a top 10 of all.
We're gonna have to. I think we take a pause on movies for
Yeah.
a couple of weeks.
There you
We'll
go.
have, we'll have to come up with another one.
So Ocean wants Super Troopers.
Yeah, and that's going to be on people's top
That was
10.
90s. Was that 2000s? I thought that was not late 90s.
I think so.
Maybe
Yeah.
I'm wrong. All right.
Point. I don't know. All right. So what did we miss? Andy, I'll get the link. Oh, Tony's got to go through hers. Tony, what did we miss?
Yeah. So we're gonna put the
Well-
link up while Tony's kind of telling you what we have, maybe what we forgot.
I mean, I bet there's going to be a lot, and I could think of a ton, but it's more fun when other people. It stinks to take other people's spots, but there's just two that I would say they would have been in mine. One, you said Step Brothers, but the other movie they did together, Talladega Nights. I can't tell you how hard I laughed during that movie. Talladega Nights was just plain hysterical.
You know what's funny? I've gotten strangely into NASCAR racing right now because it's the only thing.
Yeah.
So I keep thinking of all like that whole like I'm like know some of the race car drivers now. It's ridiculous, and so I always think of like Ricky Bobby and like.
I mean, the fact that he names his kids Walker and Texas Ranger, and they said if I wanted a bunch of pansies, I would have named them Dr. Quinn and Medicine Woman. I mean, it's
Ocean all jacked up on Mountain. Tony, you would quote this all the time.
Okay, if you ain't first, you're last. I mean, it's just that movie is just.
Break my arm. Don't break his arm. But he broke his arm. I can't believe he broke his arm. What was his name? What was Sacha Cohen's name? This French guy.
Wait.
What was his name? Oh man, it was good.
Ricky Bobby. Say crepes. Say I love crepes. I mean, when his wife leaves him and she goes after his friend, and he's still calling him because he's living in the house and he's put his picture over his face living with his wife. Yeah. It's just that movie start to finish is literally hysterical. So that it's that one, and to stick with Will Ferrell, the other one I'll say is it's a holiday movie, but is it a comedy ever? It's Elf with Will Ferrell.
Yeah. I mean, I was so close.
Yeah.
And I think the reason I didn't, because I had Home Alone last week and I didn't have Elf this week, and the two are almost synonymous. I mean, they're these holiday classics, but Home Alone was just such a groundbreaking comedy, and you can watch it anytime. Yeah. And honestly, I watch Elf all the time, but only around Christmas time. So it became more of a holiday movie for me.
Yeah. I think we have a list for the holidays, top 10.
Yeah. I definitely think around the holidays we got to do holiday movies. That'll be a blast. But
really thin pancakes. It's a fair compromise. So it's seriously, Talladega Nights was. I mean, that was way up in my list. But
it said Borat. Oh my god.
Yeah. See, there's a lot. So it'll be funny. It'll be interesting to see somebody else's take. I'm sure John has a couple more.
Somebody come in. We want to know what we missed.
If you guys want to jump on and let us know. Hey, how do we do? What did we miss?
There's a lot out there. I mean,
there's so many that are out there. I know most of you also probably had Paul Blart Mall Cop as your number one.
What about wasn't there a sequel?
Paul Blart
there
Mall
was.
Cop, yes,
yeah.
Was that
he went to Vegas.
Was that as good, Andy?
Yeah.
It wasn't quite as good.
As I usually say, the sequels aren't as good as the first, but.
Oh, that's funny. Actually, by the way, down the road, this is actually a great idea.
That is a great idea. I like that.
What's that? What's the idea?
So you should do top 10 movies you're ashamed to love. Mine would be Flash. See, but the problem is I have no shame, as you saw when I put up Paul Blart. So it didn't really,
That's a good topic, though. I like that.
Man, this one is so funny too. I mean, oh my goodness, yeah.
Jack Black again.
Yeah.
One of the ones that for me, I don't want to take people. Hopefully, somebody come on because there's a couple that I had.
There's a few that
I didn't say. I haven't said yet that I really love that didn't make either of our lists, and no one said anything. So, we've got Brian Miller. Cheers.
Awesome.
How you doing? I love that. Oh man, Strange Brew is my all-time. Strange Brew.
That's good.
All right.
Well, cool. P.S. I see your hockey mask there, the Jason. That's one I want to do soon too. Is I want to do our top 10 horror flicks or scary movies. I think
I'm not a huge horror fan, but I'll do it. I'll do it.
With
I'm
Todd,
not-
you get scared very easily. I know
I
that.
do. I do.
So
He does.
yeah,
That's why Gremlins didn't make his list.
You
I
did
actually
get
love
scared of
Gremlins. That
Gremlins.
probably would make my horror list because I love that movie. So yeah,
It's not a horror movie, Todd.
it is a horror movie for me.
Little puppets that run around the town.
That's the one that I think the group, the chat agreed with me on.
Oh, Jen Rat. Jen
Joe
Rat.
Dirt.
Oh,
Oh, there
about
you go.
this.
Joe Dirt.
Oh my gosh, I should have. That actually could have cracked the top 10.
I
too.
forgot about that. That's so good. David
what?
Spade.
And you know why I didn't? Because when Kid Rock said Def Leppard sucks, I got mad and I said it can't make my top 10. But other than that, I think that movie could have done.
I think he probably actually likes Def Leppard. Is the funny thing.
Oh no, that was clearly.
Oh, yeah.
That was a great one.
And David Spade did something good without Chris Farley, so good for him.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Until Todd, you didn't have the wrong Missy on there for you.
Oh, that was good. I actually enjoyed that movie. It wasn't great, but I watched it. It wasn't bad.
It was
Top
funny.
10 soundtracks. That's a good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Ocean Arts is giving us some good ideas for we've got to pick them. So all right, we got somebody on.
Yeah, we got all right. So Scott's here. So if you guys want to come on,
yes,
please do. We're gonna leave this up here now for part two, like Hot Shots part two. That could have made it too, right, Tom?
Yeah,
it's true.
We are going to do a little blind taste test. We've never done this before. This is gonna be fun.
We've done it with beer between me and you, and that video eventually will come out, right?
Okay, I tell you, Todd. Yes, I do have 2 blind taste tests with beer that I have yet to cut.
I think it's November that'll come out. That's fine.
Yeah,
it's appropriate. Anyway, go ahead.
Patience, my friend.
Bring on.
But anyway, so Scott's been coming on every week, and as we've been talking, we realized that this guy knows his whiskey.
Oh, just a little bit.
His bourbons, his ryes, who knows? Maybe he's a Scotch guy too, but he knows his whiskey. And so he said last week, you guys want to do a blind taste test. You guys want to go ahead and I'll hook you up with some.
How quickly did you say yes, Andy?
Oh, I was all over it. I said absolutely. Okay, my dad came on.
Yeah.
Late. So first of all,
I was going to say this one. I was waiting for somebody to say this.
Meet the Parents. I actually am surprised that none of us Meet the Parents on there.
I actually like all of them. They're all really good.
Yeah, they were all good.
Yeah,
Robert De Niro was great.
You a pothead fucker? So, but if you want to say happy 46th anniversary to my parents who are on
tonight. Hey, Miss Sally, John. Well, cheers to you guys.
I did say that I would say happy anniversary online if they popped on. So
49? You said 49?
46.
46. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Wow, amazing.
So yeah, they were married for 20 years before they had me. That's amazing. So.
You so wish. You so wish. So wish. Actually, I don't think I would want to be 26 again, Andy. That's
no. I liked 30s more than I think 30s was a good.
Sure. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. Yes.
Whatever.
Much better.
They're all good.
All right. Let's get. You want to? Ojan just came on. We got Robot. I mean, he's going to be on later too. Let's get him on and. We get some people coming.
For 2 seconds, we're gonna pull Scott on a minute. Ojan, this is the first time we've seen you, so welcome. Just remember, kid friendly, no language, just in case. But tell us what we missed, and welcome, man. What's going on? How are you?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Glad I can make it this week.
What's up?
Hello. Look at you, got the setup there. Look at you. That looks good.
Sweet.
How are you, man?
What's good? I'm good.
What you sipping on?
It's a little cheap whiskey and Pepsi.
Oh,
huge mug. I like that.
Drink right there. I like that.
So where are you joining us from, man? Tell us where you joining us from.
I'm down here in Arkansas, of all places.
All right. There's nothing wrong with that. Is it nice and hot down there yet, or no?
No, it's kind of cold and rainy here this week, so
Jeez.
Kind of a weird week for us.
Well, no, I drove through Arkansas once on what's the big interstate that goes through
I-40?
Yeah. Okay. So major accident. So I plugged the GPS in and I took some back roads to kind of avoid this. I just kept going. Yeah. And there was some of it was beautiful. Some of it I couldn't get out of those towns fast enough. But it was cool because we flew into Little Rock and then I rented a car. I drove out to Memphis and I came back across. was fun though. It was a good time. So
Yeah, you were in a bad part of the state there.
Andy,
I'm up in northwest Arkansas.
okay.
All right.
But it was fun. So
Yeah.
all right, man. So what do we miss? Do we miss anything? How was our list? Tell us.
Jen says that accent is thick and she likes it. So there you go.
It is thick, yeah. Funny thing is, I've lived all over the country. I'm just from Arkansas, so my accent is kind of weird. It's kind of a mix. I actually graduated high school in California, of all
there you
places.
Nothing wrong with that.
Don't
Yeah.
feel bad. If you listen to talk shows in Maryland, you'll realize that the
Yeah,
worst
we have one too. We have that.
in the entire country come right out of
Yeah.
Baltimore. So don't worry.
Oh, Dickie's dad's been to Eureka Springs, like that in Arkansas.
Awesome. Yep.
There you go.
So what do we
Yeah.
miss, man? Tell us, what do we miss?
I think Super Troopers was the biggest one for me.
Yeah. There
Yeah,
you
that
go.
was kind of the big independent one. And then Talladega Nights, I was expecting that one to pop up. So
Yeah.
Talladega Nights definitely a good one.
So many. I mean, how can you fit all these movies into 10? That's the problem. There's probably 20 that I could have put in my top 10, and they're
Super Troopers really was hysterical. That is
That
such
was
a great
hard.
pick. That movie was so funny.
so funny.
yeah.
And tell your wife she has good taste if she liked Paul Blart too. So
She loved Paul
I'll-
Blart.
Hold on. I was just saying, did you like that though? Did you like Paul Blart or no? You just saying that because your wife liked it? Is that?
I did laugh at a few parts of it, but yeah, it was kind of her comedy, not mine. I went to it because she wanted to see it.
Nice.
You're being a
Yeah.
good spouse.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's some points right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I've been married for 27 years, so I know how to get points.
There you go. We need to talk to him. We probably need to talk to him. Sure we
I know.
stay
Uh-huh.
Well, hey Todd. Speaking of Kevin James too, Hitch was another funny movie by the
Oh,
way.
Mhm.
good.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Kevin James. I'm a big, like I said, big Kevin James fan, but he was funny in that too. So, yeah, that was definitely a good one.
License and registration, right meow. Nice. So you gave us some good ideas. What are some of your topics for next week or moving forward? You gave us some good ones.
Yeah,
What do you like? What's that good top 10 list?
Are you still going to be doing movies or?
Give me anything.
Now we're gonna branch off. We've done movies 3 weeks now. We've done favorite all-time favorite wrestlers, favorite bands. We've done
Video games.
So we're looking for new topics. What do you think? Give us 1 or 2 ideas.
You may do like your all-time guilty pleasure songs.
Ooh,
instead
I like
of the
that.
band.
Oh,
Like
we could get really cheesy with that.
Andy, we could
Yeah.
really do well with that one.
Yeah, the songs you sing in the car, but you don't want to have
Yeah.
anybody hear you sing
Oh.
them.
Yeah, maybe the songs that make the whole world sing. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Total eclipse of the heart, stuff like that.
That's probably on Andy's list right now. I can guarantee.
You don't want to roll down the windows and sing Copacabana, do you?
Oh,
When you're doing the Macarena and somebody
Oh.
catches you, and
That's not bad.
That's
I
a
like
good one.
that. That
I
could
do
work.
it's actually fun to do. See what people actually come up with because it's kind of like you're embarrassing yourself, but everybody's doing it, so it's okay.
that's right. That's right.
I can take it if you can take it.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
That's not bad.
I think
at all.
any kind of guilty pleasure list you guys would be you'd be good at. You'd knock
That's
that out of the
true.
park.
I like that. That's
it'd be
fun.
fun, I think, to get people, take them out of their comfort zone a little bit. I think that'd be that's not a bad idea. We'll definitely put that on the put that on the list as a possibility. I like it.
Yeah. We do it every week, so we're gonna have to keep coming up with these every week. So let's get a good inventory of good ideas that we can always go to because eventually we're gonna have to really pool, but we've just started doing this, so
But you know what? We appreciate you coming on.
man.
Because
No
we've seen you a
problem.
couple weeks in a row, and I know you've kind of caught us late in the chat a few weeks, and then this week you were early, so we're like, all right, you got him early, and participating and all the. So we appreciate your
Quick
way out.
That
I
might be
love
Yeah,
streams
like-
that are entertaining and you're not just sitting there talking to the camera. So you guys are doing awesome.
I
I
appreciate
appreciate what you do.
Yeah,
Well,
we're trying to have fun too. I mean, why not, right?
Stick around
Oh,
because
yeah.
if you want entertaining, you're about to see us dive into the world of blind bourbon tasting.
That's gonna get crazy. It's gonna get
Alright.
crazy. It's gonna get nuts.
But we thank you, man. We appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Cheers,
All right.
buddy.
Don't be a stranger.
All right.
Come
Virgin Arts.
once
Yeah.
again.
You guys take care.
All right.
Cheers.
Cheers,
All right.
buddy.
Cheers.
Take care. What a
That
great
was
guy. Awesome.
That's
I'm glad
awesome.
he came on. He's
That's a really good idea too.
it
Guilty
is.
pleasures.
He's had a bunch of them. He had a bunch
Yeah.
of them there, and he came on like the last 3 streams. At the very end, I felt bad, and I'm glad he came on early and then came on. We love seeing that. So Thank you so much, Oceanard. That's awesome. So go support him too, man. Great guy.
Absolutely. So.
All right. So
Jen, you're gonna have to come on too if you keep. You've been commenting, so don't be afraid. Come on and let us know what we missed.
I'm surprised John Capola hasn't come on. Where's Danny? I thought this was like right up their wheelhouse. That's okay though. Anybody else? Come on, Dickie's dad. We had to miss something. Maybe we haven't. I don't know. I'm gonna say one in a second if nobody brings on. I'll let Robot Scott come on because I know he wants to.
We're gonna jump. We're gonna pull Scott on.
Yeah.
But see, I got him as he takes his headphones off.
Yeah, there you go.
We're watching you, Scott. You didn't realize that, but there we go. Pull you in.
There he is. Cheers, buddy.
What's going on, all?
Hey.
So, Scott, you're joining us from the shore, right?
Oh, you're down there right now, Ocean City.
Yeah.
How is it? Was it nice down there today? My parents are there.
I'm outside Ocean City and Ocean Pines.
Whatever. Yeah.
So okay. I didn't go in for all the crazy, but it's colder here than it is back
home. Do you go down a lot during the summer? I mean, you have a place that you go?
My parents live down here.
Nice. There you go. So, yeah, so do mine. Well, I have a place. Yeah.
So mine live here year round. So I just came down to do a couple jobs for them and stuff.
So Andy, here it is. Okay, with your work, when all this blows over, hopefully soon this summer, let's hit. What's the good bourbon bar in Ocean City that you go to all the time?
Dry
85. Right?
Yeah. So when we'll coordinate, Tony, we'll figure it out. We're all down there. We'll go hit the beach and then Dry 85, and we'll do some pours there. Maybe do a little live stream from remote. How's that? Oh man.
Andy, are you pouring already?
Oh, Andy's pouring. Oh, should we open these up a little bit?
Let the puppies open up a little bit.
Sure, yeah.
All right.
I gotta know which.
Well, put the bottle in front of it so you know what it is. It's got it's listed on the. That says D, so that's not the right. That's not the one I want. Hold on. That says B, so I'm gonna put B7. By the way, Scott, I gotta tell you, Todd or Tony, you guys can attest it. These sample kits that you created,
they're awesome.
Are just so. We called you the.
Thank you. Yeah.
We called you the Bourbon MacGyver earlier. I don't know if you heard that. Or not.
Yeah, it's true.
It is true.
Really good. Oh, by the way, Scott, I don't know if you've had this because you've had everything, and I'm trying these new ones. Have you had Dickel Barrel Select yet?
He's like, yeah, I had that.
I've had some store picks of it.
Okay, what'd you think?
Jesus.
Lid
off of it. There we go.
I'm not a huge fan of Dickel. It's not on my flavor profile, but it's not bad.
There you go, Andy.
I love their rye. Yeah, that's not. I didn't like it. But I think the Barrel Select is ridiculously tasty. I really enjoyed it. So I'm sipping on that as like get my palate ready.
All right. What did we miss, Scott? Let's talk about the list tonight's episode.
So this was really hard, and I thought we were only doing 2000 to 2009, but even that was hard. But some ones that were in my top 10 that I didn't hear Tropic Thunder.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love that one.
Yep. Ben Stiller and
Jack. And then Hot Fuzz.
Okay. Hot Fuzz. What is that? I don't know that one. You know that, Andy?
Hot Fuzz?
Yeah. No idea what that is. I don't know. I've never heard that movie. Hot Fuzz?
Hot Fuzz. Yeah, I've heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
Who's in it, Scott?
And I don't know how much my internet's going to cooperate.
Oh no.
He's dropping in a little lot.
Oh no.
All right, we can hear you. Okay.
I got you now. I think. Okay. And then Shrek.
Oh
yes, that's awesome.
There you go.
That's another we can do as soon as is animated, like kind of like the computer, like the Pixar type things. We could do that one.
Listen, I've got 3 boys. Yeah, I'm all about that.
I almost, as an adult, I can tell you that Monsters Inc. almost made mine. So that's kind of funny.
And I got some honorable mentions, but I don't know if you want to save them for later for somebody else. But
go for it, man. Go ahead. We got you.
Nobody said dodgeball, which I thought was hilarious.
Oh God, I can't believe I forgot about that. Michelle,
you can dodge a ball.
Yes, that is so good. Oh,
and then Bad Santa.
Yes. See another Christmas movie. There you go.
Yeah,
we got to do a holiday movie.
Yeah, Shaun of the Dead, which is
Shaun of the Dead.
By the way, not to pause you there, Scott, but this is Todd's weekly disappear from camera. He hit something. He's clearly upset. I'm gonna take him off until he gets back on. but that is Todd. So
He's like, that's it. It's not a comedy.
Yeah, that's not a comedy. It's scary.
that's not Snowflake. So so Todd's out. No, that's good stuff, man. That's awesome. Now I gotta say, so I'm gonna change topic on you for a second and go back to the whiskey here. If you guys can see this, Scott made these. This is the sampler kit, and inside you can see where all the samples go. It's just, I mean, really, he's got descriptions of bourbon up top here. I gotta tell you, man, this is really cool because I
gave you the extra.
Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened. I just got kicked off. When Scott was having his trouble, it kicked me off too. Sorry.
But I asked Scott, I said, dude, where can I buy one of these? Because I made them. I said, oh man, I gotta have you make me one. This is great. So
well, those are for you guys. You get to keep them.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious? That's awesome, man. Thank you. We're gonna get used to this.
Scott a measly 2
I
4
think
packs.
we owe him some
Now
more
I'm feeling
beer. I
like
would
a
say.
little bit better than that.
Did you
So-
try any of those
no.
beers, Scott? Any of those beers you try?
I brought them with me, but I haven't had one yet. I just had this Baltimore Haze, which I picked up when I got down here.
Nice.
What do you think? Do you like it? The Be More Hazy? That's good, isn't it?
Yeah, especially on a hot day, they could go down way too easily.
Oh,
and
it's
I was like,
awesome.
I looked at it, I was like, I didn't realize it was 8%. I was
Yeah,
like,
that's the problem.
No, well, we're going to be reviewing one soon. So they have a little brother called Be More Active, which is just basically the Haze Light.
Yeah.
So I haven't
Okay.
tried that yet. It's supposed to be pretty good. So maybe that's something we could.
Oh, Ocean Art said, "What about Jackass?" I love that movie.
That
Jack.
was
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Jackass. It was great.
I still can't believe
Jackass and Idiocracy.
Mike Judge, man, I like almost any, well, King of the Hill is my all-time favorite sitcom. So comedy sitcom, go figure. I didn't
Go
get as much
figure, right?
that either. But that's a great show. Who doesn't like King of the Hill? Come on,
No.
shame on you,
That's
though.
true. I'm still disappointed we forgot dodgeball. That was good.
Oh, dodgeball. Jeez.
Yeah. What about basketball? That wasn't. I mean, it wasn't anyone's top 10, but that was fun.
Here's one for me. Nobody else coming on.
That was 90s.
Oh,
Oh, it was? Oh,
Yeah, because I had it on my list for last week.
okay. There you go.
what about
Bravo
Heartbreak
Woman.
Kid? Anybody Heartbreak Kid?
I almost did that.
I love
I
that
really
movie.
did. I almost
So
did
good.
that.
Well, actually, I almost not that one, but a different Ben. So
Along Came-
Along Came Polly.
Oh, that's another one. Along Came Polly. Raindrops. Yeah. Oh, it's great.
Sandy Lyle.
Philip Seymour Hoffman. He's the best. He makes that movie.
That was actually fantastic. So,
Yep. All right. So are we getting into the?
We're gonna do this. All right.
Let's do it. All right.
Let's just call it what it is. If you want to come on, you want to talk about some movies, feel
Whiskey,
free.
beer,
But,
movies. All right.
We are going to go blind here. We're going to do a blind
Let's
taste.
show I guess you showed everybody what we got.
Yeah, I can pull the flight.
There it is.
Look at this, guys. Look at this.
Oh, you've got them poured and everything. All right.
Wow.
Shit.
Okay, I'm
Andy,
not
mine's
gonna
not
show
mo-
mine, Todd, because
Yeah, I'm not either. Mine's not movie star quality at all.
I gave you extra stickers if you want to mark your glasses, so you don't
I
if you
did.
get them out of. Yeah, there you go.
1, 2. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Yeah. Hold on. That's a good point. I'm going to totally screw this up. So let me do that. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Talk, Andy. I'm labeling my whiskeys.
Talk amongst
Yes.
yourselves.
Dicky Dad just put up Pineapple Express.
Oh, that's a great
That
movie.
Oh yeah.
Yes, another Seth Rogen movie. Yep.
Todd, we saw that one movie, the Wilderness movie. Do you remember that one with
Yes.
Steve Martin?
The funniest part is I slays me every time we watch that. What was that? What was that called? Into the
Name?
I'll
Into
tell you-
the Wilderness or something
Andy,
like that. I don't know.
Andy, you know what? The one movie that would make the top 10, but one of the top 10 funniest scenes I've ever seen in a movie was in the 2000s was Wanderlust. That
yes.
Paul Rudd scene in the mirror.
Yes.
Do you
With
like
Mott. Yes. That is
If
true.
anyone hasn't seen it, just YouTube Paul Rudd Wanderlust mirror scene.
Yes.
Funniest
you
thing
really
you'll
don't
ever see.
need to watch anything else on the movie because it wasn't that funny. But
No,
that,
it was pretty good. There was
it was okay. But Todd, Tony's right. You talk about belly laughing. I was
hilarious.
crying with that.
The
one.
best is that when they show the outtakes at the end of him trying to do that scene, and he's cracking up at himself. I mean, this is how good Scott is. He gives us labels to put on these things. I mean, that's come on. Are you kidding me?
I couldn't have rigged this.
Andy, we owe him a lot more beer.
Nah, you're good.
No, absolutely.
Or some of that
What-
whiskey,
what-
Andy, that Weller's that you're going to open.
That's probably I think he wants my Weller's foolproof.
Don't you? I don't blame you. Yeah.
Hey, when I crack it open, you can have some with me, man. That'll be fun.
There you go, Scott. There it is.
I'll drop some off, and we'll do that one night. We'll do a review of the foolproof.
I love it.
Either that or I hold on to it to put my kids through college. I'm not sure. We'll figure one of the two out. So.
Hold on. So are we just doing 1 through 4 and then waiting for 5? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, the extra one's a bonus one.
Okay. So let's just do 1 through 4.
All right. So go ahead, lead us through. How do you think we should do this, Scott? Like, what's the best way to? And you're doing this with us, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
Now you know which one is which, or no?
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of hard.
I wanted to be able to talk about the same.
Then
Yeah, the same ones at the same time. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you can start wherever you want. I mean, I just put them in a random order. So they're all barrel proof. They're all 4 are from different distilleries.
all right.
They range in proof, but they're within. I think they're all within 10 points of each other.
Are they all? Can I ask? Are they all bourbons, or did you throw any rye in here, anything like that?
No, they're all bourbons.
All
Yeah, it's all barrel proof bourbon, just so
All
they
right.
stay with the
Okay.
same flavor
Let's just
profile.
make it easy on us. Can we start with 1 and move up? That way I don't
Yeah.
screw myself up.
Yeah,
Let's go with
do
1.
that.
All right. So this is number 1 of Robot Scott's blind bourbon taste test.
Okay.
And that's what she looks like right there. Cheers, guys. Let me smell it. Ooh, she's pretty.
Cheers.
Cheers. Okay, so Andy, what are you getting? Let's see. It's not as red hot on my. Like I was expecting my nostrils to be blown off.
So this doesn't feel real heavy.
No,
Notes.
like you saying this is barrel proof though, so it's going to have.
So yeah, so you're kicking well over 100 proof here. So
Yeah.
See, it's not offensive. I guess it's a sign of a good bourbon, then, right? It's not killing your nostrils.
So what's the first? What? Not being a connoisseur, what's the protocol for the first sip? Like, are you supposed to keep it on your tongue for a little while, or like, what are you supposed to do with the bourbon?
If you listen, I always follow like a lot of the
Holy shit!
master distillers from Kentucky, and they say to do the Kentucky Chew. Just basically take a little sip, enough to coat your mouth, because especially with barrel proof, the first sip is going to be harsh because you got to get your palate used to that high alcohol. So like you're really not going to enjoy it till like the second or third. So the first one is basically just enough to get in your mouth, swish it all around, start getting your mouth and your tongue used to that proof, so then you can start tasting and you're not just getting all alcohol.
Okay.
I will say, the first sip ahead of this number 1, it went down really smooth, and then the burn came in. Though it was a late burn for me. A late. I don't
Yeah,
know-
you're right.
right? I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god, this is so smooth. And then I was like, oh, there it is. Jeez, there it is. Like,
Yeah, I
you
get
can
it.
feel
I get real sweet in the mouth, and then
Yes.
no burn, and then the burn comes up. Like the Kentucky hug.
Yes. So I was right on that. All right, good. See,
Yeah.
look, I'm improving my palate a little bit here.
Same experience.
There we go. Okay, I like it though. I like this a lot. I think I cussed when I first. Hopefully, Andy
You
didn't
did.
hear that. Dang
I
it!
heard it.
no,
I heard it.
I was
It
that
was
slipped out.
It was inappropriate. Time.
I'm sorry.
Very
It was that's how it. I was like, so I like this a lot. I don't know what it is, but
This is one of my favorite daily drinkers.
it's that's the first thing. Even the nose to me was a little bit sweet when I was smelling it. So is that correct? I assume. I mean, it didn't. I'm not picking up anything else though. Like when I say sweet,
Is it caramel? But not like, I mean, the
totally
main ones are like
me caramel.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you getting, Andy? And I know you're taking notes, probably, aren't you? This is where Andy's like really. He's
Oh, yeah.
dialing in. He's dialing in.
Dicky Dad. So get it.
Please,
No,
I geek out all the time, so you're good.
A Kentucky hug, awesome. So, all right. Andy,
it's not overly sweet to me.
it's not
No.
up front. I mean, up front. Then the burn. I'm just talking the
I'm
first.
getting like some like almost like some pit fruit, like apple and pear on the nose, and it's almost like a medicinal smell, a little bit like coming off. And then I'm feeling like there might be a kick of rye in here, but that's just I don't know. Completely blind. This is kind of fun because I don't know. I could be way off.
It is.
But yeah,
Andy,
The best part about this is that it takes every preconceived bias or notion out,
Yeah.
and then it's just what you're tasting or smelling.
Andy,
By
by
the
the way,
way,
read that, please.
it was-
That's so
Putting
funny.
your heart's hard. I went and watched the Wanderlust scene. It seemed way too familiar to me.
Ocean Arts is
Oh
hilarious.
my
I like
gosh,
that guy,
that's
man.
Fantastic. That scene had me belly up laughing. And I'm
It's-
telling you, that was absolutely hysterical. So, yeah.
You don't think that's sweet up for like it's I'm not getting. You said pitted fruit. What did you say?
I'm getting like apple pear on the nose. I'm getting.
I'm
I'm not.
You said medicinal?
Overly the smell.
It's for his cataracts, Todd.
I don't know. It smells good to me. I don't know about medicinal. What do you think, Tony? Let me go to somebody who's on my level. Tony, what do you like? Do you like it? Is it too much? What do you know?
I like it. I'm trying to figure out what I get out of it, but I do like it. I do like
it's
it.
Andy.
The fact that
Go ahead.
all we're looking for is that you like it. That's the only thing that matters here.
I like this. The color. What are we looking at the color? Do we care about the color? No, we don't care about the color, do we?
It's potent though. It's even third sip. It's potent.
All right, let's you want to shoot number 2? You take a little sip.
Oh, that's nice. Sure.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good to go through all of them and then kind of come back because the first one will taste different to you when you come back because your palate's changed, got more used to everything. And
Ocean Ouch, are we going to talk about what the proof is on this, or no? You're going to give us at the very end.
I can give you a range if you want. I can give you whatever.
He just asked what was the proof.
Give us the range. Let's do the range today, high end, low end, and we can even try and figure out which we think the highest proof is. But go ahead, and give us a range.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, so they're all over 110.
Jesus. What did I get myself? I immediately regret my decision.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the highest one is 130 something.
Oh,
Andy's in heaven right now.
Oh, Tony. I don't think this is 100. If this is 130, I mean, no way this is 130, right? There's no way. This has to be on the lower end.
Todd, we're going to find out.
Yeah.
And I have the envelope here.
Oh, it's like the Kreskin from
unsealed.
Wow.
It's like
Is it a girl or a boy?
This is the most fun I've had in a long time. So let's go. This is great.
All right. So
number 2.
Number 2.
I'm still on 1, but okay. All right, number 2. Sorry.
No, you're not supposed to finish it, Todd.
I know. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not. There's a little swig left. There's the color on that. It looks a little darker than the first one. So maybe it's been in the barrel longer. I don't know. Oh, that's
a little more like a cinnamon on the nose on the second one, I think.
Yep. I agree on that, Andy. But that's actually
maybe a little more heat on the nose too.
Yes,
but I like the. I think
it's
I'm liking
pleasant though, right? A pleasant.
I'm liking the nose more than on the first one. I think
it's more tingly than hot. It stings the nostrils in a good way.
That was the '90s, Andy.
That was Anchorman.
Oh, more tingly than hot.
No, that's Dumb and Dumber.
That's Dumb and Dumber.
I said stings the nostrils. I combined two.
Lloyd, it helped.
All right, sorry. Number 2. We're getting. See, look at it. Already, we're off the rails. Jesus.
This is what I do. I'm sorry.
That's much less burn on the back end. That's much smooth. I think that's smoother.
But isn't it smoother because you had one right beforehand?
I have no idea, but to me, this does not burn nearly as much on the back on going down as the first one.
Well, that's where it'll be interesting to go back to the first one afterwards because you might be just starting to get used to the higher proof.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Or you might not be. Depends on how sensitive your palate is.
If you're with us, do we look like complete and total amateurs, or do we look like we know like what we're doing? Are we faking it? All right. So
because I'm a complete amateur, but I'm just telling you what I'm tasting. So what am I tasting in this second one?
Well, and if you've done this before, chime in. Let us know if you guys have done this.
I like this. You're going to be talking to yourself in the mirror shortly.
Yeah, barrel proof night can be dangerous.
Well, we got time, right? It's only 10 o'clock. So we went to 11:30 last night? We got all the time in the world. All right, Andy,
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking,
Tomorrow
Tony,
comes quick.
Do you like this one better than the first one or not? What do you like better?
I don't know yet.
I'm
trying to decide. I hate to say that they're pretty similar.
Yeah,
I know. It's bad. It's amateur.
They're all bourbon, so
yeah, it's amateur.
I take it none of these are high wheat, right? There's no high wheat.
No, you wouldn't know that yet.
No,
you know.
These first two didn't taste like high wheat.
Remember the larceny barrel proof that we did.
Oh, that's true. That's right. That's true.
And that was
maybe this what.
Scott, by the way, did you find batch B yet? The B520?
No, I looked all over. I found a huge batch of A120 must have hit again because everybody's got that.
Yep.
I got all excited going to Perfect Pour thinking they had it, and I got there and it was A120, and I was
Me too.
sad.
Is that what you did at Whitey's, Andy?
The guys at I was like, oh, they got it right. I was like, this isn't the right one. They're like, we just got this and it's new. I said, well, it's not the right one. I said, I want
that stinks. How do they not know that? Who was in charge of that?
Well, and the thing is, I know that it's out because when I went to Cindy's, they're like, look, we sold out of it in about 2 hours. So I mean, it did not last very long. But yeah, but Todd, so that barrel proof, the A120.
Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. When I say wheat, I'm trying to compare this to like Larceny, which is and maybe the Wyoming wheat. They're the only two that this tastes much bigger than those two.
I don't think any of these have wheat in them. I think they're all barley, rye, corn.
Good. See, I was good on those first two. All right. See,
well, I put a high rye for my first one, so I feel a little bit better. That's good. But I do think number 2 was
Andy has notes, Todd.
I don't have notes.
No,
so I think number 2 has a much longer finish. I think it lasts. The taste in your mouth just rolls for a lot longer than the first one.
The first one burns quicker.
I think it's more complex.
I would agree with that.
What are you tasting in this for a second? What do you taste? I mean, help me understand. Yeah, help me understand. I mean, I'm trying to. You smelled Red Hots. I don't taste as much Red Hots on this though. You know what I mean? You said you smelled Red Hots and the smell on the second one.
I get more cinnamon on the nose. The first one,
I can see that.
No, but taste wise though, do you get the cinnamon in the taste?
I don't want to taste too much more. It'll be gone.
We get a little bit of caramel on this. I don't. The first one to me had more of that kind of pitted fruit, kind of some grassy notes going on. I feel like it was a much higher rye.
I think that's what I was getting with the sweetness. Now, how would that give you rye though? How would the pitted
rye is a spicier kind of, but it can also have like a grassy undertones, especially 100% rye. Am I wrong on that, Scott, or is that right?
No, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know.
It can impart those flavors and other ones.
All right. I'm good. I think I like 2 better than 1 so far, but I'll have to come back to it.
I love lamb.
Scotch. I love Scotch.
Do you really love the lamb brick? All right. Even the guy who can't speak said something. Let's go to number 3.
Dickie's dad said this is really cool yet cruel at the same time because I'm at work sipping water. Well, by the end of this, I probably am wishing I was sipping water. But let's go. Let's keep going. Salute. Yeah. Number 3 in the blind taste test.
Todd speaking Italian. The Irish was going Italian. This is the rails. So
I am Irish.
We can see that.
You think I would drink some Irish whiskey? I got some Jameson right there. Pour some Jameson out. Whoa, see this? I smell butterscotch in this.
Oh yeah,
right?
Agree.
Boom.
Go ahead, Todd, but just don't drop the mic. Keep that in your hands.
That's the first thing that came to my mind when I smelled those butterscotch. Which I love whiskeys that have
Todd loves butterscotch.
I do like a Werther's Original.
They didn't call it butterscotch in high school for nothing.
All right, cheers, guys.
That was his nickname. Todd's chewing. So when Todd chews, you know he enjoys.
Sorry about that.
Once Honey Smacks is finished.
No, we like every week listening to Todd smack.
Hit the thumbs up if you like me smacking my lips when I drink my whiskey. Hit that thumbs up.
We just lost another 5 viewers.
We've got 15. We have 15 thumbs up. Come on, we've been on for an hour and 45 minutes. We have 15 thumbs up. Good Lord, people.
Todd, there's 18 people on here. I mean, so 15 out of 18 ain't bad.
Well, they dropped on and come on.
Angry again.
Anyway, I'm going to get back to this. You're getting me off kilter here. I got the nose. I'm trying to get the taste.
George is getting angry.
Butterscotch.
You got a glass.
You can mute him if you want. So
it's true.
If you got a glass of water too, it's always good to kind of like rinse your palate between.
That's what I need. I'm going to get some water here. Hold on.
He's going to take the camera
out. Honey Smacks is going to go get some water.
Todd, I got the Angel share here. If I want to put a little drop in the barrel proof, open them up a little bit.
Look at you.
I took that out. Yes, that Scottish glass right there.
Is that the one with the little still on top of it?
We haven't talked about 3 at all.
It is. It's got the little still on the top.
That's cool.
Yeah, look at that. He even knows that. Yeah, check that out. It's got the little still.
I thought I saw it last time, but I couldn't see it well.
Yeah. 3 tastes.
I think three might be my favorite.
I thought it was a Smurf hat at first, but it's actually
3 is really nice. I like 3 a lot.
I like 3.
I do too.
You should like either now or after the next one, go back, try 1 real quick, just 1 sip and see if it's changed.
Let me get a little water. Hold on.
Yeah.
Honey Smacks is going to get some water.
Lost another viewer and a thumbs down.
Oh man, dang
Our
it!
first one.
Darn it! Oh well. See, yeah, well, I don't know. Now it's starting to be like, what am I going to?
Maybe
Camera
if you
one,
didn't
camera
smack
two.
so much, Todd. Maybe just like take.
Andy, what do you think of 3? Come on, you're of 21090. You're the
So-
whiskey guy, so come on, help me understand this.
You're the
now,
gourmet around here, Eddie.
Good call, Tony. Lovely.
real tomato ketchup. So here's the thing. I don't think I've ever done I haven't ever done 4 barrel proof side by side, just whip through them like this. So
Are you loving
part
it?
of me, of course I'm loving it. What I'm worried about is am I
Getting them?
giving a fair shake to the first couple? Because as you go down, I don't want my palate to be completely wrecked because I'm just working my way through. Now, I will say this is the sweetest to me of the 3.
Yeah, I like this one a lot.
Yeah.
I feel like this has a fuller mouthfeel than the other 2. The
I love
first
the
one
nose
felt
on this.
thinner than this one did. I think I really like the nose too on this.
Yes.
So of the 3, I would say this so far is probably my favorite one.
I'm
You
agreeing.
think this is the lowest
I feel
proof?
like this might have more of I think it's going to have a higher wheat content because I know that there's been low wheaters, but I feel like this one's a little bit sweeter. So
I don't think there's any wheat in any of them.
Oh shoot! Well, there goes blows that whole theory out.
Maybe it's a high corn content. Like this has got a lot. There's a very high corn content.
Lower rye, lower rye would
rye and
sweeter
barley
corn.
on this. Okay, so
But you usually, Andy, don't you usually tend to go towards the more rye, or is that just in brewing? You like it in your beers?
No, I love rye. In fact, next week or the week after is going to be rye. I can't wait for that either. That's going to be fun.
I couldn't pick just one.
All right, so just to recap for everybody who maybe just came on, we're doing a blind vertical barrel proof bourbon review. So we've got 4 from Robot Scott that he sent us, plus a 5th special one. We're trying to figure out what we're tasting here. So we're on the 3rd of 4, right? So people coming on, what we're doing, because we're just sitting here like, what are we doing here? 3. So I like. Well, let's not get. Let's wait a second. So 3. Let's go on to 4 now. Let's go to 4.
So the other reason I labeled them A, B, C, D. I don't know if this will help you or not, but if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then if I am trying to rank them, I get myself. I'm like 3 is 1 and 2
hold on. I don't have
4.
ABC. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, I labeled them A, B, C, D.
That's on the bottom of the vial, Todd.
Bottom of the vial.
It's ABC.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. I didn't see that.
oops. Oh,
Look at the bottom. All right. I
Just
didn't
go
see
one,
that.
three.
I didn't know that was there. There you go. B. I didn't know that was there.
I wonder if you're doing them in a different order than us then.
I just.
Why don't you just tell me
Oh,
what?
shoot. I took them out of where 1, 2, 3, and 4 were.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I put them in.
Yeah, I didn't know it was on the bottom. I had no idea.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
I didn't know it was going to be on a game show.
I
thought it was going to a game
I
show.
just. So I
Big,
think
big
you did. Yeah.
mistake.
Yeah, you did. You put them in the right order.
Number 4.
All right, number 4. Sorry, guys. Cheers.
I don't know if I'm just if my nose is just not. I can't believe how like the nose is not hitting me with much alcohol at all in all 4 of these. I'm blown away by how easy the nose is compared to sometimes when you pour a barrel proof. Now, Scott, maybe I'm off, or maybe it's because I've been.
Maybe you drink too much bourbon, Andy.
Mom and Dad are still watching. That's not true.
I think Mom and Dad have gone to bed. All right.
I think the ones I picked are ones that I really like, and I think they're all really well balanced. So
This is not hot at all on the nose. I don't know what that means.
so-
I'll give you an example. Now, so
This is fantastic.
if this ends up being one, but it's not a barrel. So like you've had the Knob Creek 120, yeah, Scott?
Yeah.
Okay,
I love
that
it.
thing I do too. It's delicious. I mean, it is full of flavor, but it also the nose will knock you out at first. So you take one, you go in, you're like, woo, like it's heavy. These are not, and probably higher proof. One of these is 130 somewhere in here.
This tastes to me like it's the highest proof.
So does it? You already on number 4?
The 4 burn and I don't know if this is equatable to higher proof, but as soon as I put that in my mouth, it seemed to be more of a burn as soon as I drank it. Not at the finish, and one of the 3rd one was hardly any burn at all, but that 4th one, as soon as I put it on my tongue, it burnt.
I think it's
do you find that the burn is in different places in your mouth?
Yeah. So this was more up front and towards the middle as opposed to the back.
Okay.
It was almost immediately. Whereas the other ones, it was.
God, I'm 100% with you.
See?
Yeah.
This is like high octane.
Yes.
Full blown high octane.
Yes.
Now, but is it high octane with a great flavor or just high octane?
I got to give it another.
Give me a
sip.
second.
The first sip was high octane. I gotta say.
As soon as I touched this, it was like, whoop, that's big.
Right.
It burned
I'm
right
getting
away.
all kinds of sweet, oaky, vanilla, caramel notes on this. This is delicious.
This
So
is
I'm gonna
try
try number
trying
4.
here.
Yeah, I get a lot of burn on like the side, front of my tongue, and like
burn everywhere.
Little bit on the roof of my mouth, but like some of them will like burn the back of my throat, burn all the way down. I don't mind the Kentucky Hug when it kind of warms you up in the center.
I'm not saying I like it. It's not bad. I couldn't drink a lot of this.
Yeah,
I think
Mom
still watching, by the way.
And this is Mom would love all of these.
She so would.
I think Mom would probably like number 2 the best, but it'd be tough.
You know, it'd be funny, Andy. And this is a complete side note. I'm sorry, but when we did the October, did we ever put out an Oktoberfest video? We did. We did one October from like 3 years ago when your parents were on, and your mom didn't like, and your dad were like, oh, and your mom tried your beer, and she's like, it's not terrible, right?
2 years in a row, my mom has tried my pumpkin beer.
Yeah,
she's absolutely hated it.
Yeah.
Now, Mom
You're
doesn't drink beer.
firstborn. You're a firstborn.
Mom doesn't drink beer. She tries so hard, and it's so
It's the
sweet
cutest-
to watch
it's so
her
sweet.
kind of like. She's like, "Oh, that's not so bad," and you can just feel like
She's
her
like,
lips
that's
say,
not terrible.
the worst thing I've ever had. But
Could you
she's so
imagine her
sweet.
trying this?
Not terrible.
Oh,
This
Yeah, my mom will sit down and drink bourbon with me because she knows how much I love it, and I'm like, I know she's not enjoying it. But, it's you gotta
That's a good
love her
mom
so
right
much.
there.
for-
Yeah.
I'll tell
Mom.
you right now, Mom wouldn't get past the nose on this one. This would probably say.
But could you
absolutely.
imagine them trying your mom trying this?
no.
Well, Oktoberfest 2020. We'll see what happens. We'll
It's
we're
gonna be a
always
little
there.
bourbon and beer, I guess, huh?
Scott, you're not far. You're gonna have to come to Oktoberfest, by the way, this year.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely.
There you go.
So
All right. So
we'll-
back to
we'll have
4.
you over.
So
All right,
for
so 4.
4, Andy loves it. Me and Tony were immediately like, this is high octane.
I'm
So
going back for round 2 though, so let's see. It does smell like a red hot though.
It's not unpleasant at all. It's not that I couldn't. The second and third, to me it feels like it's higher, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm not saying it's bad at all. I would totally drink this, but
So this is weird though. The
Now I gotta
second
go back.
round of the nose on the first one, it feels so different.
on
I'm
the
smelling
first
it
one.
the
Well,
second time around. It's
Mm.
like a
so
billion
sweet, isn't it?
Yes, yeah,
A million
hold on.
times
so much
sweeter on the first one.
Really
so
sweet,
much sweeter.
like
It's like a
caramel.
candied- It's like,
Yes.
it's like a caramel candy
Yes,
apple.
it is. You're right. Why is that happening? Is that because we're trying other ones, or this is opening up more? Or is it a combination of both those things? I mean, why is that now?
Possibly all of them, but probably just mostly because of trying the other ones, and you're farther in, your palate's gotten more used to it. And
All right. I'm ready for my. Well, hold on. Let's go back.
Nose,
Now I gotta
nose
go. Yeah.
nicer on number 1. I will say that.
Let's go back to 2. Camera 1, camera 2.
camera one, camera two.
Which is funny because now if you go back to number 2, where I felt like I got more heat and like cinnamon note, like Scott, I don't know how you feel about this one, but
Yeah.
it's almost a little breadier now, almost kind of like a bready note going on the nose for the second one.
On B,
Smell 3 now though.
B.
Mm. All right, so I know what I like.
see, I get candied fruits on B now.
On 2,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel.
He's there, folks.
all right, I'll tell you right now, 2 is my least favorite of all of them.
Choose your least favorite. Okay.
She's my least favorite. I like them all, but if I'm ranking, are we ready to rank or no? This is way too quick. I don't know.
By the way,
Did you go back through all of them then already?
I did. Well, I
got
ended
the
with
first
I
2.
haven't gone back to 4 yet. So I've gone back to 1, 2, and 3. I took water between each one, and they do change.
Todd, you can put a drop of water in too. By the way, if you want to open it up a little bit of water,
All right.
you
I
can
like
do
that
It
idea.
changes.
Where's your
Especially-
thing?
Especially you all said the D you thought was higher octane. So try like 2 drops and then but you got to wait a couple minutes.
Okay.
After you
Todd, you got to get yourself an Angel's share from Scott. Just go ahead and dip that in here. Like that.
What? Yeah, I don't have that, Andy. All right,
No.
put it, Scott. Put in a drop in or two in each one, or just the 4.
You can do it whatever ones you want, but I was just saying you were all saying that D.
Yeah. All right.
So I'm just curious to see what you're.
I'm gonna put it in
what would
2
cha-
too. I want to put it in
Okay.
2, see if it changes it.
Yeah.
So
Good.
by the way, Todd, my mom said that Andy, I'll try your pumpkin beer again this year. I think my taste buds have matured and I'll like it. So
I like that.
that is
Yeah.
again. This is how
Well, Andy,
you are.
there you go.
Because clearly that is you lied on your anniversary, Mom. You won't.
Hey Scott, one of the beers I gave you in that lit and that whatever you got from Andy is you'll see it's a home. There's one homebrew. I think it's my Marzen. I think it's my Marzen from last Oktoberfest that I bottled a few. So that's our Marzen. It's a great beer. It's actually won. You can't see it, but it's won third place in the lager category at an AHA homebrew comp. So
I was waiting for you to say that.
Wow.
I'm getting that in there. I'm so proud. I won 2. I won 2. My black IPA and my Marzen. My black IPA, my Marzen are my 2. But well, actually, my coconut brown. My black IPA is pretty freaking awesome. I tell you that right now.
Now, Scott, in true Andy fashion, I too had 2 what I thought would be award-winning beers, but I got my entries in late.
He didn't get.
And they didn't get judged because I was not quick on the uptakes, so I missed the actual competition.
I did not, Scott.
But in a tasting the past couple years of what people were taking home, they could win a growler. They have taken home what?
No, that's not true.
They've taken home the I Saw Red Rye, double IPA, and the Force.
They won. The people who won the contest picked yours, but I won on the overall, the coconut brown ale. The coconut brown ale.
If you want a bunch of people who don't know what they're talking about, that's fine. If you want your friends who are the best judges of character and like what tastes good.
All right, we're totally digressing here. There's still 17 people in the chat, which I can't believe, but that's great. All right, let's go. 4 now with some water. I don't know how long. It's not long enough, but here we go. Well, it's not as. It doesn't smell as lethal on my nose. Is that water would do that?
It'll open up. Well, you're cutting it a little bit, Todd. I mean, it's
right. So now
the water also breaks some of the chemical bonds that release some of the aromatics, and like it breaks some of those chains. It can get real scientific with it, which I don't know, but I know it does stuff.
Tony, you were thinking docking as soon as I said that too, weren't you? Breaking the chains.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw your face. You were thinking docking the song "Breaking the Chains" too.
TDs.
Yeah, that lessens it up a lot.
Well, now I am in what's called a conundrum because I'm not sure which one is going.
Wow, I think I didn't put water in, but after a little while, though, number 4 is really growing on me.
So I think it's called you being drunk.
Thanks, Todd.
I am too. I'm not saying I'm not the only.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's
joking.
But,
oh, sorry.
I mean, especially with my mom on. I mean, that's just not right, Todd.
That's true. I'm sorry. All right, I know what my favorites are. Andy, do you have your notes all down?
I have them down. I haven't finished my complete ranking yet, so
okay. I'm waiting for this number 5. I'm going to pour that to open that up.
So, is this what you all expected?
Well, I didn't. Truth be told, no, because I didn't expect it to be this hard. I thought it would be a little bit more clear cut. Like, so here's what
I expected. This is great.
I'm glad you guys like it because I feel like most people I know, and I don't know if this is always the trend, but like for like me and my girlfriends are now real big into bourbon, which is a mistake. Everybody thinks they want their significant other to be into whiskey with them, and then they find out they're completely wrong. It does give you more buying power.
Right.
But then so her name's Katie, and we used to call her Fireball Katie. She went from $17 bottles of Fireball till I come home and she'll be drinking like $80 bottles of bourbon. I'm like,
oh no!
What are you doing?
Go back to the peanut butter whiskey.
I will not have that problem with my wife. She will not touch this stuff.
Nor will I.
Here's the thing. I think and Todd, you can appreciate this too.
Yes.
And actually the blind taste test to give like a preview of what could come when I finally edit the videos. But we didn't share who any of the beer distilleries were or breweries were, I should say. Because if I had said, "Hey Todd, here's a BCS."
Yeah, would have tipped me off right away. Boom.
Here's a biologic. Like automatically, you're thinking, "Okay, this is a really
it's good
established brewery."
Right.
In fact, in one of the ones that we did,
Yep.
Todd picked for his favorite the smallest little microbrewery on the corner of Richmond, Virginia that I couldn't
did.
believe.
It was fantastic,
it was so good. And so I think that's what makes this hard. Like, I have no idea what these are.
Yep.
And so
we do know that Scott likes them, so that they can't be bad.
Well, I know they're all tasty, but they're very different. But it's just I have no preconceived.
They're not like that. Still, whatever the thing you gave us that one time.
Yeah. Hey, listen, you're gonna have that blind one day. And you're like, Scott. He hates the old Granddad 114, but that was like the second or third time that he tried it.
But Andy, my palate. Hold on, that was a year ago. It's like the first whiskey I've ever had. I'm like, that was like heat to me. I'm like, this is awful.
Tell you're gonna love that trying it.
My palate has completely changed.
When we talk about Red Hots, that's literally like drinking Red Hots.
Well, we got to do it again. Thankfully, we scrapped that video. That video never made the light of day.
So I feel like that's the transition. You go from like maybe like bourbon and something like bourbon and Coke or bourbon and ginger ale or something. Well, and then you go and you start checking out some like 80 to 90 proof bourbons and you start getting into them there and you like that. And then it starts going up and like we all end up at barrel proof. So like you guys are kind of jumping ahead. So barrel proof might be still a little rough. You might still be like, I want bottled and bond at 100.
Yeah.
Which I love bottled and bonds. And then go to barrel proof because I always.
Don't you ever jump back and forth? I mean, for somebody like you as an experienced whiskey drinker, don't you love the whole spectrum?
I still find that like I can tell the difference between like a 90 proof and like I like over 105. 100. 100 even still, but like over 105, anything up there, I'm usually like starting to really dig it a lot more. I feel like they get a lot more complex, and everything like that. So
interesting.
But I still buy everything and try everything because I like to try it all.
Right.
But it's funny because the flavor profiles are so distinctly different when you start to change in proofs, and even from distillery to distillery. The old Scout from Smooth Ambler, like I bought that a couple of months ago, and that's about I want to say like 90 proof, maybe 95 proof, something like that. And it was seriously like a cherry Coke bourbon. Like it was crazy. Like I was like, this just tastes so different. Like sometimes you find these things and you're blown away by the flavor profile. So, so this is fun, just really not knowing. But Scott, to your point when you went back, when I started getting into bourbon, there goes, he's getting excited. He doesn't even realize he's on camera.
I'm glad he's getting excited because that's great for me.
Yeah.
Except it's more competition when I'm shopping, but
you don't have to worry about me yet.
My first two bottles of bourbon that I bought was the E.H. Taylor Bottled and Bond and the Knob Creek 120. So and I had this thing in my head like, you're not going to put water in, you're not going to cut it, there's no ice, you're going neat. So just kind of man up, get used to it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's also part of the transition. I feel like you go from like Coke and then you go to like maybe on the rocks or something, and then you kind of go to neat.
That's fun. And
that's what I've done.
I didn't drink whiskey. Like I was not a whiskey drinker at all.
So you went right to neat.
My brother talked to me and said, "Look, you're going to like this. Go figure out how to do it." So I went to Dry 85, and I said, "Give me a flight of something." And they gave me a flight. I remember Basil Hayden's. Weller's, what was the other one? There was two other ones that were stuck in there, and I didn't know anything about it, but all I knew was
we had a question. When you're done with this,
you gotta drink it neat. You gotta drink it neat, and I was going to take the recommendation of the guy at the store, like give me your two best, like what are the best bargains.
I just broke your glass.
I think it was just the bottle went down.
Bartender, I need another. So I started, honestly, Scott, with the 120 neat from Knob Creek and the E.H. Taylor.
And drinking it neat. Yeah, you jumped right into it.
That's what he does.
I went both feet, jumped right in. And so I was able to, after a little while, I was like, man, this Knob Creek is blowing me away as far as like I'm getting so much alcohol, but at the same time there's so many flavors underneath, and it was picking up those flavors underneath all of the burn and the ethanol that was coming through, that I started to really have this appreciation for the higher proofs. So it was hard to move down to an 80 proofer at that point because I think I started just a bit too high.
But here's the funny thing, though. I mean, it's not apples and apples, but when you're talking about in the beer world, you have the higher ABV and the low, the sort of the session beers. They're different beers. So I mean, it's sometimes I just want a session beer. I want a lower ABV, but it can still have a ton of complexity to it. You know what I mean? Is it the same thing with bourbon and whiskey that you can have
it's going to be as complex. You're never going to have a session like the Never Ending Haze is never going to be the most complex of your hazy beers, but it's going to be good.
It's a different beer though. It's a different beer. Yeah, but it can still have complexities to it. Was what I'm saying.
Well, it's going to be more complex than like the 4% alcohol version of it. I'm sure.
Correct. Right.
Well,
So
now, so Scott, like the Basil Hazen has the 10-year that I've seen the bottle a million times. I passed it by because it's an 80 proofer, but I'm wondering, is 10 years going to change it that much? Is it going to be a little bit more of a complex beer? I mean, whiskey. I'm assuming yes, but I've been afraid to pull the trigger on it because I'm like, I don't know. Is it too?
We got a question, Andy.
Andy, you and Scott answer this question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So you walk in with $50. I mean, like, this is a difficult question because everybody's flavor profile is different. So, like, what I would buy for $50, and if it depends on where you are. Like I always say in your whiskey journey, if you like barrel proofs and you have $50.
What would you buy, Scott? $50. You got it. Someone says, "Here's $50."
Everything's on the table. Yeah, everything's on the table. So there's not like
$50 and MSRP. Today, I'd probably buy what you can't get in Maryland. I'd buy a New Riff bottle.
A new what?
New Riff. They're a new distillery in Kentucky. You can't get it in Maryland yet.
You can get I've seen New Riff around.
You can get it in DC.
So Ocean Arts is in Arkansas. Can you get New Riff there?
I'm not sure.
So think of this guy's in Arkansas. So what should he get?
But otherwise, I don't know, $50.
Help him.
I don't know. You can't go wrong with. The rare breed for $45 is amazing every time. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
I agree 100% with that.
Yes.
For $50, what else? There's a bunch of stuff that like right under 60.
You can get. I was going to say, if you can get anything from the Whiskey Row series from Old Forester, if you can get the 1920, 1910 for just about between $50 and $60, those are both fantastic.
Yeah. If you're early on in your whiskey journey, I'd go get Woodford Reserve Double Oak because that is delicious.
That's beautiful. That's a really good.
What's that cost? What's that going to cost you?
About should be right around 50.
Is that hard to find?
No, you should be able to walk in any liquor store and find that.
Yep.
Oh, just so he says new. Evidently, never heard of it. New Riff.
New Riff is good. Get but honestly, that Woodford.
That's what it's called. New Riff. New Riff.
Yeah. New Riff.
Change my whiskey life. He was sipping on some cheap bourbon and Coke, and that's actually how I started. I would do bean and Coke.
With us, man. I'm glad that Ocean Arts came on tonight. That was awesome to see him.
Yeah.
Cool, man, that you're kind of hanging out tonight. Because
all right, can we go back? Let's rank them, Andy. Can we rank them?
I guess we can,
and then we can find out what they are. I think I don't want to lose too many people before we figure out what these are. All right, so here's my favorite, because I'm itching to say it in order. It's
go ahead, Todd.
I'm gonna write this down just for.
So I guess it's C is number 1, which is 3. C.
Okay.
A, D, and B. So 3, 1, 4, 2. That makes sense. That's my favorite.
All right. Tony, you got yours?
Yeah.
Of course, Andy goes last.
I'll give mine now, Todd.
No, I'm sorry.
No, you go last.
You should go last, actually.
You know.
No,
you know
more.
more.
I don't know more. You know what? It's what you like.
Yes, you do. You know a lot more.
But my ranking was number 4, number 1. Number.
So D is number 1.
That's exactly what you told us not to do, Scott. So D was number 1. A was number
2.
I'm sorry. C was number 2.
C was number
1. A was number 3, and B was number 4.
Yeah, see, that was my last as well.
Okay.
So Tony, give me yours.
So I liked 3. So C was my number 1.
All right.
Then I went Actually, after a couple sips, I ended up going with D was my number 2.
Oh, wow.
And then I went A was my number 3, and B was my number 4.
All right.
All right. So B was everybody's last. That's interesting.
Yes.
So
Wow.
what'd you
Let's go
have?
with that. Yeah. What do you like, Scott? What,
I like them all. So
so you can't rank them.
Yeah,
All right,
I mean,
I'm
if I was gonna rank them, like it'd probably be like I don't know. I'd probably go DC BA.
BA. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So the
We're-
exact opposite.
We're close
We were
on
close
that.
then.
Okay, we were close. All right, so here we go.
What are they?
Number 1.
Oh, Andy's got I love this. This is so good. Brrr. What do we got, Andy?
It's not even printed them out. Like it.
I actually pull up B. I labeled them on the back, so you see what everybody's least favorite one is.
Yeah.
All
go
right.
with B.
All right. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So
because we couldn't read that yet anyway, so you're good.
Yeah, I didn't see what that was.
it's fine. Well, first of all, Scott, this is awesome. Todd's fired. You're hired.
Andy, come on, just hold me around for
So,
anything. I'm
I
comedy.
say that all the time. So
He does.
you know.
He's fired me about 12 times in the last year.
All right. B. I've never had this before. Okay, so I've wanted.
So B is our least favorite.
So B,
for me,
it was my
Andy.
least favorite. It's first of all, Todd. Look at this. 124.7 proof.
Wow.
Okay.
This is Booker's Country Ham.
Oh,
So
Booker's.
Booker's.
Wow. Booker's does a bunch of releases.
Yeah, look at
For
that.
a year.
All right.
What was the last one? Was it Grandma's Biscuits? What was the last one?
No, the last one that has hit Maryland is so that one, Beaten Biscuits is the one after that one. What is Grandma's something or book? Yeah, there's 2020-01. I just got it, but I can't remember what it's called.
And again, it's not that I didn't not like it. It's just compared to the other four.
Right. Yeah, in comparison to
good.
that line. Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
I was with you. We
Yeah.
agreed on that. That was my number 4 too. So
All right.
Andy, have you ever seen this in a store? Just
I have. I've passed it by a couple times, and I'll say this, Scott. I just got the chapter 2, a little book. Freddie knows.
Mhm.
I loved it.
we had a sample of that. Yeah.
I absolutely loved it. Tony and I were sipping on it the other night. One is a blend of a 40-year-old Canadian whiskey with I think it's a 12-year-old bourbon, and then I forget what the last one was, like an 8-year corn whiskey, but they blended it all together. It was ridiculous and like nothing I've tried before. But if you get chapter 2, you probably have it already. I love it. I thought it was great.
So chapter 1, I got to do with Freddie No in New Orleans, and we got to try all the bourbons that went into it, and then try the final product.
That's hilarious.
I quit. By the way,
that's the only one. That's my vacation. Is Kentucky and the New Orleans Bourbon Festival, and then Texas for the Bastards Ball.
That's awesome. All right, you drank with Freddie No, so you win that one. I thought chapter 2 was really good though. If you haven't tried it, it's fantastic.
So is batch 3 is all Kentucky whiskey. It's Booker's Knob and all that, and him blending it together. And I've only had a small sample of that, but that was delicious. I really want to spend some time with it.
And not to sidebar too much from what we're doing, but they said of the 3, chapter 3 was the most bourbon-esque of the lot.
Well, it's all bourbon, yeah.
Whereas chapter 2 was so outside the box with having the Canadian whiskeys and the 40-year-old from, I think there's the whatever the distillery is in Alberta that is kind of the equivalent of MGP here. They had a 40-year-old whiskey from their Canadian whiskey, and then they had a corn whiskey, and they had a bourbon. Anyway, it's beautiful. I owe you some anyway. If you haven't tried it,
there you go.
I'll get you some back so you can have that. You can try it. You can let me know what you think. All right. So where are we? So what do we want to do next? We did B.
So Andy and Tony, yours third was A, and then Todd's yours
second was
A was your second. So
right.
that was probably
all right. Go with A.
So 113 proof Belle Meade Reserve. Here's the funny thing, Scott. I've got a bottle of Belle Meade sitting up. There's about maybe a quarter of it left in the bottle. I really like this a lot.
There you go.
That's what I said. It's a daily drinker for me. $56, and it's delicious.
Is that what it costs? 56.
Is that the distillery, or is it made by one of the big?
It's MGP juice from Indiana, but it's Belle Meade's down, I think, Tennessee.
Okay.
All right.
It's really tasty and
Beautiful. I like it.
Truth be told, I didn't know. Again, one of these things. Had I known that was Bell Mead, I probably would have rated it higher.
Had I known
Everybody
that
in the
was
chat,
your grandmother's
I like
booth,
it.
I
If you're
wouldn't have
just
used it.
jumping on, we're doing a blind taste test of bourbons from Robot Scott, and
So
we're
I
going
guess
over. Yeah.
That's got to be the lowest proof then, 113.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So what are we doing next? Are we doing C or are we doing?
So you can either do number 1, which is C for 2 out of 3,
Wait.
or
Wait.
or you
What?
can do. So you've done 2 out of 4 of them. So
Right.
I don't know if you want to jump to first or if you want to do third, because
We've done A and B. We've done A and B, right?
My 4
Yeah.
was so D was my number 1, and then
you got D and C left, so you can do one of them, and then
whatever. Pick one, Andy.
We'll do C.
So C was me and Tony's number 1, right?
Yeah,
Tony?
and it was Andy's number 2, so that was probably the
Yeah.
consensus
Yeah.
number 1.
That was definitely number 1.
Goodness gracious. Okay, so this is Stagg Junior Batch 11.
Oh, nice.
27.9.
Is that good?
Well, so I
don't know.
Scott, I've never had this. I have 2 bottles of Batch 12, but I
Oh.
don't. I
Good.
don't.
Is that good, Scott? It's back
I've
to
never
Batch
had
12
Stagg Junior.
Batch 12 is a very good batch.
I love Batch 12. It is absolutely delicious. So,
Yeah.
Scott
but
wants
I
some of
haven't-
that, Andy.
I haven't had it. Well, Scott, you get that. So, Scott's, you're getting a Batch 12. And what was the other one that said you could have?
I don't know. You said a
Already
lot
forgot.
tonight. We watch it.
You can save whatever for when Corona's over, and we'll just all get together and have a good time.
That
There
works.
you go.
I'd rather have a drink with you guys than.
There you go.
Fair
Awesome.
enough. We can do that.
Nice.
But Stag's good, man. Stagg is.
This is Stagg Junior, number 11. You said. What does that mean?
I'll tell
Batch
you.
el-
It's,
so
yeah, go ahead, Scott.
it's batch 11, so they put out different. I think they put out
Hmm.
2 to 3 a year. So batch 11 was beginning of last year. They're on batch 13. 14 is about to come out.
What's that
So
cost
each-
a bottle?
Anywhere from $45 if you get
Okay.
MSRP, which will not happen to 100
Right.
or more.
Oh, right.
In Maryland, you'll probably see it for 80 to 110.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
So does
I love
Stagg
that.
make Stagg, or who makes Stagg?
Buffalo Trace makes Stagg.
Yep.
There you
Okay.
go. Buffalo Trace.
When
All
they
right.
do their antique collection,
Is there
that's-
wheat in that? Is there? To me, that tastes like the most. No, not.
Todd,
No
the
wheat
theme
in
for
any of
tonight is there's no wheat in any of them.
I
remember?
know. I feel
This
like that
tonight
doesn't
is
do one.
gluten free.
There's not too many wheat. There's not too many wheat bourbons.
That's true. Okay.
Well,
Because-
but some
Well-
of them are. I mean, Pappy's a high wheater, and then you've got Wellers, and you've got so that means some of the
Larceny.
big boys
No,
are-
there's some. I'm just saying a majority of them. They're becoming more popular, and then they're also becoming like 4-grain is becoming more popular. So then that has rye, wheat, barley, and corn. Because normally they only have 3 out of the 4 on most
Got it.
stuff out on the market.
All
So
right.
there's a distillery, Todd, in Montana
Oh.
that I want to get some grub from.
Not Montana. Oh,
The
that's
state.
Wyoming. Wyoming.
It's
no,
a state.
Not
It's
Wyoming.
kind of
No, I was
state.
thinking
Upper
Wyoming
west.
whiskey. I was thinking
It's
Wyoming
in,
whiskey.
It's in Big Sky Country.
Yeah.
It's right below Canada.
I know where that is. Andy.
Just letting you know. They have a distillery there called Whistling Andy, and they have
Oh,
Whistling Andy. It's supposed to be the best 4-grain whiskey from a small distillery in the country. So I got to get some of that.
There you go. Whistling
Here's
Andy.
a sidebar. Whistling Andy.
sidebar.
All right, number 1 or well, what are we? Number
1 for you. Number 2 for number 1 for Tony. Number 2 for you, Andy, and
Number
number 3
3.
for Tony. Todd.
So
sorry.
this makes perfect sense. So number 1 for me was Elijah Craig Barrel Proof.
Oh.
519, and I have this, and I love it, and this is
Yeah.
fantastic. So
Wow.
I have a couple different barrel proofs from Elijah Craig, and they are just standouts. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
So
I
have
liked
to
it
have
the
them
more I
all. They're all
drank it. I did like the more I drank it.
yep, that's really good. Scott, this was awesome. By the way,
Well, hold on, we
This-
got one more. We have one
this was
more.
a- oh
So
yeah,
now
I
you-
got it. But this is our blind to taste this, but this was a ton of fun.
It's a lot of
Um,
fun.
So
Can we do this? Can we do it again?
Yeah, next week we got
You got a rhyme?
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Tony, you can't be with us next week, can you?
No, I'm
What?
actually gonna get back to the real world. I'm traveling
All
for
right, well,
work.
Hold on.
I'm headed
Maybe
to an open
So
state. I'm
we
headed to Dallas.
may have to pause next week.
I think so.
And
You're headed
I
to
tell you,
Texas. They
Yeah.
need to give you a whiskey list because Texas is the
Mhm.
land of bourbon.
Oh,
yeah,
Okay.
you can bring us back some.
Is there
ironic
anything? Listen, is there anything I should look for when I'm?
Californians.
You can always, if you like Weller, you can always find Weller in Texas, supposedly.
Okay.
But
Alright.
Balcones does a
Doc-
bunch of stuff that doesn't come out of Texas that you could
Gar-
look for.
Garrison Brothers Cowboy Whiskey. I want you to pick me
Okay.
up one of those.
Oh,
Yeah, I would save your money and just buy a store pick from down there because everything that doesn't make it into Cowboy goes
Wait.
to the store pick. And
What
it's half the
What does that
price.
mean when you say store pick? Help me understand that. What do you mean?
Oh, so store pick is basically a liquor store or restaurant or something comes in and says, I want to buy an entire barrel of bourbon. So they either go to the distillery or they get a bunch of samples shipped to them and they get to pick, like,
The
taste
barrel.
each one and pick one, that they really like. So a lot of them will either pick one that's like a stellar one that's the exact same profile of whatever. If they're picking, a Weller barrel, or they'll pick one that's really funky, and then they'll sell that at their store. So they're all over the place. You can get them for a lot of stuff. Some of them are really sought after, so they'll sell out in a day or two. Like Weller, will come in and it will be sold out in a day or less in Maryland when they come in.
So what places do a store pick in Maryland? Like what would
Bigger liquor stores.
Yeah, lots
So I
of places.
mean, yeah, Whitey's
done
does
it.
Whitey's
Yeah,
done
yeah,
it?
Done it. Yeah.
Whitey's
Yeah.
did one with
Oh.
Woodford Reserve. Cindy's. I
Okay.
just bought a
Yeah.
Cindy's single
They have a
barrel
Old
from
Forester.
Old
And how do you know if they're good though? How do you know if they're like who's making that pick? Who is
Most
So-
of the time, the liquor store will let you try a sample because it's there.
Yeah,
So
if they're a
there's
good liquor
always
store, they'll
samples.
If they're a
Okay.
good liquor
Yeah.
store, they'll
because
let
I
you
don't know if
try.
I trust who's doing that.
Yeah.
Well, they-
Pre-COVID, you could do that.
Yeah. By the way, how much is the Elijah Craig? If you can find it for the right price, you should pay no more than $60 between
65. let's say.
45 and 60. Yeah, 65 bucks. But yeah, the Elijah Craig, they're actually steals if you ask me. They're really good.
Oh, it's at 60.
Yeah.
It's $65. You can't beat them.
Andy, what BCS was in Elijah Craig this year? There was what was the
Well,
wasn't it? Was it this year?
There was a yeah.
Was it the
their
2-year reserve?
proprietary?
Maybe the pride. Yeah, they
it was
use them.
12-year. It was in the Elijah Craig
Okay.
12-year.
Yeah,
But yeah.
got it.
So Ocean Arts said $65. I'm in. So
There you
yeah,
go.
it's really really good. By the way, Elijah Craig, their barrel proofer is fantastic. Now, if you want, I don't want to call it a budget, but if you want a step down, just a couple bucks cheaper, and it's still really good pour, Wild Turkey Rare Breed is a fantastic bourbon. If you ask me, Scott, I don't know if you agree with that or not, but I think it's awesome bourbon.
I always recommend that. For like barrel proof every day, find it everywhere. $45, to 50.
Yep.
Yeah, I love that stuff. I can't wait. It's hit. I saw a few states, but they're doing rare breed rye, and it hasn't. When it hits Maryland, I will be buying it.
Now you told me the Master's Keep though rye, the 11-year rye was you made a face at me like maybe it wasn't as good as I'm thinking.
Well, there's a difference. It's good, but what is it? It's like 150 at least. Is 150 good? For 150 bucks,
wow.
I'd spend my money on other like 3
really
good bottles. I mean, it's definitely good. I just don't think it's $150 good. If they was like 110, I'd buy it.
Ocean says it's probably cheaper down here in Arkansas. Is that true? Would it vary by price and where you're
Oh
at?
yeah, I mean, it varies by place. I mean, you can varies by where you are here in Maryland or what liquor store you walk into. Their prices are all over the place.
So hopefully Tony can go down to Texas and get something, right, Tony?
Yeah.
Tell me what's Old Smoky too? Have you had that, Scott? Have you had the Old Smoky? Have you tried that before?
Old Smoky.
He's
I
in
don't.
Arkansas.
I'm not sure. He's in Arkansas. I'm not sure who does that. So
I don't remember that one.
I think Big Worm sells that.
That was 90s, Andy. Tony.
I did just get a delivery from my brother who lives in Colorado. They just drove in, and he brought me one from Las Vegas, which is delicious, which is Smoke Wagon. That hasn't hit Maryland yet, but
a friend of ours, Jody from Bourbon Journey,
Bourbon Bounty.
I should say. Bourbon Bounty. He reviewed that and said it was fantastic. So, but I know
he brought me the small batch. Supposedly the uncut, unfiltered, which would be the barrel proof version of it, is amazing. But it's also made by MGP, the same people that did the Belle Meade one.
Yep.
Got it.
Oh, hey, now Tony, you want to drop a little?
Uh-oh.
I'm watching you here. There's no guarantee on this, but there's a bourbon called Sweetened coming out. Have you read about this, Scott? Sweetened.
This is Peyton
Okay.
Mann's.
Peyton Manning.
Oh, the Peyton Manning.
Andy
Oh,
Roddick.
he laughed. He laughed.
Yeah.
He
Now
laughed.
apparently, so now there's been some very well-respected bourbon journalists who have gone ahead and said a lot of these things are gimmicks, and if a celebrity has their name behind any type of spirit, it's usually garbage. Long Branch being one of the exceptions for Wild Turkey. But this was really, really good. It's apparently this was a fantastic bourbon, and they're only releasing, I think it was 200 bottles. Tony, is that what I read?
Wow.
200 bottles.
Wow.
Yeah. It's we'll see.
Tony has a contact in Tennessee. It's not a guarantee, but he's trying to get us a bottle so we can go ahead and do a review of the Peyton. That's you, Tony, of the Peyton Manning bourbon. So
what I did read about that is it's Tennessee, so most likely Dickel source.
Yep.
And then, but the really interesting thing about it is the person who blended it is Marianne, blanking on her name, but she was from Castle and Key.
Castle and Key, yeah.
Yeah, and she is awesome. And so that is what makes it really interesting to me, and I'd like to try. At $200 a bottle, I definitely want to try it before I'd ever think about buying it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably, even if it's really good, I'm sure it's overpriced because it's,
it's limited. It's supply and demand, but
it's limited. It's got his name on it. I think it's awesome. I mean, interested, but I think it's only released in Tennessee, and it's probably like 200 bottles. So.
Yep, and it's said,
to be honest with you, selfishly, to be able to review that on the channel is that's my motivation. I'm like,
maybe we could get Peyton on to talk about it with us.
That's well worth $200 worth of advertising.
Yeah.
By the way, Todd, you want to spotlight Red Cup Brewing? This is cool, man. Another friend of ours from Australia.
Australia, I love that. That's the best thing. Is like
really cool.
Really cool. We got Finn Roof from New Zealand, who's a brewer. We got Red Cup. I mean, what is it like?
Tell us what you're drinking. Yeah, what are you drinking?
Well, he's probably waking up. It's probably 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning over there.
Yeah, so it's coffee. Probably.
Yeah, it's coffee. I assume.
If you remember the Simpsons episode, I want a coffee, beer, coffee, beer, BECOB. Yeah,
that's true.
Maybe it is. Maybe we don't know. Maybe it is.
I don't know, but cheers, buddy.
Thank you for joining us. That's really cool.
We're drinking some whiskey. We had some beers earlier, but now we're drinking some awesome whiskey from our friend Scott here.
That leads me to my next question. Is there any I know it's bourbon that can only be in the United States, right? But like whiskey internationally, like, is there anything that you like as far as?
Oh, it's 1 p.m.
Good question.
Jesus,
I have no idea.
it's 1 p.m. Never mind. I'm sorry. It's 1 p.m. in Australia right now, so they might be drinking. Sorry, go ahead.
Because they make Irish whiskey. I mean, I think Japan is it Japan that now has a bunch of stuff? But
Japanese whiskey is getting popular too.
Is there anything international that you like a lot? Because I don't know what the difference is.
Scott, you're our local connoisseur of whiskey.
There's some things that I like. I try to honestly stay away from it because there's so much in bourbon. I don't want to add another category. It's just more to try and more it's endless in bourbon. So, but I've definitely gotten into some Irish whiskeys recently, and I bought a few of those. I'm not a fan of peated whiskeys, so that smoky one yet. But that's also kind of an acquired taste. But I try to stay away from it again just because then it's more bottles to try. So
honestly, Scott, I can't even drink the Campfire from High West, and I love everything from High West, but they have a big.
What's that?
In there.
Peanut butter whiskey that John always drinks. What is that?
Screwball.
Is that like junk?
Well,
is that like Fireball?
Not real.
Is that like Fireball? Is that? I mean, it's junk, right?
I would.
I mean.
Honestly, Tom,
I would call it not whiskey, but it's delicious.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say I'm gonna pick up a bottle
and
try
tastes good
with John. I'll have John come on. I want to taste it with him because
totally.
It's probably good. I mean,
I don't know. I've heard other people say how good it is.
I have one other question for Scott here. So I saw commercials for it, so I bought it. from Colorado, the Tin Cup whiskey, and I didn't like it. What do you think?
I don't like it either.
Okay,
There you go.
I thought it was bad,
No, yeah.
but they had good commercials. I mean, it's great marketing.
Here's the question
yeah.
for you guys that are whiskey guys. So beer has a ton of variants. I mean, think about everything that's out there in the beer world, and from your lagers and ales, but even within ales, I mean, there's the sours, the fruited sours, the hazy IPAs, the West Coast IPAs, the session IPAs, then whatever, coconut brown ales. There's not as much variance in whiskey, right? I mean, there's not. You can't add. Now, there's a peanut butter screwball, or there's a fireball whiskey, but
there probably is.
Is there as much variance? There's not, right?
Not in bourbon. If you want whiskey, you can technically do anything with whiskey.
Right. So that's where you get it. Right.
So, but I think the thing with what I like about bourbon and what I've fallen in love with bourbon about is that it's much more pure. It's about simple ingredients, simple recipes.
No, I get it. Totally get it.
Because you know what? You're not going to go into a store and say, I want a cotton candy flavored bourbon. Like, I mean, that
right.
is beer. Beer has gone so off the wall crazy that at some point people are going to be like, can I just have a Budweiser, please? It's going to kind of come full circle where we're like, you know what, bring us
Andy,
back.
do you know what I'm getting? I'm getting a banana fluffernutter dream. You know what a fluffernutter is?
No.
Banana, marshmallow, and like chocolate. It's a sour beer that has banana,
it sounds horrible.
Marshmallow, and it's supposed to be amazing.
That's to me. See, I would not spend money on that.
Or a raspberry lemon bar dream.
Sounds awful.
You're taking all your desserts and turning them into a beer.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're doing.
That sounds like sugar. And
there's cotton candy beers.
So here's what I'm thinking. If you have a beer, if you have a 4-pack of a new beer, and these microbreweries are not dumb. All right, it's this weekend only. It's $20 a 4-pack, and people walk out there with 2 4-packs, and you got to drink them all in one shot, and you got to drink them quick because if not, they'll explode or the yeast is going to go bad or whatever. Blah blah blah. The whole 9 yards. Okay.
Yep.
So you're spending $40. I can get a nice bottle of bourbon that's going to last me a long time for $40.
I'm not disagreeing. But Andy, people are going crazy over these fruited sours. They are nuts.
Yeah,
nuts.
I don't agree.
I love them. I love them. I'm one of them.
The money you spend on beer and how quickly it goes, I think bourbon. This is going to sound crazy. Even good bourbon is a cheaper option. I'm throwing that out there, Scott. You can tell me agree or disagree, but I almost think bourbon is a cheaper option because if you drink bourbon the way you drink beer, you're going to go to Betty Ford. So you have to be careful.
Yeah.
You know, it's
true.
Just it's the way
That'll cure Corona, though. I'll tell you that much.
So I mean, like going back to like the variants, I think there's a lot more variance in bourbon and then especially in whiskey than you realize, because like even just in bourbon, there's different mash bills to play with, there's different yeast to play with that change the flavor profile. Then there's like different barrels or different aging of the barrels, and then then you add finishing. So like then I'm going to put it into a rum cask, I'm going to put it into a sherry cask, I'm going to put it in a mesquite cask, I'm going to put it in a honey barrel. They just haven't gotten as crazy. I mean, beers went through that process, and then just like vodka, like there was vodka, and then there was flavored vodkas, and there's every flavor of vodka. I hope that doesn't happen with whiskey as much.
But Scott, you're right, because if you think about like Sagamore, so as they transition into getting everything being local versus MGP, they've become known as like the rye finished kings. Like they take good juice, but they finish it in different barrels.
Yeah.
And they've done this now, so that their port was the big one that got them kind of like on the board. But which
is delicious.
They've done a bunch. In fact, I have a bottle of the Sierra Nevada in the rye barrels, the rye beer barrels that I've got in the back. I haven't opened yet. I'll actually I can share that with you too. You can have some of that if you haven't tried it. But they become kind of the kings of finishing. So I like that because it does add a very unique flavor profile on top of it. We had an idea. Todd, you're funny. We had an idea because of the whole Baltimore Ravens versus the Pittsburgh Steelers to do a Baltimore-Pittsburgh kind of Portuguese edition where we took the Wiggle Port Rye versus the Sagamore Port Rye and went blind to see which one we liked better. So like there's all kinds of like fun.
Andy, we've been to Wiggle.
Yeah, we have been to Wiggle. I liked some of their stuff. Some of their stuff was not very good, but
Yeah, I mean, you could even do like Maryland rye versus Pennsylvania rye.
There you
know, the style. There's this two different styles of because I think Epoch's actually a Pennsylvania style rye, but there's the whole thing to play on.
Well, Epoch is 100% right. Even like the Monongahela style, which is the PA, that wasn't 100%, I don't think.
Yeah, but it's much higher. Where like Maryland is more like 51, right around like barely a rye.
Yeah, Maryland style is Pikesville. I mean that's so Heaven Hill took the Pikesville style, and then that is what it is. It's about 51% corn.
Yeah,
and then
I love Pikesville.
I'm sorry, 51% rye, and then you've got a lot of corn to sweeten that out. So, Todd, I think you personally would love the Maryland style versus the Pennsylvania style because it's got a lot more.
I can't wait to do that. Yeah,
I didn't even pay attention if I put in any Pennsylvania ryes into or what I put in. I don't even know. I have to look up.
So maybe you can answer this question then. So what does it mean when it's called a sour mash?
Oh, that's a good question.
So sour mash is part of the process. It's actually done, and you see it when on the label a lot more just for marketing. But
Michter's, I saw the sour mash, so that's what made me think about it.
Almost all of them actually do sour mashing, and basically it's a quality control. But basically what they do is they take backwash from the previous batch and they add it to the new batch, so that there's bacteria and everything so they can try to keep consistency. So they're putting, I don't know how much percentage of the previous batch back into the new batch before they send it to the still, or even before they ferment it, so that it has some of the same bacteria and same qualities and acidities and stuff like that to try to make it consistent.
Is that desirable? I mean, is that something you would want in a high quality whiskey?
No, it's good.
So it's like using the same oil for all of your fried food.
It's cheaper. It makes it like when I buy a bottle of whatever this year, it tastes the same as it tastes next year.
Yeah. Okay.
Instead of like being completely different.
So Todd, I'll hook you up with a bottle of the Michter Sour Mash. By the way, you'll love it.
Cool.
Really
yeah, Michter's is good stuff. Just the American whiskey one as a daily drinker is amazing because it's a blend, so it can't be called a bourbon.
How many daily drinkers do you have, Scott?
So I transition. So like I'll have one for a while, and then I'll kill it, and then I'll find another one.
I gotcha.
So here's the funny thing about
a problem.
He's functioning. Here's what I like about whiskey. And Todd, we can equate this to the beer world too.
Sure,
it's a little bit different, but it's a little tougher when you're talking about bourbon and whiskey in general. If you go back and say, I have to get another bottle, I have to get another 2 bottles, whatever it is, repeats are big in the whiskey world because I don't want to spend, even if it's $20, I don't want to spend another $20 on a bottle that I kind of liked. You want to go back and say, that was fantastic. It's worth the money. I'm going to drink that a lot. So your repeat business is when you really start to think, I like this whiskey. This is something that's going to be an everyday sipper for me. So I don't know, Scott, if you feel the same way, but to me, that's how I knew, like, I got another rare breed. It was really, really good. Michter's is a constant rotation. Todd, you aren't going to agree yet, but 114 OGD.
Well, I want to revisit that. That was a year and a half ago when I wasn't drinking any whiskey, and you sprung that on me like, that's my first introduction. I was like,
I think you need some of that next week. I'd be interested to see what you think of it.
There you go.
We should do that.
Let's do it. I'm down with that. Tony, sorry. You can. Hey, Tony, you can jump on from Texas.
Listen, I will be one of your 2 minutes next week from
okay, cool.
Maybe an actual
nice.
Maybe I can show you what it's like to be in a bar. In a real bar.
Please do that.
You're gonna do
that's amazing.
Is piss people off. That's what
I love it. I think it's great.
I'm so jealous that it's
I will order a drink in front of everyone and show them what it looks like to be in a bar. So
Beanham Homebrew from across the pond is waking up with us again. Morning. This happened last time. He got up, he had his coffee, got ready for work, and was hanging with us. Cheers, Beanham. How are you? Guys, we have another whiskey to drink.
I was going to tell you, you guys you don't have to drink it today if you don't want to.
Oh, I've already poured it, Scott, so we're drinking it.
It's poured, Scott. We're
all right. Well, it's labeled with what it is, but I don't think anybody looked.
I didn't look.
Shoot. I haven't poured yet. Sorry.
I just looked at the bottom of my glass like I marked it with the label. So we know what time of the night it is. All right. I just
GTS 19.
It smells good.
What is GTS 19?
That would be George Stagg 2019.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So you know what?
Andy's excited. Oh,
God, Andy just
Andy just had a
Andy,
little
do
moment.
you need a moment?
You know what? I'm going to put them on mute. They don't deserve a stag. I'm just going to say that right. They don't realize how difficult this is to find.
Oh,
I was very lucky this year. I got a bottle.
wow. Well,
I
here's Scott.
I can't believe you shared this. That
You shouldn't
more
have
important thing is
actually.
the fact that you shared it with, especially with these two knuckleheads. I think
Tony,
that is,
you hear
I
that?
truly
No,
believe that.
Andy's
I truly
right.
believe
That-
that with. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
I truly believe that whiskey's meant to be shared and drank with friends. So
Oh my goodness.
Cheers to you,
He's too
Scott.
good.
all right, now he is my new best friend. And Todd is
Yeah.
so this
He's
is-
my best friend now too, Andy. Whatever. I mean,
Todd, we're gonna have to start our own live stream at a
Alright, so
different
actually,
I
time.
think
you know
so. We're gonna get kicked off, Tony.
You
Yeah,
two
bring it.
jabronis, don't drink yet. Don't
No.
drink.
I'm not going to.
So Scott, tell them the backstory about this because this is awesome. I mean, I'm actually kind of speechless and blown away that I am about to sip on this. So tell them about what they're about to drink because this is not easy to find at all. This is a unicorn. So go ahead.
Buffalo Trace puts out what they call the Antique Collection once a year. It consists of, I think, 5 different brands. One of them being George T. Stagg, and they have the part of the Antique Collection. So this is the same thing as Stagg Junior, but it's older and it's the cream of the crop barrels that they picked early on that said, and they know like these are the specific places in the rick houses that like produce the best whiskey for years and stuff. So also Buffalo Trace now resides in the George T. Stagg distillery. They took it over and it's changed names a couple times. But George T. Stagg was also a big distiller. I don't remember the history exactly, but I want to say in the 1800s. And he was, the same time as E.H. Taylor, but it's one of the brands that Buffalo Trace adds now. But this Antique Collection is one of the most sought after bourbon releases after Pappy.
Absolutely.
In my opinion, before Pappy every
Really?
year.
Whoa.
I look for Antique Collection. I don't even
Wait,
look for
500. Dickie's
look what
dad just said this.
Dickie said, yeah.
$500 for this.
can
We're
fetch-
not worthy.
I'll
We're
bet you
not
you
worthy.
can fetch
We're
more
not
than that.
worthy.
So MSRP on it's $99, and secondary market on it is crazy prices of like that or more.
Andy, you've never had
Wow.
this?
No, so here's the thing. I've seen this out and about and it's been up $3 and more. And I'm like, I can't pay that.
Or for $3, I'd probably walk home with it.
See, I
Oh wow.
was afraid to pull
There
the
you go.
trigger.
Andy, you gotta reevaluate.
That's funny. That's the question I was going to ask Scott was, is there something out there, no matter what the price was, if you saw it, you would buy it?
No, I don't have that kind of pockets. I wish.
Well, 3, I mean, maybe 5 bills and down.
There's certain, there's certain price. There's certain whiskeys that if I saw that I knew are way above MSRP but way below secondary, that I would pull the trigger on. Like George T. Stagg for $300, I would, especially if it's one that's the higher proof. This 2019, I got lucky and got it this year, but unfortunately, it's the lowest proof year. It's still delicious. It's just normally Stags are like, I think this one's 116. And they've ranged from a couple years ago. They were 140 proof. They were what they call hazmat. And
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
But like William Lou Weller, I would if I got the okay for the right price and the right occasion, I would pay. I wouldn't pay secondary, but I would pay half of secondary easy any day of the week or a little bit more.
Well, that's honestly, Scott, that's how I got the Weller foolproof. It was a bit of a negotiation, and it was, look, I know what MSRP is, and I know what the market value is on this. If we can get close somewhere in between, I'll take it home.
I didn't see
Yeah.
French Charles.
I feel like all Wellers are like hard. Is it something about Wellers that they're all hard to get? Like,
yeah, they're. So what happened is, so like, I have a friend and he's got a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle that he bought at Dawson's, which you guys probably know where it is, for $80 10 years ago. Nobody knew really what it was, didn't care about it. It was just sitting on a shelf. There was 2 other bottles that he didn't take home that we still talk about every time that he kicks himself for. So, but then Pappy took off, and so Buffalo Trace only has 3 mash bills, and Pappy and Weller are the exact same mash bill. So everybody thinks that
And Larceny,
Pappy,
right? Larceny is also the same mesh, was it not?
it's similar, but it's from Heaven Hill, and I don't think it's exactly the same. But it could still be, but doesn't necessarily mean the same yeast. Or so that's what everybody goes like, oh, Pappy and Weller are the same thing. They're not the same thing. Like they have, there's a big age difference. Like Weller Special Reserve is 6 years. Well, Pappy starts out at, depending on who you talk to. So they do Van Winkle, which isn't. So some people will get upset if you called the Rip Van Winkle 10 or Van Winkle Special Reserve 12-year Pappy. I personally don't care, but like a lot of people only consider Pappy 15, 20, and 23 to be Pappy. So they're a lot older than a 6-year. A. Like B, they pick special barrels. They pick the best barrels. They pick the best location. They know the locations to create these. They're the cream of the crop. If they don't, they might start out with 1,500 barrels, but only select 600 to actually go into the Pappy bottles when time comes.
I mean, even the location in the rick houses make a difference when they come to selecting, like, because the climates are just a little bit different in one location, one elevation, one spot in the rick house versus another. I mean, it's crazy how detailed it gets when it comes to picking barrels and picking kind of the cream of the crop. So, to sum Scott up, you guys are sipping on a gem, and it's a treat, and he's our new best friend.
He is our new friend. I just want to point out the French Hall's beer reviews in the chat. Great channel, great beer review channel. Thanks for coming in. I really appreciate that. So
yeah,
cheers,
he went to Buffalo Trace last year. A cool place to visit. Where are you, French Hall's? Tell us exactly where you are.
I think they're in. I want to say they're not far from us, actually.
Well, does that mean they're like in
I think like I want to say like New Jersey or Philadelphia.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Tell us where you're from. I'd love to know. Ocean Arts again. This is.
So Andy, can I tell you something about this here? He said Quiet Riot was the second. So I just simply wrote "Bang Your Head" back, and YouTube said it rejected my comment. So
really,
yeah,
that's funny. That's great. It's got
there's something wrong with that, I guess. I don't know.
Really,
must not like Kevin DeBro.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
Rhode Island. Okay, they're Rhode Island. I'm sorry. I knew they were up north, but I didn't know they were that far north.
Todd's had a couple beers. It's okay.
I have beers. I've had like 4 whiskeys. Yeah. Working on my 5th. I'm ready to drink.
I've been to Providence. I like Providence.
Whiskey cool Scouts here. Hey, all right.
So
late night with 21090.
I'll tell you what. Well, Whiskey Scout, you would like this. We're about.
Tell him, Andy. Set it up, Scott. What are we drinking?
Scott?
Again.
We're having the 2019 George T. Stagg.
George T. Stagg. So we are having the real Stagg, not Junior. This is the big boy. This is Daddy. I am so excited. All right, I'm gonna go.
If I chug this, would Scott like keel over?
Yes. Your bourbon, you do what you want.
I'm just joking.
He's so but you won't get it again.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Cheers, guys. Scott, thank you so much.
Cheers.
This has been awesome. Very cool.
Yeah. It's okay.
So everybody went after Weller when they couldn't find Pappy. Well, now they can't find Weller, and they're on to everything else.
Well, oh,
okay, that's delicious.
Really good.
Sorry, that is absolutely delicious.
I love the smell on it, though.
What's the proof on this?
Oh,
116 point something.
It's right in my wheelhouse.
But this didn't. I know we've had a lot of bourbon, but this didn't burn. This was good, really.
So,
hey, Scott, do you have the age on this?
I believe it's 15 years.
Is it something where you can? I can taste the oakiness in this a little bit.
I was gonna. The older it gets, the more oaky you should get.
More of that barrel.
Boom! I'm getting good at this, guys.
This would have been my number one.
Oh yeah,
you think? Yes,
totally getting the oakiness.
That's why I took it out and put Stagg Junior in instead because I said it's not fair.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: how could like a brewery get these type of barrels to put a nice imperial stout in? Andy, this is like
they'd spend a lot of money.
Would it be that much money? I guess. I mean, they were putting some high. I mean, Bourbon County was going in some high ones.
Talked though. The funny thing is, we talked to Steve Jones last week, and he said there was a time before the craze kind of hit with bourbon where they would give the barrels away because they could not get rid of them.
Yeah, now it's
And
like
now
Not
you're
the same.
paying a ton of money for barrels alone, but then if it's a
ridiculous.
well-known barrel, you're going to be spending through the roof to try and get that to have your beer put in it. So
Yeah,
you know,
those barrels are worth more after they dump them than when they buy them new.
absolutely. It was 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, where Bourbon County Stout actually left a little bit of the whiskey in
yes,
the barrel.
yes.
So when they put the beer in, it was infused with some of the whiskey was just kind of sloshing around in there. So as it aged, it was strong. But if you're a bourbon fan, it was fantastic.
So Whiskey Scout's got some. The Weller 07 is the only one I enjoy. Any comments on that?
Hey, Whiskey Scout, have you tried the Weller Foolproof yet? I bought a bottle, but I have not opened it yet, and maybe I'll do that on a live stream soon. But
Okay.
And the 12 and Special Reserve are good, but not outstanding.
I hear good things about the Foolproof. So
Andy, what do you have? What's the Weller you have?
I had the Weller Foolproof. It came out. It's the first time they've done.
Okay.
I believe it's the first Foolproof they've released, at least in a while.
I don't think the stuff I've been drinking has ever been. So Urgent Arch was drinking some cheap whiskey and a Pepsi. I said, I don't think that's the best line of the night right there.
I wish we
has ever been in a barrel.
That actually
That's the
wins the line of the night.
We need a shirt that says that. That's actually a great shirt.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Another whiskey reviews. All right, look at this. They're all coming in. They must know that we have.
What's up? What's
Stagg
going on? See,
19.
Our whiskey people are coming in.
I love it.
Really
I
cool.
love it. So let me ask you this: as the Malt Moser whiskey reviews, have they ever had the GTS 19 Whiskey Scout?
Yeah,
GTS.
let us know. And where are you coming to us from?
Where are you coming from? Yeah.
Yep. Let us know your location. We'd love to know.
That's
all.
Awesome. So anyway, so go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
I've not seen the Foolproof except in the lottery, and I didn't win it. Yeah, I mean, Whiskey Scout. I got really lucky to find this, and it was really only because I knew the owner. I was like, "Look, what do you have back there? Any little gems?" And he came out and said, "I've got this, and here's the price." And I was like, "I'm not paying that." And next thing you know, I walked out and said, "I'm really, really happy." So I text. The funny story is, so Scott, I text my I guess my cousin-in-law. He was an old frat brother of mine from college. He is a huge whiskey guy, and he sells it. So he stockpiles and he flips it. He's a whiskey flipper. And he even bought a barrel from Woodford Reserves that he's got. He's bottled and he's sending it out. Long story short, I sent him a picture and said I got a Foolproof. I couldn't even send another message before he made me like 5 offers of like, what do you want? How many bottles? I was like, you just drove your price up, and now I'm not letting you touch this.
Nope.
It's going to sit with me because of how aggressive you were in trying to find this. So I knew it was a unicorn.
He played his hand too quickly. He should have done that.
He definitely blew it. So he's not seeing that.
Hey Scott and Andy, Beanham Homebrew, who is an awesome homebrewer over in England, says, "Are Buffalo Trace any good? We can only get the small amount." So they're over in England. I'd say yes. Buffalo Trace, great, right?
It's like your quintessential bourbon. If you want what bourbon is kind of supposed to taste and feel and smell like, go Buffalo Trace. I mean, I think it's fantastic.
Right, Scott, right?
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, if you're over in UK, you can get Blanton straight from the barrel, which I would pay a lot of money for. I'm sure it's still hard to find, but it's barrel-proof Blantons.
Wow.
There you go.
You can't get it in the United States.
Is there a different horse on top, or
no? They make a gold one, or you can say it's the gold horses, same horses.
Oh, that's nice.
And why can't you get it in the States? Why is that not imported?
Available in Europe for a while.
But why can't you get it in the States?
The gold was only available in Europe.
Oh, straight from the barrel is too.
Only in Europe as well?
So it's like duty free in Europe. Like in Europe, they have the option to like order, from my understanding, from a lot of different places where, I mean, like I know in Germany you can order it on Amazon. Like not anymore, but you can still order some whiskey on Amazon out there. But yeah, like the gold actually will now be released once a year for double the price that it was sold in Europe for in the United States. And then secondary will be crazy.
By the way, I just wanted to not to cut you off, Scott, but OG Arts has been with us from the beginning.
Yeah. Cheers, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, man. That was
Coming on.
It was great talking to you in person.
Come on next week again. We'll be here
next week. You know, we need more friends from Arkansas. So.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey,
But hey, it was awesome. It really was having you come out, so that's cool. And then the Whiskey Scout is in Kansas, so he hasn't had the GTS 19, but oh my goodness, if I wanted 999.
Oh Jesus!
All right,
I'm gonna just cradle this for a little bit longer.
Insane. Oh my god!
Hold on.
You boys don't know what you're sipping
Whiskey review. The malt.
Like, I feel like Wayne's World here. We're
Hold on.
not worthy. We're not worthy.
Malt Muser has it. He says I got it right next to him in West Philly. Come on and drink with us.
West Philadelphia, born and raised.
You know what?
Right?
I'll tell you what, Malt Muser, if you pour it, go ahead, pour it. Here's our link. Jump on
Just
with
did it.
us and have a sip with us if you want.
There you go.
We'll give you the link. Feel free to jump on and hang out with Tony, Todd, and Scott. Now, Scott's our resident
Whiskey
connoisseur
expert.
or whiskey guy.
Me and Todd are really the whiskey connoisseurs.
Pretty much. I mean, look at us.
Those two have no business being here, but if you have one,
Hold on.
go ahead.
I think I do. I've got some note. I'm getting better at this. Gotta give me a second here. Tony too.
Todd,
You like what you like. I don't know.
Todd,
Todd.
it's true.
We're not
We're not really worthy.
They're not stag worthy. This is a gift.
We're not.
I know it's a gift.
To quote Wedding Crashers,
It's paying you as a gift, Todd. And I'm taking it with me.
Tummy tickles.
he said tummy tickles. It's tummy sticks.
Yeah, tummy sticks.
know
See,
Did you say tummy tickles?
He said, "Come on, Tony. You know I said tummy tickles."
Come on,
He's done.
Todd.
He's done.
Tony, that doesn't surprise you. How long have you known me?
How long?
40 years of
time?
your life. 45 or 35
Well, we
years
weren't
of your
born
life.
together, but close
Well,
to it.
I'm 4 years older than you, or 3 years older
Yeah.
than you. A long time.
Look, call it the time of night or whatever you want to say.
Or I'm on my fifth whiskey.
This is a gorgeous bourbon, Scott. This is I'm very grateful.
Andy pulled out gorgeous.
Andy, are you done it already?
No, I am savoring this.
He's savoring this.
Andy
Down
might
to
go
the
to bed
last,
with this. He may go to bed with this. In fact, if Andy knew that it was in there, he probably would have poured ours out, Tony, and gave us some shit. Some crap whiskey in our bottle. So I'm just making sure he didn't see it.
Truth be told, if I did know ahead of time, yes,
Yeah, I knew it.
you would have been sipping on the vial of Jim Beam, and I would have had 2 extra ones sitting at home. There's no way you're wrong.
I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah.
Easily swap that out.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Andy would have completely just
Totally.
he would have
and
it
you know
would
what?
have been Be
I don't blame
careful.
him either.
Be careful if Andy gives you a blind taste test, let me tell you.
That is true. I know. You know what? He'd be good on mine. And blind taste test. I
check
think are the
this out.
best. What's that?
Looks
All
like
right,
malt-
he's gonna join.
Yeah.
Overtime with 21090. Let's go. Scott, you don't have anywhere to go, do you?
No.
There you go.
He's at the beach. He can hang out. He's
That's
at
right.
the beach. It's fine. That's
Oh
awesome.
man, I can't. Scott, I'll be down the beach starting end of June. I'll be down there. Andy,
Right.
how long? I'm there like all summer.
Oh, nice.
Hey, by the way, the Whiskey Scout's the real deal because
I'm going to leave
one-
you for 30 seconds.
Yep.
small prostate. But so
Or
one of the
enlarged
things-
prostate, not small.
So one of the things is if you see the Whiskey Scout, there's no E. So
Oh, yeah.
you know he's a Scotch
He
guy.
likes his scotch.
Oh,
and it says right here, I'm drinking Scotch tonight.
Scotch.
I don't know about you. I've tried Scotch and I'm not a huge fan of the peat. Like it just doesn't
Is that what makes it Scotch?
resonate with me. It's just I couldn't get
Besides
into
being
it.
distilled in Scotland, but what makes it Scotch? What makes that taste different than American whiskey?
Scotch is a broad category, kind of like bourbon is.
Sure.
So, usually they'll break Scotch down to. I mean, Scotch is just like bourbon. It has to be, bourbon has to be made in America. Scotch has to be made in Scotland.
Right.
But
Flavor
there's
wise. Yeah.
so you can have peated whiskeys all over. There's peated whiskeys in the United States, but
Right.
it's not indicative to Scotch. I mean, there's a lot of Scotch that are single malts that are.
Okay.
And I'm by no means an expert on bourbon, let alone even less so.
You are. Yes, you are.
Well, I mean, comparatively to maybe with some people, but not. But Yeah, so like, but over there they don't put the E in. That's an American thing. But peat is basically
It's like moss.
Isn't it? Yeah,
It's
why
like
would
a
you want that?
moss
Why would you
they
want that in your
burn.
whiskey?
Moss.
What?
It's the same thing. Why would you want rye? I guess they figured it out, but
It's
it
a-
gives it
but
a distinctive flavor, and you can do different levels of how peated it is. Like the one that people that really love peat is like that. I have friends they love what's called Octomore, and there's like a peat. There's like a rating of peat, like the like instead of like ABV, but there's I don't know if it's just parts per million but there's a rating for how peaty the different ones are, and Octomore is normally I think it's the highest, but I don't know if the other ones have come out to beat it. But they describe it as like buttered popcorn and stuff, but to my palate, it does not taste like buttered popcorn.
Well,
but like, what scotches have you tried, Andy? Or peated whiskeys, I should really ask.
Well, so I'll tell you right now, I did try the I tried the campfire, that mix of bourbon and scotch and whiskey from High West, and I love everything High West, and I really just didn't like it. So it was just a little too smoky. That peat is tough for me. I think I'm not used to it yet. And bourbon's so sweet. Like, what I love about bourbon is that sweetness that comes through in the barrels. The charred barrels just give it this distinct, like, I don't know, this bourbon-esque quality that I love. So, all right. So look, Whiskey Scout and Malt Muser, you both popped on at the same time. This is all
nice.
Gonna bring you both on.
Bring them on.
Here are the deals. Remember, no language. We, believe it or not, our kids watch it. So no swearing. Other than that, you're free to say what you want. But it is awesome to have new people on. So welcome.
Wonderful.
Welcome. We got both of you coming on. What's going on, fellas?
Yes.
Introduce yourself, guys, because this is
love
cool.
it. Love it.
And I see a Phillies hat, so I know we got somebody relatively local here.
Gosh.
In Malt Muser, but Whiskey Scout, we'll start with you. Introduce yourself, and then Malt Muser, go ahead and go after him.
I'm Whiskey Scout. I have a channel I run. And bourbon, scotches, few ryes. I do, mostly American whiskeys. I play with the beer boys a lot anymore, so I've been packing up a package to send someone.
There you go. Nice.
In Georgia, they can't get over 14% beer, so we do a Scout Sunday, and I got a couple of 15%ers I can send to him, so I'm doing it now. But I also threw in a pint of old Charter 8-year-old you can't get no more, and one of the Jim Beam Blacks with still had the double-aged 8-year statement on it in there for him. So I take care of my friends when I can.
Always good.
We're your friends. I want you to know we are.
Anyway, and you said you didn't care for the campfire?
It was. So here's the thing. I'm a big bourbon fan.
Yeah.
I love the American whiskeys. I love the Canadian whiskeys and ryes. The peatedness, I think the Scotch is such a different flavor profile for me that it's an adjustment. So when I had the campfire and it was that mix, I think it's a third is what they kind of all the juice that goes in. I was expecting to fall in love with the smoky flavor, but it threw me off. It was different for me. So I think it's an acquired taste, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, you're correct. It is just a little bit different, but I think I was real offish about buying it for a while, and so hence I just bought the small bottle, the 375, when it became available, and I really like it. I mean, to me, you're right. There is a delicate balance there. If you start skewing one way or the other, it can get kind of wonky. And I think whoever the blender was, if you drink both Scotch and bourbons, you can find that balance in it, and that's really pretty neat. Now, just so you guys realize what I'm drinking tonight, I was at RJ's Liquor today. They got these Lost Distilleries. This is Toey-Moore.
No,
but it is a bottle, one of their store picks for whatever reason. It's a port finish.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm drinking it. I'm just wanting to know
how is it?
Where's home for you? Where's home for you?
I live in a little town of Udall, Kansas.
Okay.
That's soon to change. My wife is a high school principal, and she's taking a new job, so
God bless her.
probably going to change in another 3-4 months. But right now, I do live in Udall, but we're just about 20-25 miles from Wichita, Kansas.
You got to bring all those bottles with you wherever you go next, because you got quite a little collection going on behind you. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's just what you can see. I got
my Lord
in there.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
That's just
awesome.
like when you was with Telex earlier, he went perpetuums. He's talking about perpetuum. And I thought, yeah, I got a perpetuum. I got an unopened bottle of perpetuum.
Oh my gosh.
I also still have one left of an unopened bottle of Dark Cove committee release.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh man.
This is for
Killing me with that.
I already had, have one.
It's raining now, brother. It's raining.
That's my rainy day bottle.
This is how we make friends here on 21090. So this is good that we do this 2 minutes with 210. All right, so hey,
2 minutes. This is an hour now.
Hour with 210. Malt Music, go ahead, introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from. I see the Phillies hat, man. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, first I just got to give a quick shout out to Whiskey Scout. We've been chatting on and off on various whiskey streams for a while. It's good to see you again, brother.
Yep.
Yeah. So Malt Music Whiskey Reviews. I review whiskey, if that's not obvious. I'm coming from West Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I do whiskey reviews. I post them every Friday. I do a happy hour live stream every Tuesday at 8 Eastern, and then join my friend Telex, the Whiskey Tech, for a little whiskey show that we do every Tuesday night after that. So Tuesdays are kind of a good whiskey night for us, and yeah. And so
officially rain on your parade. We are apologize for our top 10.
No, not at all, man.
Yeah,
not at all. I got off the stream just about 20 minutes ago and saw that you guys were on. I am subbed to the 210 channel, and
thank you, man.
I said to myself, I'm going to jump on, see what you guys were talking about, and I heard some whiskey chat. So really great to join you. I do have a sampler bottle here of the Stagg 2019, so I'm going to put this in a glass and enjoy a little bit of this with you guys. I do whiskey reviews of mostly scotches, but I also do bourbon, Irish, etc. So I'm going to throw some of this in the glass and enjoy a pour with you guys. Happy Tuesday. Where are you all from?
One of these days, since we're not far being from Baltimore, I'll tell you, we've got to get together when things go back to normal, and maybe we'll do a dual review if you want. I would love to do that. We'll get together and we'll
we can go.
Oh man, that'd be so cool. Yeah, I'm just up the road. What is that? Less than 2 hours from you guys.
Not even.
That'd be awesome.
Not even, man. And that's what I like is when you meet people. I mean, I think the thing is, all of us who are working kind of on this YouTube platform, people who are trying to compete are fools. That's all. That's all I can say.
Oh yeah.
The best way to do this is, I mean, honestly, meet people, hold hands, and go at it together. Like just literally, collaborate. That's the best. That's the fun of it. I mean, there are so.
Well, let's be honest,
people.
Andy. When we started this channel, we homebrewed. That's all we did. I didn't drink whiskey. You certainly didn't. And now, what do? We do whatever we like to do. It's whiskey, it's beer, it's everything.
You're contenders now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I totally agree with you on that, man. I mean, like, this is all about fun, and if once it starts becoming like you get bold, big eyes about some like business approach,
we're not making any money off of this. We haven't received one check
this is
at
all
all.
about fun. I mean, I just love chatting. I mean, Whiskey Scout is somebody that I've been chatting with here and there for some time now, and like this is all about good.
How about
fun,
Robot
man.
Scott though? Robot Scott knows what he's talking about. You probably missed it.
If you guys don't know Scott, he's got some bourbon knowledge and whiskey he'll drop on you.
I'd love to hear about it, man.
He's the one who supplied us with this GTS 19. So
may have missed this, but he set us up with this whole blind taste test. Was awesome.
Blind.
Next week we're gonna do rye next week, but
Andy, rattle off the list of
tell them what we had.
All right, so tonight, let's see. We sipped on.
This is a blind taste test now. We had
no
idea.
So we did the Elijah Craig barrel proof, the B519, which is a nice one. That was actually, I think that was my favorite.
Love it.
We did do the Stagg Junior Batch 11. 12 is my favorite, but I like the 11 that came in third place. We did the Bell Mead Reserve, another good one.
The cast strength one, yeah.
And then
there you go. There it is.
The only one that was a little off.
There it is.
Nice.
Oh yeah, Scott.
Nice.
The Booker's Country Ham.
I've enjoyed quite a bit.
The Booker's Country Ham was the only one that wasn't my favorite, but I still liked it still very
yeah.
much. And now we're
Well,
sipping
that
on,
is an amazing flight, you guys. I mean,
I
that's,
know.
that's
That
a
was
flight
fun.
to enjoy.
and then
You know,
and then
the
we
thing
got
about the
the
Bookers. Go ahead.
well, George, the Stagg. So I mean, this is a gift at the end.
And,
So,
and get this malt music. We gave him our home brews.
Yeah, that he got the raw end of the deal. So
Who got the bad?
we need to we need to
Oh
help.
man,
help
you are
out.
in debt, gentlemen.
Scott,
We
You are
didn't
in
know.
debt.
Yeah.
No
He needs
idea.
some reparations.
I know, right?
Hey, man,
Oh, man.
you know, you never stare a gift horse in the mouth, and you guys definitely got the opportunity to try some amazing whiskeys. All of the ones that you mentioned, especially Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. I just got my hands on the latest batch of that, which is the A120. I absolutely love the George T. Stagg BTAC, which you guys are drinking now, which I got in my glass. I mean, I was given this mostly only because my younger brother, even more of a bourbon head than me, shared a sample with me. I mean, this is, as Scout was alluding to, I mean, this is like an $800, $900 bottle on secondary market. I mean, you just it's lottery only, so savor every drop of it.
Well, hey, cheers, malt music. There we go, everybody.
Cheers to that. And cheers.
Sorry,
to
Whiskey
Younger
Scout. I feel bad, Whiskey Scout.
All right.
There you go. Cheers,
I
brother.
can pour all kinds of stuff.
There you go,
I don't
man.
have that one, but
it looks like Whiskey Scout's not going thirsty.
I don't think so either.
I'm just looking back there. He's not going thirsty.
That's the COVID bunker right there, man. He's locked and loaded.
He doesn't have to go
I know
anywhere.
where I'm running if everything turns for even the worse than it is now. I'm heading to Kansas, and I'm gonna be knocking on your door, Scout.
come on over.
On the way over, we'll stop in Kentucky on the way over.
Got that. So, but
Yeah,
you know
that
what?
sounds good.
Malt music to kind of piggyback off of what we were talking about. The cool thing about doing channels like this is that the people you meet, like Scott, I didn't even realize this, lives about 10 minutes away from us. We had
Not far at all.
So and all of a sudden now we're hanging out. But we've been invited to different breweries. I mean, Guinness invited us out to come out. We've been going to tons of local breweries. We've got partnerships with Heavy Seas Brewing and with Hysteria, like all these different places that want us to come out. I took a private tour of Stone. It's not like you've done anything crazy.
You haven't done anything.
All you're doing is you're just putting yourself out there and saying, hey, this is fun. Let's give it a shot. Let's review. And you meet people, and it's been really, really cool. So
Andy, funny that you say Stone, because
look at that.
Beer Hound, this is funny. You just said Stone, but Beer Hound is out in California. He's chilling with the delicious Stone Arrogant Bastard Ale. How funny is that?
Oh, that's a great beer right there. Great beer.
I had a ton of fun at Stone. I went
that
in.
video will come out, right, Andy?
Oh, what
coming.
an awesome brewery. I saw it. It was great.
But it's just really cool. And next thing you know, you're sipping on a George T. Stagg. I mean, it's just you can't plan for the things that come from doing something like this, but it's fun. And then we bring you boys on, and this is great. Like I love this collaborative piece.
Who would have thought, Andy, 4 years ago when we started this, when we were just brewing beer in our basement or garage, that we'd be sipping on $500 whiskey from people we met, talking with people about whiskey. What the heck? What's going on
Best
here?
part, man.
Isn't it cool?
I can't tell you. And Scout, you're probably the same as me in this respect, and maybe even you guys. Like the community that you build, and just people who are enthusiasts. It's low ego, just all about sharing. I mean, I got folks that have sent me samples from Scotland, that stuff I can't get, and
That's awesome.
friends in Canada that have sent me stuff. I mean, it's just all about the fun, and I try to reciprocate the best I can. And you're right. I mean, it's just you create community. You kind of present yourself honestly, and share your dumb 2 cents about everything, and folks agree and disagree. And it's
I'm with you, because I think people can see through the BS, and if you're in it for the wrong reasons, you don't last long. And if you're actually enjoying what you're doing, and you like meeting new people and just kind of hanging out and just it's a really cool way to kind of, it's not so much like, hey, we're going to be the next big thing and make tons of money, but the experiences that come along with it. I'd never been afforded these kind of opportunities if we hadn't done something as crazy as just saying, here's a logo, here's a brand, here's what we do, and let's grow it and see what the hell happens. And it's been awesome. So
Let me ask the whiskey guys here. So we got Whiskey Scout and Malt Muser, and well, Scott, you don't have a channel. You're a big whiskey guy, but so I'm a beer guy. I've gotten into whiskey. I've gotten into whiskey because I love barrel aged beers. All right, so that's what really got me into learning how whiskey changes. The barrels change the complexion of those beers. Do you guys drink beer? I mean, are you into beer at all? Yeah. So, like, what do you? I mean, do you drink craft beer or just like macro?
Well, okay, I'm over 50, and when I was stationed in Germany in the mid '80s when I was in the Army, I drank German beer. So, and when I got back to America at that time, it was before the big craft boom, and all we had was macros and whatever you could import from Germany. And half the time that was skunky by the time you opened the bottle. Either sat on the shelf way too long or too many hot, cold, exchanges on it. So when the craft beer boom started in the '90s, I drank beer. I've been an equal opportunity.
There you go. There you go. Hey, Tony, you love the German beer out there, right? What was the brewer you became friends with?
Oh man,
Meisel, right?
Meisel, yeah.
We did a clone of them. That's right. David Hasselhoff.
And I joined Bumpy Road Brewery.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
When I can find what he's having, and had Irish Red. I couldn't be on last night because I had a family. My father had a heart attack yesterday.
Oh gosh,
he's fine. He's fine.
Good.
But I couldn't be there last night. I mean, they were Irish Red. So next week's either going to be a double or a what was it?
Andy, one of these nights you have to come on Bumpy's live stream, Multi Mondays. We have not been on one. I feel bad.
But I do the multi and I do Stout Sunday and barrel aged stouts.
Aren't they?
Yeah, I mean that's. In fact, tonight I bought 2 from Zipline Brewing to do for the next 2 Sundays with John. And
that's awesome.
Yeah, both of those are barrel.
So that's Oklahoma, right? We did Zipline when we did our state.
No, Zipline's
Nebraska.
Well, Nebraska. That's Nebraska.
We did Zipline.
So we did Zipline for Nebraska, and we did that. Yep. That was cool. So we did try. We know Zipline. That's awesome.
Prairie Bomb, I think, is probably the one you're thinking of from Oklahoma.
Okay. Yep.
So
that's very cool. And just sidebar, man, we're glad Dad's okay. That's good to hear because I know that's so.
May is.
All right, so let me ask you this other question. So Scott, you said you did the whole Kentucky Trail, sort of the Bourbon Trail, right? Have you guys whiskey? I know Scott, you were. How many times have you done that?
6 at least.
6.
Wow. 66 times.
I've yet to do it once.
Okay, my question to Whiskey Scout and Mom, have you guys done that sort of the Bourbon Trail at all?
Yeah, I did it last year.
How was it?
It was great. I did, I got a glass here from Willett. I did the Willett Distillery. Here's my general feeling on it was like the first day was amazing. The second day was also really good. As it kind of got on, it's like you can only do so many tours before you're just kind of like, So I tried to hit the ones that really I was most excited about, which was Willett, Wild Turkey, Buffalo Trace. The Buffalo Trace tour was amazing. I'd recommend it to anybody. Awesome tour. Wild Turkey was also really great. I stopped by Four Roses. I stopped by, there was a couple other ones in there. Heaven Hill. Yeah, I mean, it was a really good time. I stayed in Louisville, got an Airbnb, swung by Michter's, Old Forester, some of the ones that are local in Louisville. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, I highly recommend it. I mean, I think it's worth doing once for sure. It definitely, I got a bottle of a single barrel Wild Turkey that was picked by Eddie Russell, who's the master distiller at Wild Turkey. So, I got that. So, a couple little memento things you bring back. I'll say this, if you're into trying to find the rare bourbons that you think, I'll only be able to find these in Kentucky, that was not my experience. For the most part, couldn't find any of these, none of these distilleries had you can only get it here stuff. But, by and large, a lot of fun, a lot of history. Buffalo Trace tour is definitely worth it. Willett tour, definitely worth it. And just to go back to your beer question for just a second, I'm originally from Milwaukee, so I'm from the city of beer. And while macro brewing is what it is in Milwaukee. There's a lot of crap brewing there. But my journey really started with beer. Wisconsin has a ton of great breweries. Carbon 4 out of Madison, Central Waters out of Amherst, some of my favorite breweries. I really kind of started with that before I was more of a tequila fan, and then bourbon and Scotch. But the renaissance of like quality, New Glarus. I mean, it goes without saying, right? The elusive spotted cow, right?
Yep.
Definitely had a lot of good beers there, and still like to drink quality stuff when I can. I've gravitated more towards whiskey in my as the years have went on, but I'm not opposed to a good beer. So.
Especially bourbon barrel age, right?
Well, it is funny how things progress as you kind of move forward in your journey. It's just different things start to take place.
Well, think about you, Andy. I mean, you're a classic example of this. You were a beer, you were a huge beer guy. In fact, you probably got me into beer. You were the first one back in the day when we were like 22 years old. He's like, try this Killian's Irish Red. I'm like, what are you doing? Give me the natty lighter, give me the whatever.
Where's the beast ice?
Yeah, exactly. And he's.
Can I tell you a story about Killian's Irish Red?
Go for it, man.
I was like maybe 16 or 17. I didn't drink beer yet. And Andy had Killian's, and he said, he had that beer. So that was the first beer I tried. I took one sip and I threw up.
Threw up.
I hated it that much. It was so disgusting.
Oh, no.
He went immediately to Keystone because of the no bitter beer face, and he was
That's right.
Keystone. Actually, they were correct. Okay. Like there was no bitter beer face because that was water.
But the funny thing is, you do go on these progressions as your palate starts to change. And one of the things I noticed, Todd, was when we started really diving into the barrel aged beers.
Yes,
I started really appreciating the bourbon, especially the rye. The rye that came through kind of just spoke to me because it had this distinctiveness that I said, I'm loving this. And so when I was telling Scott the story earlier, when I got into bourbon, I did not dip my toes in. I jumped into the pool in the deep end and said, I'm going to learn to swim. And that's how I kind of became, I kind of fell in love with it that way, because I didn't start with Basil Hayden's. It was, all right, I got a Knob Creek 120 and I got a E.H. Taylor like Bottled and Bond. Drink it neat, no water, figure it out, enjoy it, and next thing you know, I was hooked. So it's one of those things where
you were hooked pretty quick.
And
it took me a while. It took me a while.
I had a friend at a liquor store. It was funny. I walked in and I said, "Look, can you recommend a good bottle of bourbon to me?" And he said, "I could, but I'm not going to." I said, "Why?" I said, "Well, why not?" And he said, "Bourbon's fantastic." I said, "Yeah, that's why I want your recommendation." And he said, "You don't understand. Once you get on that train, you can't get off." I refuse to get on the train. so that's kind of where we ended up with that. And he sold me quite a few bottles since then. But yeah.
So you're on the train, Andy.
I'm on the train. I'm sorry. it is what it is. But
hey, man, I'd love to hear which bourbons are speaking your language since you've been riding that locomotive, man. What's the stuff that's been speaking to you?
I'm digging the higher proof, so I'm not going to lie to you. Probably because I started like that Knob Creek 120 was just it. That was kind of like the aha to me, the 9-year, and it wasn't shortly thereafter that I got the 11-year 25th anniversary Knob Creek that I really liked that too. But I was telling Scott earlier, I like the Whiskey Row series of 1910 and 1920 are just they're great sippers. I really like that. Mm-hmm. I love the old Granddad 114. I think it's fantastic. The Larceny Barrel Proof that came out this year, the A120, I think is great. I haven't had the B520 yet. I'm trying to find it, and I cannot. So
it's not out yet. I got the A120 right here.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I think Scott's got it too.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one even. Things are changing with the Elijah Craigs now. The minute they hit the stores, because everything's kind of went crazy, even in here, even in Kansas. And you got to be there. If you're not there, it's gone. I mean, it's kind of insane.
That's what I was telling Scott. I snagged a Weller's Full Proof this year, and I got it for a really good price. Oh. I'm almost afraid to open it because I know I'm not going to find another bottle, period. Like, it's like you open it, it's gone. And I know, like, in my heart of hearts, you buy whiskey, good bourbon, it's to enjoy it. But it's like as soon as I open this, I'm gonna go through it. Like I don't want to do it. So
Yeah.
You hit the nail on the head. I don't mean to bogart too much time, but I just want to offer up one thing that you mentioned. You mentioned the Knob Creek single barrel 9-year,
the 120,
60% ABV.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, that is the best value in bourbon.
Which one is
but
that?
Here's the caveat: the Knob Creek single barrel
9-year.
reserve, 9-year, 60% ABV, 120 proof. But here's what I'll tell you as a caveat, which makes it even better.
Ooh.
Knob Creek single barrels has a incredibly wide, and Whiskey Scout's going to attest to this the minute I say it. The thing about Knob Creek, the thing about Knob Creek single barrel, the thing about Knob Creek single barrel is the store pick selections that you can get off of that are wide ranging and amazing. I have found, and I shit you not, pardon me, I kid you not.
I've already cussed too, don't worry.
14 to 15-year-old single barrel Knob Creek's sub $50.
Wow,
and there are liquor stores in every one of our neighborhoods that are doing store pick selections where they're picking barrels. They're getting higher age statements. I mean, we are talking 12, 13, 14 years. I have found 15-year Knob Creek single barrels at 60% ABV under $50.
That's awesome.
It is the best value in high proof bourbon. And I'm telling you, you can get age statements on those that are upwards of 15 years. It's great stuff.
And you're speaking Scott's language, because Scott's been preaching the store picks like since he's come on. Like, pick it. There's a little place across the Bay Bridge. I bought 2 bottles of the 1972 Full Proof, which obviously you can't get now because it won the award. It's like the McKenna. Once McKenna hit, it's always like you can't find Henry McKenna anywhere. I got a couple bottles of that. Look at that beautiful Knob Creek.
Whiskey Scout's got one right there.
Is that a store pick right there?
That's
well, I write the age. That's the age on this one. I got 2 13s, a big red one, and this one. And this one here is only a 9. But this one here, these are the only 3 I got left. I finished a bottle of the 9-year, this one here, last week. So
it's a beautiful pour.
Once you find one, like he's saying, once you find one that's really good in the store, go back and buy more, because that's a single barrel. This is
probably
my
already
last
gone.
one. This goes to the grave with me. This is probably the best bourbon I've ever had in my life.
What?
Wow.
What?
Yeah, and it's sub $50. I'm telling you, it's the best deal in bourbon.
John Hill was on Todd and said, like, Andy, do you like the Knob Creek products? And I'm like, yeah, Knob Creek. I mean, it's
they're all good. Stuff. But this one, I went back.
You won't drink that again, though. You won't open it up. It's going to. You won't drink it.
This is my last one.
But
I've already had 2 bottles, so I know.
Okay, you know what you're getting.
So it's not like I haven't. And I've had 2 bottles of this.
But hold on, let me ask you this: for your YouTube channels, you guys who do YouTube, and so you've got these store picks. Does it make sense to do reviews of them if you can't get it anywhere else?
Yeah, I did a review of this one.
Yeah, but does it? I mean, it's almost like we do beer reviews that are like very, from our area. Nobody else cares about it. They can't get it. So like, does it matter? Even though it's great beer.
The difference is, so if you get a beer, and we so let's say the latest and greatest hazy IPA comes out that is expensive and elusive, and no one else can get it.
Yeah.
We sit on that for a year, it's going to taste like garbage.
Sure. Yeah.
So we realize that freshness is the key to making this thing pop.
Right.
In the whiskey world, you can sit on those things.
I know, but what I'm saying is,
and so it's hard to open it because the next batch is going to come out at some point and make that even tougher to find.
Right. Well,
and B, once it's cracked open, you're at the mercy of your willpower.
Look at this.
Here's another one I haven't opened, and that's a 2014 Booker's. But I've had plenty of Booker's, so I've never felt the need to open this one.
Jesus.
But I got this one. Booker's was still $39.99.
Whoa.
That's how long I've had it. So, 2014.
Good point, though, like,
prices as it is
regarding the store picks.
Yeah.
The way that I like to think about it is, I think it's like, it's all about audience, right? So, if you're talking to just folks like us who are, in the intermediate level or whatever you want to call it,
Sure.
It's nice to share your 2 cents. The way I think about it, and the Knob Creek thing is a really good point about this because I've yet to do it. I've paused on doing Knob Creek reviews of the single barrel strictly for the point you've mentioned. The way I'm going to do it is to get a regular standard release and then also review the other one at the same time and kind of just not compare, but just share this is what you might be able to find. Right.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Yep. Absolutely.
Once you do the standard release, Buffalo Trace, for instance, or Knob Creek, I done that review first, I think, before I did the store pick. So, the viewer gets an idea of the complexity increase to the store pick, the value, the age. And so when they go in that store and they see the Knob Creek 120 standard and they see the store pick and there's only $5 difference, maybe sometimes $6-7 difference.
Exactly.
And the little display will tell you what rack it came from, what barrel it is, the actual warehouse location, the actual age of the barrel. They can say, well, their store picks are great. Maybe I should just bypass this and get the store pick. And I'm saying, you probably should.
Well, and you're right, because I think the thing is, and Dickie, that's funny, I'm switching to bourbon. The funniest thing about that is when you're to the novice, you're thinking store pick as inferior.
I thought that.
So most people are going to pass it by and say, you know what? Yeah, and you're right.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to pass it by and say, "Nah, I want."
Pick. That sounds generic to me.
I want the Henry McKenna 10-year. I don't want anything else other than the $35 that became the $135 bottle. Like they tell you, this is what I've got to have.
Risk.
Yeah.
There's always some risk. I mean, I've had store picks that haven't been amazing, but I think as you're getting into your journey, starting with the standard releases is always the right way to do it, and then you develop your palate, you kind of get a sense. I mean, bourbon, I'm not slighting bourbon in any way when I say this, but I think bourbon compared to things like single malt scotch, bourbon is a little bit more, the variance of flavor profile is a little tighter than single malt scotch, which I think is a little bit wider. And so you develop your palate, you buy the regular Knob Creek 9 and then you buy the single barrel and you're like, ooh, I can tell the difference between the single barrel and the regular release. And then you see a store pick and maybe it says 10 years or 11 years. And then you're drinking that and you're like, ooh, I can kind of tell there's a little bit more rounded edges. It's a little bit more viscous and you kind of can move from there. And so, I think to your point, it's not about necessarily the aversion that I would have had 5 years ago. If I walked in and it was Johnny's liquor pick versus the regular, I'm like, well, I'll just get the regular because that's what I know because I'm buying for brand.
Right.
As you develop your palate, you're more willing to diversify, and I think that's part of the journey.
Agreed. And honestly, most liquor stores that are going to go out and search for these, they're going to let you sample them too. So if you want to say, look, before I try before you buy. There's really no reason. I went to Cindy's the other day. They have the Old Forester single barrel there. I was like, you know what? I'm not buying this unless I can try it. And basically, here you go, man. Enjoy it. We liked it. It's great. And I walked out with a bottle of it. So it's good stuff.
The Buffalo Trace, it's a Grove store pick, this Buffalo Trace. And to tell you the truth, I can't tell much difference from the standard than this.
Wow.
So, I mean, I don't really think there was... To me, it's almost exactly the same. I mean, no more than any variance from batch to batch you would get is all that is. There's not an outstanding difference. I didn't pay any more for it, believe it or not. It was actually the same price. But, it was
luckily it's delicious. I mean, Buffalo Trace is just your quintessential bourbon. So,
wait a minute.
I mean, it's good.
I got to stop you, Andy. This is the last sip of the GTS 19.
I know.
Favorite.
Some Buffalo Traces are better than others. I will grant you that. Buffalo Trace. This is just standard whiskey. It's
Andy. While Todd's taking his last sip, I'm gonna bow out.
You look like you're about to go to sleep.
Well, I've got a meeting tomorrow at 8 a.m. So I've got.
All right, buddy.
I gotta leave.
Tony, it's nice to meet you, man. Take good care.
Cheers, little brother. I'm glad you
Thanks,
got
everybody.
some good stuff tonight.
Hey, next week I will be seeing everybody live from Dallas, Texas, in a bar.
In a bar.
Oh,
There you go.
nice.
Now your
What do you got
Eagle.
there, Whiskey Scout?
Now your
All
Eagle
right.
Rare.
It's
I got
Thanks,
two
Tom.
different
I'll see you,
store-
brother.
Got two different store picks from Eagle Rare. Now both of these are much better than the standard, but even then, I like Eagle Rare. I know a lot of people bag on it, don't care.
Eagle Rare is
I've
delicious.
got 1, 2, 3, 4 right here. Then I've got 3 more in there.
Right back in
They're
it.
all different barrels. They're found different places. But the store picks, I have to say, whoever picked for Bill's and the other store were both really good whiskeys. I mean, they had a good palate, and that's where it comes into play. Is if your guy at the store, if he can, or the group, or if it's a single guy, sometimes it's a group. If they can make the differentiation, if you've got a standard Eagle Rare on hand, and then you go into the pick, so you can do your comparison and see what your profile you want to modify to, it helps a lot. I don't know if some, like in the case of the Buffalo Trace, I really don't think. I just don't think that I don't think it was given a lot of thought. Groves Retail Liquor is a very huge liquor store, and they're more for volume than for quality. So quantity tends to be there more. And I think that's why that store pick suffered. But just so you can get, because they're both Buffalo Trace products. Just so you get an idea.
So I love store picks, and one of the big things I found is different stores are going to have different people normally picking their picks, and they've got different flavor palettes. So if you find a store that those people picking have the same flavor palette as you, you're going to normally like their picks a lot more than, say, liquor store B. So that's always good. But like the bad thing is, like, Buffalo Trace, and from what I've seen, is a bad example of store picks, because I like to do blinds of store picks against the regular ones with friends and stuff. But like Buffalo Trace is in such a demand, when any store gets a chance to get a store pick and they're given, like, here's your 3 barrels, they're not going to say, I'm going to pass. They're going to take something, and it's not like it used to be. So especially like their base Buffalo Trace, like, they're either going to go, store picks I normally feel like are either going to go, like, this is amping up what our normal flavor profile is, or something really weird is what the store is going to pick of a store pick. So, like, I always like the ones when they find the one that they amped it up, if they got that choice, but like regular Buffalo Trace, it's 90 proof. There's not a lot to amp up, but I mean, when it's the same price, I still buy store pick Buffalo Trace all day long before buying the regular one off the store. But like Eagle Rares, there's a huge difference in Eagle Rares of the few that I've had, at least. But then like Four Roses, they have the 10 different. I buy every single one, like, tasting or not. Normally, I will not buy a store pick from a store if they will not offer a sample. If they don't believe in their product that they're going to give you a sample, I'm not going to buy it unless it's a Four Roses. Then I'm like, yeah, I'll take one.
Yeah,
I got
those barrel strength picks from Store Roses are just the Four Roses ones are just great. I just found an 11-year 3-month OBSQ, which I was like, oh yeah, I gotta get this for sure. I mean, that's the other thing, is the age on it. I mean, some of those Four Roses picks will go over 10 years. There you go.
This one here was sent to me. A friend of mine that I know real well in Wisconsin, he's came down here, we met and everything, and I got him a couple of exclusive bottles at a couple of stores here in Kansas. So he tells me, he goes, well, I got this bottle of Four Roses store pick, I just don't care for it. I said, all right, I'll buy it from you, just let me know. He goes, I'll just send it to you. It's not any good. He sends it to me, and there's only about that much gone. I mean, literally only half inch of the top of the bottle's all that's gone.
You must like it.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I did a video on it
nice.
too long ago.
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
There you go.
That's fantastic. Right? So, hey, I got to ask, Whiskey Scout and Malt Muser, just so we're not calling you Whiskey Scout, what are your names?
Robert,
yeah.
Robert and
Eric.
All right. So
there we go.
Nice to meet you guys. You can see.
Where are you guys all from, by the way? I didn't
Baltimore.
Get you guys are all in Baltimore?
Yep, right outside Baltimore.
Oh, okay, cool.
We're
on the road.
Long-suffering Oriole fans, and
I hear you.
Ravens
Hey,
are okay. We'll take the
The
Ravens.
only thing we can hang our hats on is the last World Series we won was against.
Oh, it's against the
Philadelphia
Phillies.
in
It was.
1983.
It was.
Yeah.
1983.
Well, admittedly, I'm not a huge. I'm a Brewers fan first and
Oh,
foremost.
okay.
The
There you
Phillies hat was a gift when I
Got
moved to Philly. I wear it.
Hey,
It's
cool hat.
you know,
It's all right.
I like
It's all good.
Philly, but I'm a
Yeah,
Packers.
I've never been to Milwaukee.
Packers and
Never been to
Packers
Milwaukee.
and Brewers.
Never been to Milwaukee. Any
Have
of you?
have you been to Lambeau, Eric?
Oh yeah,
Oh, that's awesome.
many
All right.
3 or 4 times.
Are you a Packers? You're a Packers fan then too?
It's worth, oh, big time. Yeah.
There you go. What do you think of them taking Jordan Love?
I will tell. Well, we'll see. I don't know. I will be sad if Aaron Rodgers only gets one Super Bowl
I
with
know,
Green
right?
Bay. But I'll tell you this much: if you ever get the opportunity, whether you're a Packers fan or not, to visit Lambeau Field, it is like nothing else. The stadium, it's in a city that has less than 100,000 people. It is in the middle of a residential area.
It's funny.
It is an experience like no other, and the Packers Hall of Fame in and of itself.
Eric, you know, it's funny.
That's
I
what
work.
we hear that.
Yeah, I work with somebody who is her husband is originally from Wisconsin, so they live here in Maryland, but they got on the list for after a long time to get as a group. They have like 2 tickets, so they split among 5 of them. He goes to 2 games a year because they have 2 tickets and so he goes up, and actually one of them is a preseason game for Christ sometimes. So,
Sure.
but he says it's like not. He has family that it's up there, so he stays there with the family, and it's like another experience. And she keeps telling me you got to go, but I guess is there a way to get tickets if you're an opposing team's fan? I mean, you can always get tickets, right? I guess
You can. I mean, secondary market. I mean, you know,
right?
Ticket fly or whatever. I mean, it's not always the easiest thing. And I mean, Green Bay is not exactly accessible. I mean, your best bet is to fly into Milwaukee and a 2.5-hour drive.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this much: like, the experience is just. It's a very singular, unique experience for any professional sport. I mean, you are talking about literally, like I said, the city of sub 100,000 people. It is in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
And you just have this giant stadium, you know, an anecdote, just being somebody who lived in Wisconsin for long. Packers fans volunteer to go into the stadium
and shovel out. Yep.
Like, it's such a ridiculous.
I hear you. Now, do you get a lot of grief being in Philly as a Packers fan? I guess. I mean, you're not in the same, but you're in the NFC.
Let me just put it this way: I don't walk around showing.
Philly's tough. Philly's tough.
They threw snowballs
it's
at
not
Santa
easy.
Claus, so
not
you know
easy.
where you
They've
are.
done a lot of things. I'll tell you a real quick story that I learned right when I moved to Philly. So this guy who plays for the 76ers, their team, right? I don't remember his name now. He was going around Center City, downtown Philly, you know, taking pictures in his Redskins gear because he's from outside of he's outside of DC. So he's going around, you know, like tongue in cheek, haha, it's funny. Like I play for the Sixers, but I'm a Redskins fan. He showed up at the stadium. This is an NBA player. Showed up at Lincoln Financial for the Redskins Eagles game that week.
Yep.
And like 4 Eagle fans tried to fight him.
Oh God. Yeah.
Like,
I'm not surprised at all.
Just taking swings at an NBA player.
Philly,
I went to a bar in an Aaron Rodgers jersey once. I won't do it again. I'll just go back. I respect Philly. Like Philly don't play.
So you know, it's funny. So Eric, a quick story, and then I want to address a quick question. So you guys think about this while I tell the story.
There's a little bit left in there.
Dickie Dad has been with us the entire night. He's awesome.
He is awesome.
Every week we try and get him to come on, but he hasn't. But you know what? He hangs with us, and so mad respect. We appreciate him. So he said, "Look, $50 to $60. What should he buy?" So I want all of you guys to think of what bourbon, 50 to 60, 1 or 2 that you would buy.
Totally new to bourbon, he said.
Yep, new to bourbon.
Well, totally new. Okay.
Yep. And he's not.
You want to jump on that?
He's not jumping the way I did.
Totally new, and you're going to do $50 to $60. My first option would be Wild Turkey 101, but if you're going to step up that much, and you can find this.
That's what I was going to.
This is a very good
on
choice.
the same page. I was going to say 1910 or 1920. Go for Whiskey Row.
The 1920 is maybe a little hotter than somebody new would come in.
Yeah.
You're going from 93 to 115 proof, and you're still getting so much flavor with the 1910.
Yep.
And at a lower proof profile, and you're not hurting yourself. That's
What do you think,
choice.
Robot Scott? What do you think about that?
I like that pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't go 1920 just because the proof is too much. You're jumping in too high. I definitely would recommend something that's like 90, 80 to 90 proof to somebody. Like, and then I always recommend something more on the sweet side. So, like, I recommended Eagle Rare if you can find it for the right price. Otherwise, like Woodford Reserve Double Oak is always a good one because if I find that if you introduce somebody to the sweet profile on bourbon, they're more likely to go down the path of bourbon.
Nice.
So I'll say this to you. I did not start by dipping my toes in.
Didn't.
My first bottle was a 120 Knob Creek, and I insisted on drinking it neat because my grandfather said there's 2 rules in life.
That's true.
Coffee
black.
1, life's not fair, and 2, real men drink their coffee black, which means I knew I needed to drink my whiskey neat. So that's all I knew. It was like no water, no nothing. You jump right in, and so I jumped in. So first of all, go ahead and get a 120 Knob Creek if you want. That's fantastic and full of flavor. If
Big one though, Andy. He's just starting out. Come on, man. Ease him into it.
So did I. You'll thank me later. After your third dram, you're going to be saying, you know what?
Listen to Robot Scott and Whiskey Scout. They'll serve you right.
Well, Robert, I'm not far off, am I? But whatever. So.
That's funny.
Oh, it's a good choice, but you might. That is a little. That might be a little steeper road to climb.
So I got a question for.
It's gonna put some hair on somebody's chest.
Let me ask real quick. I know we're probably getting. Well, I ain't got anywhere to go, but Whiskey Scout and Malt Muser. Robot Scott hooked us up with a pretty cool blind vertical. Have you guys done that? Have you on your channel? Do you guys do that a lot? The blind. So you take everything out. You don't know what this whiskey is. You just basically. We knew these were barrel proof. That's all we knew. And it was so cool to go through and see what we tasted and not have any bias as knowing what's coming. Do you guys like doing that stuff?
Yeah, I did occasionally. The first one I did was with blended scotches under $20.
Yeah,
just to go through all the blended scotches.
Blended scotches under 20. Okay.
What was my favorite blended? Not necessarily did I really truly enjoy it overtly,
right?
But what was? I mean, I did it, and it came out to be a real mundane, cheap blended scotch. Actually, won everything.
There you go.
But okay.
Was it Famous Grouse?
There was one. It really didn't win everything because my favorite was what's it called? Teachers. Teachers is a very good cheap scotch, and it's got a lot of flavor for no more than it is. And I knew what it was the minute it touched my lips.
Wow.
And it already won in my head, so I picked my second favorite. That's because
I have not done any. Yeah, I haven't done any blind vertical videos, but I've done them in person, and they are a lot of fun. I've been thinking about doing videos. Yeah. As far as the bourbon thing you mentioned, 1910 is perfect pick.
There you go.
For that. So I'm totally with Scout and everybody else who mentioned that. The only other ones I would mention in that $50 to $60 range, like I almost feel like if you're going to spend that much, you're getting into kind of a more nuanced territory. Right. I mean, I'd look at $30. I would look if somebody likes something a little spicier, Four Roses small batch, or even Four Roses single barrel. Yeah. Like those two, incredibly good quality, good price.
Hold on. This is he's getting into bourbon from the beginning, so he's a beer guy, right?
Yep.
What about like Evan Williams White Label? It costs like $18.
Oh yeah,
$18.
Well, here's the thing. Forget that. That's a great pour.
Right.
But if you're looking at spending $50, spend $27 and get the Evan Williams single barrel.
I mean,
single barrel. There you
Williams
go.
Single barrel is Evan Williams single barrel is sub $30.
I'm going to throw it out there again. I'm going to say it, Todd. I'm going to get you converted. Amazing. But you know what?
Yeah.
Get the old Granddad 114 if you want a nice pour for.
I know.
Or the 100 bottled in bond.
Yeah.
I mean,
there you go.
Really good.
What do you think, Scott?
My biggest suggestion, I think, really, there's so much different flavors, and everybody's flavor profile is different.
Yeah.
Take the $50 and go to the bar and do some flights and try a couple different things.
There's a good idea. What's that? What's that?
This is the single barrel.
Okay.
The E.H. Taylor single barrel bottle in bond. So I think it runs about 65 when you can find it. But that was another great choice. Just the standard bottled in bond, not just the standard small batch bottled in bond. Each flavor's really good.
So Robot Scott, Andy, Moser, how much do we want to be in Whiskey Scout's bunker there right now? I mean, look at that. I mean, does anybody else want to be there right now? And
I'll call in sick tomorrow.
Why not? Let's go to Kansas. It can't take long, right? We're close to each other.
So Robert and Eric, I'll tell you what, because we've been doing
Don't
this.
do that.
Oh, okay. No good.
Oh,
Baker.
I cannot wrap my mind, and this is even the older one, and I gave it a pretty bad review. I don't care for even the old version. I got the old version up there. I like something about Baker's. It's just
Robert. I'll tell you, it's funny. The original Baker 7 was interesting because it fit into. Well, let me take that back. It didn't really fit into the whole portfolio, but it wasn't a bad pour. It just had a little heat. Yeah, there it is.
Because it's the weird middle stepchild between Creek and Booker's from the Jim Beam, because those are all Jim Beams.
Yeah,
I'm with you. It was kind of like the redhead stepchild that just didn't kind of fit in, and so this felt, the new single barrel felt like kind of a marketing ploy a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
3.5 years. That's all that's gone. That tells you how much I.
Yeah, you're not liking it.
No.
If it makes you feel any better, I've got the new bottle in the back, and I think there's about maybe a 1/4 inch off the top, and I haven't touched it.
No.
It makes you feel any better.
It's just something.
It's not bad. It's just not. I'm not going to it. It's one of the. Some bottles I don't want to drink. Some bottles, when I finish it, I know I won't buy again, and then some bottles I'm like, I'm done. Where's backup? Where's B and C? And I think that's how I kind of like. That's how I look at like. Do I really like this bourbon? And Baker's is one of those, I don't need B or C. When it's done, thank you. I'll give it to my friends. It's not going to offend me, but it's not going to knock me out.
Right. Give the Baker's away.
Oh, man.
Nobody wants it.
Hey, we come over. We'll drink it. Don't worry.
Yeah, well, man.
Yeah.
I'll drink Baker's.
I like Baker's.
We'll drink it.
I haven't had the new stuff, but the old bottle I really liked.
It's not terrible. I mean, it's got a little kick and spice. It's not that bad. It's just
I prefer Basil Hayden standard to Baker's. I just Basil Hayden.
I'll tell you what. I'll trade you my Basil Hayden for your Baker's if you want.
So
I'll tell you though, just to like recap on that, like just to bookend rather the bourbon conversation. I'm telling you, Evan Williams single barrel for sub $30.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm saying. Right?
Bourbon, you just can't go wrong with it. It's so good. It's stupid that it's as cheap as it is. If you're trying to get into bourbon, but you want something that's of high quality and not very spicy, because here's the thing about the 1910. While I agree with the 1910, it's also $20 more expensive and not always easy to find.
Yeah.
The Evan Williams single barrel is everywhere. It is sub $30 in like 90% of cases. Amazing stuff. Grab it. Don't think twice. It's great stuff.
There was a couple of years there that I think it was 2007. I think it was 07 that wasn't. I didn't find that one too good.
They do have different year-to-year releases. Right. Yeah.
The 2010 was good. I enjoyed the 2010, but 2007, it was average. It wasn't bad. Just wasn't.
So I got an idea for you, Robert and Eric. I got an idea. One of these days, because Scott's our bourbon guy because he's a guru, okay,
and he lives right near us.
And he gave us a GTS 19, so he's officially now like,
best friend.
And so he's but
he's the man.
He's the man. But in all honesty, we loved doing this blind taste test. It's fun.
It's totally fun.
Either next week or the week after, we're going to do Rise.
Oh, there you go.
We can kind of keep doing these things. I think they're fun. Scott, you're not going to have to supply the booze all the time. Don't worry. But it might be fun one of these days for us to kind of dip our toes into Scotch. And so maybe we'll have you.
Let's do it.
You
guys mind that?
And maybe we'll do.
I'm definitely game.
Awesome.
You tell us what to get. Maybe we'll go out and we'll buy 1, 2, or 3. Maybe actually, I tell you what, we'll do 3 because maybe me, Tony, and Todd will each buy a bottle and we'll do them blind. We'll open them up, we'll put them in vials. You guys can kind of walk us through like our indoctrination into Scotch. Because I'm not going to lie to you. even just a High West campfire, it wasn't my scene yet, because I think I'm so adapted to this sweetness and this new kind of the charred.
So the biggest misnomer about Scotch is that it's all smoky. It's not.
Okay.
The majority of Scotch is not smoky. The majority of Scotch is actually aged in ex-bourbon barrels because because as you guys know who are bourbon fans, you can only use it once. According to U.S. law. You can only use it once. Well, you know where all those extra barrels go? Scotland. And you know what most Scotch whiskey is aged in? Ex-bourbon barrels. Not every. I guarantee you, the majority of Scotch whiskey is not peated and smoky, and most of it is either in bourbon casks or in sherry wine casks.
Nice.
So,
or both.
There is a huge array of Scotch whiskey that you can drink. Now, it is not corn. It's not as sweet because it's all barley. Single malts are 100% barley. But I'll tell you this much: there is plenty that you can try that will have no smoke. You won't get that. The campfire. You won't get that flavor. There's a broad diversity range of flavors. And I'm sure between Scott and I, be happy to give you some recommendations.
What about Scott? Are you in for this?
To kind of dip your toes in.
You in, Scott?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's whiskey. Right. I'm in.
There you go.
So we're game. We'd love to try it.
What's your email? Can we email? Where can we email you guys?
Yeah, please do. It's literally malt.muser@gmail. I'll throw it in the chat. And
do it in the chat. Perfect. And
I'll put it in a private chat.
Perfect. I don't know how to do. How do you do that? How do you do the private chat? I don't know how to do that.
You just go over to where it says private chat.
Never. That seems easy enough there, doesn't it? Boy, I feel like there it is. Yep. Okay. There it is. Look at that.
Yeah. Feel free to email me. I'll give you some. Give you some ideas of good kind of bourbon fan to Scotch curious ideas. I'm sure Scout's got a few. We'll probably have some similar ones, and we'll be all set.
Next week. Tony, who's been on, my brother, who comes on with us every week, he's in Dallas, and usually he does every week with us, but he's going to be out of town next week. So we were going to do the Rise that Scott hooked us up with, but maybe next week me and Todd will go out and get a couple Scotches.
The only thing is
we'll have Scott take Tony's place and do kind of the taste.
That's great.
You guys,
he's on a live stream on Tuesday, so we gotta delay it a little bit, bring them on, so we can do our normal thing, and then when you guys are done your live streams on Tuesday.
Oh, sure, man. Yeah, I'd be happy to. It'd be a lot of fun.
All right, we'll coordinate that. That's perfect.
We'll email you. So
let's do it.
That sounds good. I love the idea, though. It's great.
Well, between the two of you, that'd be fun because you guys know your stuff.
Yeah, man.
It'd be fun.
Good deal. Yeah,
Whiskey Scout's not in that area, though. Hold on, Whiskey Scout's not feeling that.
No, I'll do it, but I'm just not an expert. We got to be careful here. Don't lug me in with the experts. I know what I like and how I can coordinate stuff.
Yeah,
I'm real cautious.
I mean, I can put together 3.
Perfect.
So there's a key thing that we got to suss out. One is, are we doing blended Scotches or single malts? My recommendation would be, let's just go straight single malt because single malt is 100% barley. This is like the real deal Scotch whiskey, not blends. Okay. Blends are good, but I can think of 3 blends that you can get at any liquor store in your area. All 3 of them will be sub $50 a piece, and they'll be solid.
Perfect. All right,
I like it.
So blends or single malts here? I'm confused.
Single malt.
Single. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. 5-12 Doublewood, Glenmorangie 10.
Yeah, you guys, I tell you what,
come off my mind. Yeah,
Glenmorangie 10 is always a classic because when you go from bourbon, it carries a lot of bourbon notes. For me, I've always thought Glenmorangie 10 kind of carries a lot of bourbon notes with it when it
big time. It's all bourbon. Yeah, it's all ex-bourbon. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, we got them. Yeah, Andy, I just texted you. You'll have it so we can. Well, that'll come from our 21090 account, but you'll see it, or Andy's Gmail account.
Yeah, sounds good.
That's fine. We'll definitely reach out to you. By the way, if you guys haven't tried it yet, Scott's not the biggest fan. I am sipping on the George Dickel single barrel. I actually love this. The barrel select. I think it's tasty.
Whiskey Scout does not like it.
It's a Tennessee whiskey.
No. I just got a bad one, I think.
Did you get Fred Flintstone vitamins taste in it?
No, it's got an anise flavor. You know that.
Yeah, if you've ever had licorice, but I'm telling you right now, I'm not a fan of. So Dickel's got a distinct smell too. I mean, it does, but I'm not a fan of
Tennessee whiskey.
I'm not a huge fan of the 8-year. The 12-year is a little bit better.
Those are not years; those are recipe numbers.
Recipes. I'm sorry, you're right.
Yes.
You're right. But
The 12 is good.
the Barrel Select, I think, is really tasty, and I think their rye is delicious. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yes. Well, it's actually made in Indiana. It's an Indiana product.
MGP.
And then they run it through. So I did the tour two falls ago. We did 210 Brewing, George Dickel, Jack Daniels tour. Me and my wife, Leaper's Fork, which was a great tour, but they're starting out, so they don't have no aged whiskey. So they were buying from Indiana and had a barrel of that they were letting us sample. But the tour was great, and their still house, they let you take little samples from each of the vats from this. It was just awesome. Cool. And George Dickel was a great tour too. And I like George Dickel 12 myself. If there's one of the better cheap whiskeys I think you can honestly get, it just carries a lot of flavor for me. And I went into this. I've got another one that's a store pick I haven't opened yet. This one just
didn't do it for you.
Yeah. The rye is nice because they run it through the Lincoln County process after they get it from Indiana that George Dickel uses. And it imparts a lot of great flavors to the rye. So I'm in total agreement to that. George Dickel.
It's a great price, too.
I think the rye, I was going to say, for the price point, it's a steal. I think it's really good.
Yes.
But honestly, I saw this one lonely little Barrel Select sitting on the shelf, and I said, "What the hell? Try it."
There's the Barrel Select I haven't opened yet.
Oh, look! I'm not gonna lie to you. I like it. I am unabashedly gonna say this has been. I think it's a nice little pour. So, and I'm not a huge Dickel fan of the 8 and 12, but I really like this. It's tasty. So, yeah, throwing that out there. But
we're dealing with the standard release on the Barrel Selects only 43% alcohol by volume, and that kills a lot of it. Then when you throw the heavy licorice notes in there, there's not enough caramel and other flavors coming through to balance that back out, and it kind of becomes a real one-note whiskey. Versus this is 103 proof, so I expect more out of this one. I just haven't gotten around to opening it. I mean,
that actually sounds nice. I wouldn't mind that little high.
Yeah, for sure. So. All right, gentlemen, I got to sign off. It is.
I think we all do.
Eric,
thank you guys.
Thank you both, guys.
Yeah, man.
It was awesome.
Pleasure having you on.
Let's
it's been a lot of fun chatting, and let's connect over email. And
I love it. Sounds good.
Let's continue chatting, man. This has been a lot of fun.
Perfect.
Cheers, boys. Thank you so much. Honestly, it's been really great.
Take good care.
Guys.
All right, guys. Cheers, buddy.
We'll see you soon.
All right.
Hey, Scott, I got to tell you, brother. Thank you, man. This was a ton of fun. It really was.
No problem. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I had fun too. So
don't feel the pressure. Just I'm pulling up your comment now. Don't feel the pressure to be Indian and have to drink it neat.
That's right. That is true.
Chicky Dad, because you've been with us for so long, I'm gonna be honest with you.
He
drink
is.
it neat. Drink it neat. Don't come back on next week.
You'll make it to. You don't have to go right to D.
No. Hey, look, whiskey, it's like anything else. Drink it the way you like it.
So, are we prepared to do Scotch next week? Is that really going to happen?
Well, we can talk about. Look, I don't want.
I love the idea.
Tony has a flight that Scott put together.
Yeah, we'll push that to next week. But I think that if they want to come on, and I think it's a great idea. We can do our normal thing and then bring them on.
So we'll buy
great.
The Scotch.
Yeah,
Scott,
I love it
because you've been already pumping us full of all kinds of.
Yeah, we'll do that.
So we'll do that, and we'll call Eric and Robert and see what we can do. Yeah, we had a good time.
That sounds good,
guys. So I
4-hour stream, Andy. This is a long one. Holy moly!
I did not.
They get longer and longer.
They are, but you know what? Whatever. What else do we have to do?
Yeah.
What else? I mean,
the thing is, when you're having fun, time flies. So
that's right.
It doesn't feel like 4 hours to me.
No,
it helps me also get over drinking all that whiskey, and so I can sleep okay. And I got to work tomorrow. We all have to work tomorrow, so except for you, Scott.
I don't have to work.
Yeah, you suck.
He's at the beach. That's why he's been. So
I can't wait. I'll be there at the end of June. Don't worry, man. We'll definitely hang out.
Look, let me be honest with you. You hooked us up with these really cool sample boxes. I mean, you gave us some good.
So cool.
We got the GTS 19. Scott, if this was bar really high, man.
He did.
It's like, where do you go from here? Because this was just freaking awesome. But
Well, he wants some of that Weller. That Weller.
Well, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun with you guys being local. So that's I get involved. So that's a lot more fun.
Yeah.
Well, truth be told, dude, we really appreciate it. This has been fun, and you've been coming on the past couple weeks. It's been really cool, kind of collaborating. So
it's awesome.
You're kind of our look. Our top 10's over. It's
you're Andy's best friend. That's what happened. You just became best friend.
You said that doesn't mean anything.
That doesn't, because 2 weeks ago it was Tyler Hysteria. So it is all what it is.
If I'm competing with Ty, that's good company.
That's right. That's right.
Both of them, though, I do like better than Todd. So that's fine.
That's all good, man. And there's Dicky Dad. Hey, we'll see you next week. Thanks, one of these days, man, and we want you on and come on for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
But
so if you guys like the blind today,
I love it.
I started mentioning the other day, but I organized a whiskey advent calendar, a bourbon advent calendar for December. So it's 24 samples, one sample a day, and you can do it. We did it blind last year. We'll see what the group wants to do this year. But you buy a bottle each, and then you put it in sample bottles, 1 ounce sample bottles. And we went over to Founders, exchanged, and then each day we have a Facebook group. We post, and I would post, information about it afterwards.
Oh, Andy, we're all on that.
We're so in.
Yeah,
we're so in.
We'll buy 2 bottles. We're 2 of us. So there you go.
We're so in. Actually, no, this was a ton of fun. It's been cool.
Yeah, it's good.
So you know what, Todd? I have no idea what we're going to do next week as far as for
no idea. We're totally
get 7 days to figure it out.
We have 7 days to figure it out. Whatever. At this point, that's coming. It's good, but now we're going to.
Days back, it's already 12:35.
I know.
But definitely, not next week or the week after. We'll do the rye because I can't wait for that.
That works.
Scott, if you. Well, I don't want to tell you anything. If by chance that Epoch barrel proof is in there, I'm gonna go crazy. But I've got to find a way.
Tip them off.
I got to find a way to get a bottle of that. So we're gonna have to talk about that too. But this has been great. So
yeah,
we will. I guess
we'll see in 6 days now.
Me and Todd, Scott, Tony, and everybody else who was on. Yeah, we'll do this again next week, and we'll come
next Tuesday, 8:30. Well, I guess we're doing Scotch and our top 10 list will be. Which
I
we
don't
don't
know
yet.
if I like Scotch, but we're going to do Scotch.
Well, let's do it. Why not? You might like it.
I might.
I feel like Scotch can be like beer when you're in college. You don't like it at first. You just keep drinking it, and then suddenly you're like, "Now I like this." And
well, Malt Muser seemed to be he seemed to be pretty apparent.
Especially if you stay away from, if you already know you're not a big fan of peat.
Yeah.
I feel like people I meet either love peat or hate peat, or I feel like I wasn't introduced to it properly. Like the first people that are trying to give it to me were trying to give me Lagavulin and stuff like that, which is extreme, and Octomore, which is extremely peated, instead of easing into it,
It really is all about that. I think where was I in Baltimore?
Where was I?
It's not raw. It's not that sushi bar over by Fells. It was another place over in Harbor East.
Yeah,
but they had a long list of Japanese whiskeys, and I happened to get one that was highly sought after, and I thought was ghastly because I wasn't used to it. So I'm sure there was other stuff that probably would have been a better introduction to Japanese whiskey, but whatever it was, I tried. I was like, this is just not
your cup of tea.
I've only tried a few, but I always think it's funny that Japanese companies own most bourbon companies. Yep. So there's not much U.S. bourbon owned companies.
Well, maybe we'll do Legion then one of these days.
There you go.
We can do that.
And then because that's was it?
It's Beam and Centauri.
Yeah, Beam Centauri. That's pretty neat because that was the master blender of Centauri coming over and giving full access to the whole catalog of Beam products and everything in their warehouse and blending something.
It's good. I got a little bottle upstairs, so I don't mind. It's a nice little sipper, so maybe we'll try that one of these days. But hey, Scott,
I got a bottle. Yeah, I got a bottle of Yamazaki 12. That's
there you go. Look at you.
He's got all the hookups.
I don't have anything like that wall we just saw. I don't have any.
Whiskey Scout. He's got it all, man. Jeez.
Yeah, no,
that's awesome.
There's no collection like that.
No.
Well, look, we're probably gonna wrap it up here.
Yeah,
Scott,
let's do it, Andy.
Thanks a million, dude. This
yeah,
was
buddy.
No problem. Glad you guys enjoyed.
We did.
We had a great time. We cannot thank you enough. So,
we'll be in touch this week.
If you want to keep doing this, man, you're going to become a weekly regular because we're enjoying picking.
We have fun. As long as you have fun, we have fun.
No, I had a great time.
Awesome.
I looked forward to it all week. I was really excited to see what you guys would think and how you'd rank them and stuff like that. And
let me ask you this: do we rank it the way you thought we would, or were we off?
I mean, I thought you were all pretty, especially the way you're explaining them and stuff like that. Because I was a little worried about barrel proof for you and Tony because barrel proof can be, a lot harsher when you're not into it as much.
Yeah,
you usually kind of work up to that.
Right.
So I mean, you guys picked out. Nice. I mean, you couldn't pick a bad bottle in there. I sent some of my favorites, so I was hoping you'd like them all.
Nice.
No, I thought it was fun. This was great. I honestly. You far exceeded any of our expectations when you said you want to do a blind taste test.
I can't wait to roll back and watch your reaction when you tell him it's GTS 19 and he goes nuts. I can't wait to watch that again. That's gonna be a good replay. So
this is cool. But
all right, man.
But
all right. Well, next week
we'll see you next week, brother. We appreciate it, man. You're on the crew.
All right, Andy. I will see you next week. We can end this stream and Scott, have fun at the beach.
Thanks Scott.
You guys.
All right, guys.
Todd, that was fun, man. Look, next week, we'll pick a theme. We'll figure it out.
Come up with that.
But
it'll be something fun, and then we'll, I guess, do Scotch. Why not? Let's find out if we like Scotch. No,
I think it's successful though today. This was fun.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, we had some great beers in the beginning, and then even better whiskeys at the end. So. Yeah.
And it's 20 of 1, so my wife's going to kill me, but that's all right.
Oh, I know, me too. So let's wrap it up.
The 11 of you still hanging with us. Thank you.
Unbelievable night. This is the longest live stream. I mean, we had a very long live stream on a brew day once, and but other than a brew day, this is the longest live stream we've ever done, and it's fun. It went by like that.
The movies was a blast. We had a great time with that.
Yep.
I think this blind taste test was a ton of fun. So.
Total fun. Yeah.
At the end of the day, if I have to feel terrible tomorrow, then fine.
Nah.
I'll do it every Wednesday. More.
That's right, buddy. All right, man. Well, cheers to everybody out there. Thank you all for hanging around. Behan Homebrew, Whiskey Scout, Robot Scott, the Malt Muser, everybody. Great night.
Absolutely. We appreciate you guys.
All right. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Woof.